In March of 2024, I was pretty close to giving up on YouTube. I'd been let go a couple months prior and had some savings. With small but ultimately unsustainable stints of success in music and video essays on television, I wanted to give a proper shot to committing more to a niche. In that time off, I dedicated a lot of energy to see if I could make it a more sustainable career. And then I started to run out of money. My quote, last chance video was an hour-long essay on Kaguya-sama Love is War. I spent about a month working on it, and in the process had a couple of things click. That video for a very long time flopped, but in consuming a new great show, Frieren Beyond Journey's End, and feeling like I could really maintain weekly uploads, I decided to give some more videos a shot, which eventually evolved into Exploring Frieren. And now, a year and a half later, the videos in that series have over 15 million views. From pretty early on, I plan to eventually collect all the videos and put them in one supercut. So welcome to today's video. My name is Pei, and this is Exploring Frieren Season 1. If I were to ask you to describe a fantasy world, you'd probably talk about dragons and magic, or maybe dwarves and elves that have lived thousands of years. Fantasy is an incredibly established genre and setting. It's been played out time and time again. Yet somehow it still feels like in a lot of ways fantasy hasn't been explored properly. So often a range of different stories, especially those in the fantasy genre, will introduce characters that have lived for thousands of years, yet somehow they never properly explore what that would be like, the difficulties that those characters would face, and how their minds would cope with everything around them dying so quickly. You could probably make a whole story just about that. Well, it turns out they did. Frieren Beyond Journey's End is one of the most popular, successful, and critically acclaimed anime that's aired in the last 5 years. It feels completely singular, constantly subverting fantasy norms and trope while also being a beautiful homage to the genre as a whole. It reminded me that I don't hate fantasy, I've just been waiting for someone to do it much better. It's a story of an elf that's lived an incredibly long life, but within that it explores deeply human themes like regretting the way you've used your time or the value of connection. So today we're going to talk about fantasy as a genre, the first episode of Frieren, and then how this show explores the philosophy of time and immortality. In fiction, the only limits are our creativity, and fantasy is theoretically a prime example of that. Yet despite its namesake, it feels like so often fantasy doesn't invoke very much of the fantastic. It's a genre filled with trope and standard, one where core to its nature is building new worlds, yet somehow we always end up with the same old boring one. But even if you weren't going to explore the other paths of what a fantasy world could be, you could still get more out of the fantasy world we know. Think of how many stories have elves that lived thousands of years, yet somehow they never actually feel like they've lived longer than the protagonists around them. In the media I've consumed, elves always fill the role as a side character that's never properly fleshed out, which is why the premise of Frieren appeals to me a lot, especially as a show that explores philosophical questions and the human condition. Today we're going to be primarily focusing on the first episode of Frieren Beyond Journey's End. And like its namesake indicates, the story starts at the end, in this case of the hero's journey, the fight to save the world, where the party of 4 adventurers defeated the Demon King, overcoming an overwhelming evil, ushering in an era of prosperity and peace. And during the celebration, the heroes observe a meteor shower, one that happens every 50 years. While everyone stares up at its beauty, Frieren shares that there's a place she knows that has a much better view, and they all promise to eventually see it together. Shortly after, Frieren decides to go on her own and says her farewells. Like many other shows, there's a montage that indicates the passing of time. Except with these, they're filled with overwhelmingly beautiful shots. When you put something together that really works and is fantastic, you want to highlight it as much as you possibly can, but the sign of a good project is understanding the limits of a shot and when to cut away. There's so much care and thought behind every scene, and this is a tool that they consistently lean on throughout the series. And as silly as it sounds, the ability to put together a remarkable montage is incredibly important for this show, because a major part of what makes Frieren Beyond Journey's End so captivating is the way they show Frieren's experience to the audience. Because think about it for a second, how do you capture what it would be like to live thousands of years? Why tell the audience when you can show them? The montage feels brief, like a blink in the grand scheme of things, but by the time our protagonist finds herself back in the capital city, everything around her has changed drastically drastically. The party of young and beautiful adventurers has now aged. Himmel the hero and Heider the priest, the two humans of the group, are approaching the end of their lives. With 50 years that has passed, the party sets out to fulfill their promise, to see the meteor shower in Frieren's special spot. And as they set out on their final adventure, we get a beautiful montage with remarkable animation and outstanding music. This show does not rush, yet despite that it covers such drastic amounts of time. And before we know it, we find the party at Himmel's funeral, and Frieren finds herself crying. Whether it's people's fear of death or their fascination at the idea of an endless amount of time to spend on the things they love, living forever is often assumed to be a blessing. But I believe in reality it's more of a curse. Human beings often like to think of time as an objective thing, and based off of our understanding, there are some objective components of time. No matter how much you want it to stop, it will always move forward. And we know that time doesn't affect everything equally. Take, for example, time dilation. 2 clocks, one on Earth and one traveling fast on a space station in orbit, will tick at different rates. Time is not as objective as humans assume, and thus ignoring perception of time. Everyone can relate to time flying by or moments dragging. As you get older, time seems to pass quicker because it makes up a smaller percentage of your life. 4 years means something very different to an adult than a child. So how might a being's perception of time be influenced if they were to live thousands of years? The first obvious answer is that there would be less urgency. A popular philosophical argument that I subscribe to is part of the reason human beings care about things is because they're finite. The limits and hardships of life are part of the reason human beings can find it so fulfilling. That's why I think that if someone were to live thousands of years in a world of people that live hundreds at max, that experience would be cursed unless combated by mindfulness and effort. I don't think someone who is immortal is destined to live an unhappy life. I just think it would be significantly harder to find satisfaction and happiness. And one of the primary reasons I believe that would be the case is because everything around you would die so quickly. All of these ideas are explored in Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Part of the reason I think this pilot stood out so much is because it was able to tell such a compelling story in such a short amount of time. And while it's exploring a lot of these really interesting ideas, I don't think it's very heavy-handed. This show is expert at exploring ideas subtly. For example, this episode teaches us a lot about the story they're gonna tell, and more specifically our main character, Frieren, who's incredibly disconnected from the world around her, which is either in her nature or a byproduct of her having to cope with her circumstance. Realistically, think what it would be like to have all the people you know across your lifetime that make up small percentages of your total time pass away around you. In Frieren, elves fill this nomadic culture where they don't have a centralized location where they live. The reduced draw to have children compared to humans or other creatures results in a very sparse society. There's actually a natural phenomena of this, where the longer an animal lives, the less children it's likely to have. It's really solid world building, but also it plays beautifully in the fact that Frieren is isolated. There's this cool decision to have Frieren be occupied by her pursuit of magic. We won't talk about it much, but the second episode of Frieren is titled "It Didn't Have to Be Magic," because ultimately what Frieren needed was some sort of purpose to her life. She has a hobby of collecting spells and exploring the world around her because it's her way of coping and finding purpose in a world that's not built for her. But in losing Himmel and realizing she wished she had connected with him better, we're introduced to the closest thing to what could be conflict for the story, which is Frieren's pursuit of connection, no matter how brief, because I believe that would be the ultimate difficulty of living a functionally immortal life, the difficulties of connection. The constant and consistent exposure to the loss of anyone and everyone you love. This show is magical, completely changing my mind on what I think fantasy is capable of and exploring an incredibly interesting idea in an entertaining and deep way. If you grew up anytime relatively close to the late 90s or early 2000s, you probably have a distinct emotional association with this song. This scene from Up, where we see the main character fall into and then eventually lose the love of his life in just a brief couple minutes, is famous to the point of trope. Capturing such an intense emotional story from start to finish in such a short amount of time is incredibly impressive, a feat of technical skill. And in revisiting Frieren Beyond Journey's End, I noticed that in episode 2, they capture an entire story in 9 minutes. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how Frieren succeeded in 9 minutes where other shows fail across years. A distinct part of what makes Frieren Beyond Journey's End a very special show is its ability to capture complex stories in brief amounts of time. In many ways, this show can feel aimless, but part of what counteracts that and makes it so engaging is its ability to capture beauty in the mundane, making things that feel slow, engaging, and captivating. Anime in general, especially older shows, is infamous for having pacing problems. And while Frieren absolutely takes its time, this show finds ways to make it work remarkably well. At the end of episode 1, we had Frieren lost in the woods looking for her good friend Hyder's home. She runs into a young girl named Fern, who is a ward of Hyder's. She leads Frieren to their home, and over tea, Hyder makes a request. Fern shows promise as a mage, and as Hyder's coming up on the end of his life, he asks Frieren to take her along as an apprentice. Frieren shares that this is something she cannot do, as this young girl's magical skill is not up to snuff, and it's an incredibly dangerous profession to be a mage's apprentice. Quickly acquiescing, Hyder instead asks another favor. He requests that she translate a grimoire that might have access to some sort of magic that could prolong his life. And given that it would take a couple years, maybe she could teach Fern some magic in her free time. Frieren agrees, and when she finds Fern with a staff much too big for her out practicing magic in the wilderness, Fern shares a goal, to blast a hole in a distant rock. Apparently Hyder had stated that as soon as she could do that, she'd be a proper mage. Though when she tries, her spell dissipates well before it lands. Debating whether or not to teach Fern, Frieren asks her a question. Do you like magic? To which Fern responds, somewhat. This leads into the second episode, which follows our distinct story that's told so expertly. The episode is titled, It Didn't Have to Be Magic. So what defines a fully fleshed out story versus a component of one? What differentiates what Frieren and Up have done from, let's say, a flashback? Frieren's story is one that's complete, with a beginning, middle, and end. It could function as a short story, consumed on its own from start to finish. Whereas a flashback is often a component of a larger story, it's providing context and setup. When I was learning how to write better, in this case specifically applying to novels, there was an argument that one teacher made that each chapter should function as a standalone story, one with a beginning, middle, and end that ultimately ties into the overarching story that the book is telling. The main argument for this is that it helps a lot with pacing and engagement, and we actually see this a lot in episodic television where each episode can be consumed in a complete vacuum. There's this idea from the renowned fantasy author and educator Brandon Sanderson that I call bracketed ideas. To paraphrase his argument, he states that a story is built from promises and follow-through, the former being represented by the opening of a bracket and the latter being represented by the closing of a bracket. I like using Avatar: The Last Airbender to exemplify this. Aang is the avatar who's destined to save the world, so theoretically he will save the world. That is the promise the story's making. Now, an important component of this is while you could simplify a story to one larger set of brackets, more often than not, they're composed of many smaller forms of brackets. So a crucial part of this argument that Sanderson is making is that a component of what makes the finale so special is that so many of these brackets are closing at once. When done right, it's an incredibly satisfying experience. And part of what makes this scene so interesting to me from Frieren is the fact that it is a full story on its own, not just a component of one. And not only that, it has a finale where multiple brackets close at once in a way that to me was very satisfying. So before I move on and start to analyze this story, I want to talk about another concept, which is representing the story as a graph. If the x-axis is the progression of the story, and the y-axis is the arc of the story, well then this box would be what the story is. And when it's done well, it would be able to imply things beyond the box, like what events came before and after. But you could also add a z-axis, this one breaking the fourth wall, by asking how the story affects things beyond it. This axis would represent things like how moral themes in a story impact your own sense of morality and actions, or how any lessons from a story impacts its audience. It's kind of like, how does the story apply beyond itself? So let's start first with the idea of those brackets that I explained earlier and apply that to Frieren's story from the first half of episode 2. So in this story, there are 3 characters that we've already introduced: Fern, Hyder, and Frieren. Each of these characters have a distinct arc. Let's start first with Hyder's, the alcoholic priest who sees a young girl on the verge of giving up. Inspired by Himmel's heroism and kindness, Hyder tries to do what Himmel would have done, but in taking on such a severe responsibility near the end of his life, he'd like to see it through. But fearing his own death and what it represents for Frieren, Hyder would like to create a situation in which she is secure and safe going forward. And in many ways, the main conflict and adversity to this story is Hyder's impending death. Which leads us next to Frieren's arc. She pursues magic as a way of showing her appreciation for what Hyder has done for her, almost as if she's aware of Hyder's fears and trying to eliminate them. But I also think it's for her to prove that his kindness was not a mistake. And then next we have Frieren, someone who's trying to change, to break deeply ingrained habits and form connections with those around her. And in visiting Hyder, she's showcasing that change. She offers him a favor, but when he requests that she take on Frieren as an apprentice, she can't accept. A little too aware of the realities and dangers of being a mage's apprentice, Frieren can't in good conscience take on Frieren as an apprentice, especially given her current magical ability. So instead, Hyder requests that she translate a grimoire that might have access to some sort of spell that might prolong his life. And in her free time, maybe she can help Frieren in her pursuit of magic. This is the basis of each character's arc, the story represented by a box on a graph. And looking at that z-axis, what this media applies beyond itself. This story carries a beautiful theme in the expression of love. And we see that most in the way the story arcs play out to their end. When Hyder in his old age collapses, we approach the emotional crux of the story. And each character's response is actually fascinating. Finding Frieren practicing magic in a storm, Frieren urges her to spend the little time she has left with Hyder, fittingly trying to help Frieren not make the same mistake she did in the first episode. But she refuses, dead set on achieving her goal, proving to Hyder that he has nothing to worry about, that his choice to save her was not a mistake. Then surprisingly, Frieren accepts Frieren's decision, and having finished translating the grimoire, Frieren approaches Hyder on his deathbed. She shares that this grimoire offers no magical solution to Hyder's fear of death, but then she realizes the truth behind his actions, that in translating the grimoire, she did actually find a solution to that fear. It's revealed that Frieren has achieved her goal, blasted a hole in that rock and proven herself to be a worthy mage to accompany Frieren. Hyder asks that they leave before he passes, indicating that any day he'll die. But this request Frieren denies. And this is where all three arcs come to a close. Frieren has achieved her goal, allowing both her and Frieren to repay their debt to Hyder. A debt that was not born from obligation or necessity, but from love. And spending the little time they have left together, Frieren and Hyder laugh and talk, before suddenly we find them pouring wine on his gravestone. The start of a fantastic journey built off of the foundation of a remarkable story told in 9 minutes. Sometimes art is big. Sometimes it's grandiose. It can reach soaring heights with climactic finales. But sometimes doesn't mean always. There are many outstanding examples of subtlety in Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Some probably stuck with you, but true to a video about subtlety, I'm going to choose one that I think doesn't come to mind first. One from an episode I've already talked about. My name is Pei, and today we're going to be talking about these little guys. While at first glance these just seem to be squirrels, don't be tricked. This is a fantasy story, and nothing's more fantasy than taking animals from our world and giving them different names. These guys are seed rats, and what makes them special isn't just that they're important to the story, but more specifically that they are, yet somehow they blend in with all the other countless pieces of information that are exposed to us in Frieren that are never extrapolated on. We're going to be talking about a lot of things today, so I'm breaking them up into 3 major parts. The first is storytelling structure. Chekhov's gun argues that anything introduced to a story should be pertinent to the story itself. But in the process of only ever highlighting information that is pertinent to the story, you create an incredibly predictable system. And something that can consistently add a realistic feeling to any story when done properly is the introduction of information that doesn't directly serve the plot, but still feels true to the world around it. And then on top of that, sprinkling in important information for the plot amongst that large barrage of real world building. I think a great example where an artist has been incredibly successful with this type of subtle storytelling is Hayao Miyazaki. Think about how many times people have talked about the train scene from Spirited Away, and how that scene in particular doesn't do much to serve the plot, and in many other films would have been reduced to a short montage. However, that's not to say that anyone making stories would benefit from this style of creation. I'm not saying it's a good idea to just throw significantly more information at the audience. If done poorly, it's really confusing, and I've seen a lot of people criticize Miyazaki's most recent film, The Boy and the Heron, for this exact reason. There's a fine line between nuance and nonsense, so the main danger of this type of storytelling is information overload. Writers, producers, and studios often vocalize how important every second in a story is, but when you get lost in storytelling that's too efficient, you lose what world building is, which is to create a setting for the characters to exist in that doesn't feel like it disappears as soon as it goes off frame. Like I said last week, good writing implies stuff that's going on beyond what we can see, and I think that's a major component of what makes these scenes so significant, the ones that almost feel throwaway or are never given explanation. In reality, there's not meaning to every single thing we're introduced to, and that can help a lot when it comes to making a world feel full, because my favorite settings, especially in fantasy, aren't just there to serve the plot or characters. They feel like a living, breathing world. And this is where Miyazaki and the creators of Frieren really thrive, in subtle, beautiful world building. So why doesn't everyone tell stories this way? When you introduce a lot of information and show scenes that may not be directly important for the plot, you risk alienating your audience by confusing them. It's very easy to get lost while consuming a story. So a very important part of telling stories, with some exception, is guiding your audience so they know what's going on. That exception, by the way, is sometimes writers do purposely confuse their audiences, but that's a fine line to walk, and it's very easy, if you mess it up, to end up with everyone disengaged. So how does this apply to the second episode of Frieren Beyond Journey's End? Common sentiment I've seen in the comment section of my most recent video is that Frieren is an incredibly dense show. Many people who thought they were 8 or 9 episodes in came back to realize they'd only watched a couple. It's something that's consistent across the entire series with one exception, which I think was on purpose, but we'll get to that later. These episodes are so full of information and story that I'm shocked at how much they're able to tell in such a short amount of time. And that's also juxtaposed with the fact that I think this show takes tons of time to tell the story it wants to. I think it's well paced, but I wouldn't be shocked if someone walked away from watching it saying, it's too slow for me. Because my experience watching Frieren was full of contradiction, a constantly adapting oxymoron. How can a show feel so densely packed, but also very airy and full of space? How can it explore so many different ideas, but also feel like it's constantly meandering? Well, I think a major contributing factor to this is the way the story is told subtly. The world feels so big because they include so much information that isn't directly tied to the story. Because Frieren isn't exactly a show about a specific story. More so, the adventure and experiences, it's almost episodic, except for the fact that they're densely filled with character development and overarching themes. Because as a baseline to enjoy the episode, you don't have to fully understand the depth behind it. But like most pieces of media that lend themselves to analysis, there's huge amounts of substance behind the initial first viewing. A beautiful example of this is Fern's relationship with nature around her. There's this running theme throughout the series that constantly, when given an opportunity, Fern's gonna have a little moment with some sort of animal or creature. When she's learning magic, she has birds landing on her. She interacts with the giant tortoise in episode 2, and in episode 3, she pets a cat. That one's a little bit more relatable. But theoretically, there's lots you could infer about what this is supposed to represent in the story, though in season 1 they never explicitly give an answer. Maybe it represents Fern's natural affinity towards magic. In Frieren, there's a lot of metaphors that overlap magic and nature. Maybe it represents her kindness, the value in which she gives each living creature. It could represent her moving on past the hardships of her childhood, learning magic out in the forest with Hyder's guidance when she was his ward. It could represent many things, but we're not sure what it exactly represents because it's open to interpretation. So in episode 2, when Fern and Frieren are doing the rather mundane task of cleaning a statue, one that happens to be a statue of Himmel the hero, Fern finds 2 seed rats having snuck into the florist's store. Afraid that there might be some sort of repercussion for them stealing some of the seeds, she sneaks them out. Now this is where things get interesting. If this story closely followed the rules of Chekhov's gun, then those seed rats would definitely be important in some way. And they are, except for the fact that this story so far has introduced tons of little moments like Frieren interacting with animals leading up to this. And that's only one example of many different parts of world building that this story participates in that aren't directly connected to the progression of plot. This isn't even the first introduction to seed rats that we've gotten in this episode. The opening scene of this second story that we get in episode 2 is of pumpkins being harvested, in which we're introduced to the seed rats. But the plot of this second story in episode 2 is ultimately about flowers and what they represent. Those blue moon weeds that we were talking about. Which, by the way, what a fantastic choice in name. A perfect balance between romantic and realistic. What a good example of small things that continuously add up to make for outstanding world building. Essentially, this flower was one of Himmel's favorite, and Frieren has a spell that will allow her the opportunity to create a field of flowers. Which, by the way, will be very important later in the story, but we'll get there eventually. So where's the conflict? Well, turns out Frieren, to use this spell, has to have seen the flower she wants to create. However, she's never seen a blue moon weed, and no one spotted one in the area for a couple decades. Then once again, in a blink of an eye, or rather a beautiful montage, Frieren and Frieren have spent the last 6 months looking for this flower, and Frieren has reached a breaking point. Unsure of how to voice her frustrations, Frieren approaches the florist, asking for advice. And she urges Frieren to communicate it directly to Frieren. Despite her appearance and many of her actions, she's more mature than she lets on. So they sit down and have a conversation, which the presentation and way it plays out is just a remarkably cool scene. Frieren expresses how she feels, and Frieren acknowledges those emotions. This conflict is small in the grand scheme of things, but it's another example of subtle storytelling. It doesn't really do much initially to further the plot of this story. However, it feels like an incredibly realistic form of conflict. A major component of this series is the way Frieren perceives time. Trying to offer an olive branch, or in this case, a solution, Frieren presents Frieren a bag of rare seeds related to the blue moon weed. A gift from the florist, and while Frieren acknowledges her feelings, she can only guarantee that they'll move on soon. Frieren, much like anyone who's young and spent too long in a place they didn't want to, is concerned. Before suddenly, seed rats steal those same seeds, and Frieren shares that seed rats famously bury their food to hide it. They also famously forget where they buried their food very often, using a magical spell to follow their footprints. Another example of something they never overtly explain, just show the audience, they track the seed rat back to an abandoned tower. And we're given a flashback to Frieren's previous adventure, where she took a desolate set of ruins and created a field of flowers, where Himmel shared 2 things with her. First, placing a wreath of flowers on her head, and second, sharing that he loves blue moon weeds, a flower native to his home. Jumping back to the present, we see Frieren pick up a blue petal at the base of the tower, and then levitating to the top, Frieren close behind, Frieren sees a beautiful collection of blue moon weeds. I think this is the first time in the series we get a big moment, one that feels like a magnificent and huge triumph. Which is funny because it kind of feels like what I was talking about before, it's almost an oxymoron. While there aren't really any stakes, there's still a substantial significance. This scene hits so hard because it's set up by the most beautiful, subtle world building. One where seed rats and flowers are intermingled with giant tortoises and cauldrons. Frieren doesn't just embrace subtle storytelling, it flourishes in it. Oh yeah, and we're only on episode 2. Making media or art means fighting for people's attention.
We're now stranded on this deserted island in the middle of the ocean!
Okay, I got to see something really cool.
Boys!
Once you notice it, it's everywhere. And that's assuming you didn't probably already know about it. So why is this such a thing? 1 in 4 streams on Spotify are skipped within the first 5 seconds. 30% of people in my most recent video stopped watching by 30 seconds. And because of this, all these rules are created for both consumers and artists, like the 3-episode rule in anime or the 17-page rule in screenwriting, or even the fact that one of the first things you're taught when learning how to write an essay in school is to create a hook. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how Frieren Beyond Journey's End promised its entire season in 3 episodes. One of the things I love most about art is that it's not a zero-sum game. In sports or competition, for one person to win, another has to lose. In some cases, it's even more extreme than that, like a championship, for example. One team wins, many lose. However, art's only limitation is the attention people are willing to give it, and then theoretically, the ultimate amount of time people have in the day. We're far from the finite limitations of human consumption. With more good art that's made, people will consume more, which means collaboration is encouraged. People can build off one another. And while making art can feel incredibly competitive, there's room for the entire graph to grow. So I believe one of the main factors in what determines an audience's ability to pay attention to a piece of art is the quality. And one of the first things you learn about quality in art is maintaining audience's attention. Ask many established YouTubers what the most important parts of a video are, and near the top will always be the thumbnail, title, and intro, which kind of leads us to the consumer's perspective. How long do you give a series before you give up on it? Well, there's a popular rule in the anime community that you should give a series 3 episodes before you decide it's not for you. The origin of this rule, at least according to Screen Rant, was that with the release of Madoka Magica, a very popular anime series, people argued you should give it at least 3 episodes to win you over because there's a pretty intense tonal shift. And if you were to give up too early, you might miss out on what the show actually is. This actually ties into a concept that the author and educator Brandon Sanderson talks about a lot. I bring up this guy constantly in my videos because I love his framework for storytelling. When I was dedicating a lot of energy to improving my writing, I kept coming back to his online lectures. So let's talk about one of his lessons, specifically this idea of promises. There's this unspoken contract between an audience and a creator. Audiences are essentially suspending their disbelief and giving the creator their attention on the basis that the story they're consuming is going to be a satisfying watch. This applies to all sorts of pieces of media. Articles, YouTube videos, books, movies, shows. It's the entire premise of clickbait. And what differentiates good from bad clickbait is whether or not they follow through on the promise that initially captured your attention. Like I said, is the viewing experience satisfying? Veritasium actually has a fantastic video on this because creators are making promises. And if you take too long to get to those promises, people will click away before they realize what the story is. Take for example the 17-page rule, which is a guide for screenwriters to get to the inciting incident in a story by 17 pages, or translated to film, 17 minutes. This rule isn't absolute, it's broken constantly, but generally speaking, it's great advice for writers to get to the central conflict of a story pretty quickly. It's the reason why every fantasy novel that follows some insignificant character who's going to have some life-changing exposure to magic starts with a preface where there's an intense battle between monsters and heroes. Because a couple chapters of a rather insignificant lifestyle of the main character that will be flipped on its head in the hero's journey doesn't necessarily represent the grand adventure that the story is going to tell. So let's apply what we just talked about to Frieren, starting first with a question. Does this story make a promise as to what the series will be by 3 episodes? Yes, absolutely. And today I'm going to explain why. So let's simplify all of the first season of Frieren into 3 major promises. Frieren starts with subversion, beginning at the end of the hero's journey. We're given a slow and emotionally deep story. We're introduced to a magical world. And this episode ends setting up the closest thing to what the show has to an overarching conflict. In losing Himmel, Frieren realizes she regrets the way she spent her time with him. Episode 1 ends with the inciting incident, which is actually a very common strategy for screenwriting for television. In episode 2, we go a different direction, exploring an entire story that could work as a standalone. We're introduced to Fern, one of the main characters of the series, and we even get the opportunity to see her grow up in front of us. And that's only the first half of the second episode. And in the second half of episode 2, we're introduced to the first of Frieren and Fern's meandering adventures. These 2 episodes set up 2.5 of the promises that I talked about earlier. The first promise is that this is a story that's going to explore complex character relationships and development. This is expressed through Frieren's reaction to the loss of Himmel, the way Frieren, Hyder, and Fern all navigate the complex situation of Hyder's impending death, and the moment where Fern feels the need to confront Frieren with the way that they're using their time. The search for Blue Moonweed also showcases Frieren's attempt to process and understand the way she feels about her relationship with Himmel from her previous adventure. The second promise is that this series is going to build and take place in a beautiful fantasy world. Everything from the outstanding art direction, the incredibly interesting magic system, and the subtle but overwhelmingly effective way in which the story shows the audience that there's a world that exists so far beyond the frame we're allowed to see. And finally, the third promise, that this story is going to be filled with meandering adventures that sometimes are fantastic. Episode 1 and 2 fulfill 2.5 of these promises, but they're missing a major component of what makes this story so special, which is its ability to go big when it needs to. This isn't an action-first story, but my god, when they choose to go there, they do a fantastic job. And it's a crucial, fundamental part of what makes this show so good. We don't fully understand that this is going to be a proponent of the show until episode 3 comes along. This episode starts off very slow. Convinced that Frieren's lying to her, Fern secretly follows Frieren around in this beautifully established seaside town, which leads to this remarkably cute moment where it's revealed that Frieren was trying to find a way to celebrate Fern's birthday in both getting her a gift and finding a sweet shop for them to go eat at. She gives Fern a silver butterfly hair ornament, tying beautifully into the end of episode 2. It's slow and solid, and I think it really sets up the second half of episode 3. We then have the opportunity to see Frieren teaching Fern magic. Something that's very tricky to do well in storytelling is to find clever ways to include exposition. One effective way to approach exposition is to try to create storytelling components that are multifaceted. Sneak the exposition into something that is already relevant to what's going on. One of the most obvious examples of this is when a character doesn't know something about the world that the audience also needs to learn. So in another character teaching them, the audience gets the information they need. It's remarkably easy to do this poorly. It can feel obvious and long-winded. It happens constantly in sports anime, but Frieren does a fantastic job. They withhold information, but then hint at it multiple times. For example, Fern's supposed to be reading this history tome, but she keeps on putting it off. And by the time we get to the end of the episode, we have the exact same experience that Fern does, which is essentially that the exposition for this world is going to be super interesting. It's an outstanding example of show, don't tell. Which leads us to this series' first of many fantastic peaks. Moments that are beyond just an emotional magnitude. Big, beautifully executed scenes. This one is centered around one of the few remaining generals of the Demon King's army. A mage so powerful that Frieren couldn't defeat him, forced instead to seal him away. Now 80 years later, she's returned to resolve this threat. This scene is just fantastic. The sound design, the music, the animation. It's not the biggest moment in the show, but it was the first time I realized how remarkable the big moments would be. It's just so good. And not only does it fulfill the last part of the third promise, the grandiose part of those meandering adventures, it also does a fantastic job in world building. Fern being there and Frieren showcasing why she taught the lessons she did. This scene isn't just fantastic, it's an incredible capstone to all 3 of the promises that I posited in this video. Everything surrounding the development of Zoltrak and it becoming basic offensive magic. It's hard for me to properly express how strong I think the writing is here. It ties into bigger themes in the story, like how fast humans develop. And it all ends with one of my favorite shots of Frieren's first 3 episodes. The demon slowly fading away, Frieren's spell having blasted a hole through him and the cliffside behind him, revealing the water below, and then we see a shot of Frieren hovering above him. This series has quickly solidified itself as one of my favorite shows, and its first 3 episodes are outstanding. If I were to ask you to describe a charming character, who would come to mind first? Would it be the protagonist or hero, someone charismatic? Sometimes, but just as often, it can be a villain or anti-hero, because a character's charm often comes down to those little moments where they do something that scratches that satisfying part of your brain. Things in stories that you can't help but smile at, like a character being awkward but trying his best. Maybe someone being unreasonably stubborn in a cute and sincere way. Or maybe it's an elf that's lived thousands of years that somehow still finds ways to be childish. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how subtle faults can sometimes lead to remarkable charm. Charming stories are kind of enigmatic. It's hard to put your finger on what exactly makes something so charming. It's kind of like explaining a joke. But sometimes stories come along and do something so well that it's obvious. Frieren Beyond Journey's End, which is an incredibly charming show, is a perfect example of this. Storytelling is a subjective art form. That doesn't mean you can't try to look at stories through an objective lens, it just means that you will always be influenced by taste and opinion. There's no absolute, just general perception and the individual cases people make for specific pieces of art. And when looking at components of stories, some things are more tangible than others. Take for example writing. Grammar sides more on the objective, and prose starts to slide more into the subjective. And I think in that ballpark of more subjective and less tangible aspects of storytelling is charm. Frieren is a show that I've seen a lot of people praise for having charming writing and characters, and I do think that I found a major contributing factor to that charm: good character faults. A common issue for inexperienced writers is creating perfect characters, but a fundamental part of stories, with some exceptions, is change. A common type of change in stories is character arcs and development, and for a character to develop, there has to be room to grow. This is one of the fundamental parts of why character faults are so important. However, it's not the only benefit to writing flawed characters. Imperfect characters are constantly used to set up conflict or create stakes. They can be obstacles or set up a redemption arc. And more than anything, imperfection is realistic. In reality, humans are flawed. So well-placed, realistic imperfections can help audiences suspend their disbelief. And even in some situations, well-placed faults can lead to incredibly charming characters. So essentially, I'm arguing that there are many potential benefits to writing characters with clear faults. To some people, this might be obvious, but to others, it might feel weird that giving an audience potentially reasons to dislike a character can actually contribute to them being more likable. So let's apply these lines of logic to Frieren, not just the show, but also the character. More tangible examples might help clarify my argument. And I want to narrow the scope a little bit, so today we're going to primarily be focusing on just episode 4. But I do think that these writing decisions permeate throughout the entire series. I'm sure you'll have your own examples come to mind too. Frieren isn't the only character in this story with well-written faults, but I do think she's the most important. Given her background and abilities, if Frieren was perfect, I think it would lead to a really boring story. And I also think this archetype of the everlasting elf in fantasy is so often mishandled. It feels like they're constantly written to be beautiful and perfect and wise, or harsh and cold. Which is funny because Frieren kind of does both of those things, but they navigated it so much more eloquently. Let's start with something that's simple but stupid. Frieren doesn't handle the cold very well. It's a reoccurring character trait that is consistent across the series. This, along with traits like sleeping in and making a mess, all feel like they're part of this overarching fault of Frieren's almost childish nature. It leads to this incredibly interesting character dynamic where Fern very often fills the function of Frieren's mother. There's something about the irony of it that I find actually very funny, which leads nicely into this other idea which I actually originally found in a Reddit discussion. This user, Aaron Is Not a Devil, specifically talks about this idea of the difference between a long lifespan and a long youth. In some ways, Frieren as a character feels a bit like an oxymoron. She's lived for thousands of years and also sometimes very childish. And then there's this reoccurring thing that happens that's really interesting with Hyder and a couple other characters where as they age around her, they treat her with this reverence because she's wise and has lived thousands of years. But they also treat her like she's in the peak of her youth, because the character kind of is. In many ways, she feels 26, which is maybe me projecting because I'm 26. And actually, if you look at the central conflict in this story, it kind of reminds me of mishandling responsibility as a young adult and kind of realizing it was a mistake, regretting the decision. Like having not called your mom enough. Except in this situation, it's not her mom, it's a beautiful, kind, and very vain hero who shared a 10-year adventure with her and taught her many lessons, and then died. Now this youthfulness we actually see explored a lot in this episode, and it's fun. It works really well and somehow becomes very charming. There's something almost humanizing about it, which is kind of a weird thing to say about the main character of one of your favorite stories. But Frieren's arc is built around the fact that she struggles to connect with those around her. When I saw them representing those difficulties, I was worried that they would make her an uninteresting character, but she's so expressive, and I love it. Take, for example, episode 4. Once again, it's broken into 2 major segments, but today we're just talking about the first. Frieren and Fern take on a longer job to clean up a beach with tons of shipwrecked litter. In exchange, they'll get a tome written by the historic mage Flamma. Now this is a really cool moment because it's so multifaceted. There's 3 things this shows. The first is that Fern knows that it's not a legitimate tome. Fern, having learned her lesson from last week, is starting to read her history books and understand theory better. Her lessons have taught her that all tomes from Flamme are fakes. Second, this foreshadows the end of episode 4, but that's for next week. And finally, this means Frieren is willing to do this work for essentially no compensation. Frieren originally says that this is just to help someone in need, but when Frieren presses her, she admits that it's also a bit self-serving. This job represents something more significant to her. It's part of retracing her old journey. Now this is where I think things get really cool. They start to reveal all those faults that I was talking about before, Frieren's childish tendencies. And outside of the charm it brings to the character, it also serves the plot. And we find out when she was here last with Himmel, Hyder, and Eisen, she had chosen not to share an experience with them, instead choosing to sleep in. So every year this town celebrates the new year by watching the sun rise over the water. It's supposed to be absolutely beautiful, and Frieren chose not to come last time she was here with the heroes party. And so the goal of the job is to clean the beach by the time of the New Year's festival. There's more shenanigans, like Frieren trying to stay up all night to show up instead of just waking up early, which for me is incredibly relatable. And pretty immediately she fails, falling asleep, but Fern gets her out of bed and to the beach for the sunrise. To my surprise as the audience member, the sunrise ends up being a little bit unremarkable, comparable to many of the other beautiful views we've seen in the show so far. But there is a cool lesson: value in the shared experience. This little story is slow and I don't think offers a huge amount of substance outside of the impact of the final scene, when Frieren sees the value in the sunrise simply in Fern's expression. Which is why I stand by this video so much, because as I rewatched this episode, I found myself completely engaged, primarily because of that charm. And then somehow they found a way to incorporate those little charming moments into crucial plot points. It's a simple and concise story, and it ties beautifully into what comes next, the central A-plot of the entire season. But I don't think this story is about the plot. Sometimes in stories we get that moment where you find out it was never about the destination but the journey all along. I think Frieren embraces that from the get-go. I'm not implying that the plot isn't great, just unimportant. But that's for next week's video. Because Frieren is an incredibly character-driven story that wouldn't be the same or hit so hard without its incredible charm. If you had to think of a story or show where the plot doesn't really matter, what would come to mind first? Maybe a sitcom or cartoon? Probably something lighthearted and episodic. But what about a grand fantasy adventure? Could you imagine Lord of the Rings if Frodo didn't have to take the ring to Mordor? Or Avatar: The Last Airbender if Aang didn't have to save the world? What would a fantasy story without an important A-plot look like? My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how Frieren's main storyline isn't very important, and somehow that makes it better. I understand that this is a pretty big claim. I need to clarify that number one, I am not saying that the A-plot in Frieren is poorly written or bad. And number two, I'm not saying Frieren without any A-plot would be good. I think it provides incredibly important direction. A shorthand of what I'm arguing is that Frieren's A-plot is replaceable. And in totally embracing the cliche, what makes Frieren special is the journey, not the destination. So let's start first with defining what an A-plot is. You might be more familiar with the sister term B-plot, which refers to a sub-story going on that's not directly related to the main plotline, like Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli's adventure, which kind of shows what the A-plot is going to be, the main storyline. And important main A-plots are almost synonymous with fantasy adventures, especially serial shows where the episodes tie into a bigger plot line. If you were to think of shows without a major A-plot, you'd probably think a lot of sitcoms. While there can be change and character growth, there tends not to be one overarching plot line. But even sitcoms sometimes have that A-plot, like How I Met Your Mother, it's in the title. Or Friends, where they're friends, that one doesn't work as well. And while some sitcoms don't have A-plots, I rarely, if ever, see a fantasy story that doesn't. And to be fair, Frieren does have an A-plot, it's just not as important as the rest of the show. Because to some degree, I think Frieren's A-plot is highly replaceable. So what is that A-plot? If we were to simplify, Fern and Frieren are looking for a land that's long forgotten where the living have a chance to talk with the dead. It provides direction, it ties nicely into the themes of the story, and it allows Frieren to retrace the steps of her previous journey. But there's lots of ways you could do that, especially in a way that creates more pressing conflict. And most stories would need that conflict to keep audiences engaged. There's this popular literary device that I'm going to refer to as the 5 elements of storytelling. You're likely familiar with all 5: plot, character, conflict, setting, and theme. And I think you can look at any story and rank those 5 elements in order of importance. Like in Avatar: The Last Airbender, I would argue that the setting and characters are most important, and Jaws, which feels solely built around the conflict. So which element is most important to Frieren?
I think you can make an argument for multiple different orders, but I think there would be a couple uniformities. Near the top would be theme, character, and setting, and near the bottom would be conflict and probably plot. And sometimes stories even completely abandon one of the 5 elements, but I'm not saying that Frieren does that. I'm arguing that Frieren prioritizes conflict so much less than other stories. There's no looming threat against the world, there's no big bad. Or better said, there was one that died at the start of the story. The characters are rarely ever in serious danger. Most of the conflict in this story is minor forms of disagreement between the party, which is what you might expect from a character drama, not a fantasy adventure. Because other fantasy stories almost always don't just have high-stakes conflict, they're built around it. Now, I'm not arguing Frieren is better because they're not conforming to standards. I just think it's interesting, because they have to do something well if they're jumping away from what's so established. So part of the reason I'm arguing that Frieren's A-plot is interchangeable is because I think in most other fantasy stories, they would have had a different A-plot. They would have had something like a remnant of the Demon King actually survived and he might come back, so they have to go destroy it before he arises. Or one of the party members is suddenly faced with a severe illness that they have to go cure, something that creates stakes. But I actually think that those 2 A-plots would undermine what I talked about in the 4th video of this series. 2 weeks ago, I made a video talking about how Frieren's entire season is promised in 3 episodes. In the comments, some people made some pretty good arguments that it was actually the first 4 episodes that promised the season. People pointed out the fact that they released the first 4 episodes all together. They also pointed out that the main plotline was introduced in the 4th episode. How could a series be promised when it's not introducing what is theoretically the most important plotline? But I stand by my take because I don't think that the main plotline is a significant part of what makes the story special. And I think an interesting and compelling example of that is analyzing the second half of episode 4 when they introduce the A-plot. It all starts with the old adventuring party standing next to Eisen and a couple dwarven graves. There's a beautiful exchange exploring the idea that belief can be inherently optimistic. Independent of whether or not it's true, believing in something can help with the hardships of loss. And 80 years later, we see Eisen still practicing those habits, demonstrating the way that sentiment had resonated with him and how his past relationships continue to impact him. A parallel to the lesson Frieren is learning. And then Frieren shows up and nonchalantly states that they're here to hang out. This dialogue is a really interesting exploration of the same point that's been hammered across the first 3 episodes, the challenges of a long life. Frieren's come to Eisen with the intention of helping, starting to showcase all the ways she's begun to change. That'll be a consistent thing in this episode. Once again, Frieren's favor to Eisen is used against her. They search for and find one of the only legitimate tomes left by the great mage Flamma, foreshadowed earlier in this episode when they were cleaning the beach. This little adventure that the 3 go on searching for Flamma's last resting place is actually incredibly dense, subtly reiterating so many points that I've talked about in my previous videos. For example, the way Frieren and Fern clap as Eisen lifts this boulder, or the callback to how Eisen loves sour grapes and it's one of Frieren's odd spells she's learned, or Fern's grumpy face when she finds out that it might take them a while to actually find this resting place. Or the way she hypes herself up to ask them to be a little bit timely. And also the way Frieren values Fern's time and Eisen notices that it's out of character for her. All of these things are what makes Frieren the show so special. So many of these episodes explore the characters as they grow and develop their relationships, exploring this fantastic, beautiful, magical world on their little meandering adventures. While the A-plot is great and serves the story well, it feels like it's not the reason I love this show. They could never reach this theoretical goal, and I think it wouldn't impact much. So much of this story is about how the little things play out, built on a foundation of outstanding characters and relationships. It's also executed so well I don't really care about the main plot. I'm always more occupied by what's going on in the moment. And that's part of the reason I love this show so much. I've never seen something like that done before. It's so singular in such a saturated market. And man, if it wasn't built off of such a remarkable foundation of execution, I'm not sure this show would have worked. Because creating a fantasy story where the A-plot is unimportant and then making it remarkable seems pretty hard. But Frieren did it really, really well. I think there's no such thing as overnight success. While there's absolutely sudden and significant breakthroughs, everything is built off of a foundation of accumulating smaller moments. It's only possible for a musician to suddenly get millions of streams overnight if they have first a foundation of effort and skill. And more often than not, that song that suddenly gets millions of streams in just a couple days is one of many attempts. Despite this, character growth in stories often comes packaged in big moments. And while change can absolutely come through the grandiose, expert writers will utilize the small moments as much as the large. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how Frieren Beyond Journey's End demonstrates the compounding effect of small moments. So something I want to clarify really quickly is that my claim that overnight success doesn't exist is a bit semantic. There are many artists who go from not being able to support themselves to having a large following in very short amounts of time. What I'm arguing is that sudden and drastic tipping point is the byproduct of consistent effort and development. There's this metaphor from the book Atomic Habits that I really love that exemplifies this. If your goal was to melt an ice cube in a room that was below freezing, and slowly you could increase the temperature, you'd see no drastic change until you broke 32 degrees. And that change would soon be exponential, and before you know it, you'd have a puddle in front of you. But all the work that you did increasing the temperature of the room up to 32 degrees would seem like it was making no tangible impact because you had no external feedback. But tipping points and overnight successes are the exact same. They're just moments with more obvious results from all the effort and attention that has been given so far. I think human beings also change this way. Small things add up over a long period of time. But when writing characters for stories, an incredibly important part of what you're doing is making sure that the audience isn't confused. So when characters change, it needs to feel justified, meaning the audience needs a line of examples as to why the characters made adjustments. If you're not careful, these moments that set up character changes can feel heavy-handed and overt, but even more dangerous, they can be confusing. Writers, generally speaking, are creating a story that serves a specific plotline, and it's not uncommon for them to use characters as tools to fulfill that plotline. This has led to situations where audiences are wary of authors making changes to characters that feel unjustified simply to serve the plot. So there's a fine line between subtle and confusing writing. But bringing back my initial point, I believe small moments add up to drastic change in human beings. So when characters are written with small moments that contribute to change in mind that is also very easy to consume, it creates media that feels incredibly realistic. Or a shorthand explanation is small moments mean a lot to us, but they're hard to capture in stories. But when writers get that right, it's fantastic. Oh yeah, Frieren gets that right. I've seen a lot of videos where people talk about audiences being treated with respect when writers don't assume their audience is stupid. And I think the main correlating argument behind those points is the introduction of non-overt information, like showcasing moments of depth both subtly and cohesively, allowing audiences to discover those things in rewatches or if they're paying attention with a keen eye. I think Frieren is a show that expertly dances around this category, because as I've rewatched this show for this series, sometimes visiting episodes multiple times in a row, I'm shocked at how many times I notice something new for the first time. Even if you limit it to just the first 5 episodes, there's a plethora of examples. Like the fact that at Himmel's funeral, he's buried with blue flowers. Or this little moment where Frieren and Fern are clapping as Eisen lifts a boulder, and then immediately following, he's clapping as she changes grapes from sweet to sour. Which that scene alone has a multitude of different ways it ties into the story. That spell that makes grapes sour is originally introduced with a couple other seemingly meaningless spells that Frieren collects as her hobby, which is related to her immortality and how she finds purpose in her life. In the 5th episode, when she's asked why she's taking risks for a seemingly useless spell, she admits that someone in her past had expressed appreciation for those spells, a small moment that contributed to who she is today. Something that's fascinating is all of these things contribute to the overarching character arcs. But what makes the subtle introduction of all these pieces of information so fascinating is that even if you miss many of them, the cascading effects on the characters still make sense. At first glance, to me, Frieren's characters seemed simplistic and basic. And if you weren't to get very far in the series, I think that's kind of valid criticism. Frieren does this thing where it navigates common tropes in a really eloquent way, sometimes embracing them and at other times subverting them. It's not just a rejection of fantasy standards, which I ended up really liking. which is surprising to me because I may be unfairly critical of tropes in fantasy. But all the remarkable execution in this show ultimately serves, I think, two major purposes. It feels like characters and theme are the foundation of this entire show. Part of the reason I chose Frieren to talk about in this long-running series that I'm making is because there are so many aspects of this show that explore the human condition. There are philosophical and practical questions that are all packaged in a remarkable story. I regularly argue that the main point of art is to emotionally resonate with people, and sometimes that emotional resonance causes us to change. I believe stories have taught me foundational morals and empathy, all packaged in a conveniently entertaining medium. So when I'm talking about the little things that change us, I don't just mean for the characters in Frieren, because I think it can be extended beyond that. A major component of being a human being is about learning and growing. But stories are limited in their ability to showcase reality. It's really important that they feel realistic, but that's such an abstract concept. Making stories is hard. If it were easy, more people would do it at a high level. So when a series like Frieren comes along and not only expresses expert presentation, but also is capable of tapping into, I think, one of the most valuable aspects of art, I want to think and talk about it. Part of the reason I'm making this series and making video essays in general outside of the professional pursuit is because I think that the joint experience of consuming remarkable art is awesome. And the themes in this show are worth exploring. Take, for example, the first half of the second episode of Frieren. That story of Fern, Hyder, and Frieren living together for 4 years could be an entire season. I'm glad they didn't make it an entire season, but there's a remarkable depth and story there. In my previous video, I talked about how it was built off of this theme of expressing love. And in each episode, there's all these little micro stories, ones that could exist almost in an episodic way, except for the fact that they tie directly into overarching themes like Frieren coming to terms with the way she uses her time and builds relationships, or Fern growing up and finding her place in this world alongside someone that is so unique, and even me as a viewer learning from the lessons that the characters have experienced. Because growth often requires resonance, it's hard to adopt something deeply into your life that doesn't make sense to you. And while personal experience is a great way to learn, there are lessons all around us, small moments, if you find the chance to listen. Hey you ever think about magic in media? It's kind of everywhere, and it's not always what it looks like. There's obvious examples, like Harry Potter has magic, what a shock. But lightsabers? Magic. Chakra in Naruto? Magic. The sword fighting in Demon Slayer? Actually, maybe not magic, but also kind of magic depending on how you define it, just not in the way that it seems. Yeah, that one's confusing. But what differentiates a good from a bad magic system in a show or movie? Mostly whether or not it does its job, but that's where things get complicated. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about one trick that can make almost any magic system feel more realistic. Let's start first with defining magic. It's kind of a catch-all term to refer to anything that's beyond our understanding of our physical world. It can come from a divine, arcane, or natural source. But for today's video, let's talk about magic as if it was a system. There are two popular types of magic systems as literary devices, soft and hard magic. And essentially what differentiates the two is how structured they are, and also how well that structure is conveyed to the audience. Theoretically, what seems like a soft magic system could be a hard magic system, but never explained. Lord of the Rings is a great example of this. Technically speaking, it's a hard magic system based off of the author's perspective, but for the audience, it functions as a soft magic system because it's not given much of an explanation. Now in stories, I heavily prefer hard magic systems, and what I'm advocating in this video is that one of the best ways to make a hard magic system is making it feel like science. So that leads us to the next point. What is science? If we were to oversimplify, science is a system of deliberate observation in order to better understand the world around us. You've heard of the scientific method. And if magic were to exist in the world, I think it would make a lot of sense that we would observe it in the same way we do science. But this can potentially lead to a major contradiction. What's the point of magic in a story? I'd argue, like any other component, it's made to serve the main plot line or purpose of the story you're telling. It can create interesting conflict or setting, but something mostly inherent to magic is its ability to evoke the fantastic.
Mostly, magic is introduced to stories because it's incredibly intriguing. While some prefer a more realistic or historic backdrop, creating a fictional story allows you the opportunity to set it in any world you want to. The only limit is your imagination, so people let that imagination run wild. Now, if you were to ask the average consumer whether or not they think of science as boring or exciting, I think the answers would definitely skew towards boring, because the process of applying science is very rigorous and demanding. It's not the easiest thing to romanticize, but that's not to say that no one's made science fun. Science fiction is an incredibly established and well-explored genre. But even in most science fiction, they tend to dumb down the science to the point where it feels like its own magic system. So where's the contradiction? Well, I'm advocating that a great way to make a hard magic system is to make it feel like a science. But if you go too far, you're leaning into, I think, a generally speaking very boring thing to explore in stories. But that's the beauty of writing fiction, because good magic systems tend to be easy to understand. And generally speaking, there's actually a very easy equation for writers to factor in when determining whether or not to make something more or less complicated. If it's complex, make it worth it. Like I stated in previous videos, one of the main jobs of creating stories is keeping your audience engaged. And the better you are at what you do, the more patient your audience will be. Which leads us to the subject of today's video, Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Frieren's magic system is far from my favorite part of the show, but I do love the way it engages in the story, and specifically how it serves the promises made in the first couple episodes of what the story's gonna be. There are two really cool examples of this in the first 5 episodes. The first is the story of Zoltrak, aka Basic Offensive Magic, and the second is the magical equivalent of an anglerfish. While we're technically introduced to Zoltrak in the second episode, it's expanded upon in the second half of the third episode when Frieren is teaching Fern both Zoltrak and, more specifically, its counter. Now, before we dive too deep into that, let's look at the basic 3 elements of magic that Frieren teaches Fern in the second episode. A spell is made up by the strength in which it's cast, the mana expended, and the control over said mana that's exhibited. Now, extending that rule to defensive magic, we understand that to cast defensive magic costs a huge amount of mana. It's the only way to prevent Zoltrak from piercing through. Because of that, mages have established the strategy and meta of carefully placing defensive magic to prevent Zoltrak's attack. There's a clear balance to the entire dynamic. So this is where Zoltrak's origin comes into play and how it sets the tone for the rest of the series. Zoltrak was invented by the great demon mage Qual. Someone so powerful that Frieren had to seal him away as her and her party couldn't actually defeat him. The story eventually leads to Fern and Frieren returning to the site where Qual was sealed, the magic now becoming unstable. And while there's a couple things that foreshadow this moment that make it so good, this scene in fact is also foreshadowing for a major theme that'll come back up later in the story. But we'll get to that in a second. Let's start first with how this scene is foreshadowed. The first is that training scene where Frieren is teaching Fern the basics of magic theory practically, explaining both basic offensive and defensive magic and how they're used. The second is the way Frieren is urging Fern to read up on theory. Fern undermines the value of the tome at the beginning of the episode, and she finds herself doing something that I do constantly, which is dragging your feet or ignoring a basic task because the importance doesn't quite resonate. The night before unsealing Qual, Frieren explains to Fern how deadly he was as a mage, specifically because of the killing magic he invented, Zoltrak. But the moment that makes this all incredibly interesting is when we finally have the confrontation between the two parties, and we learn that basic offensive magic is Zoltrak, this crazy legendary spell that was so deadly it changed the entire landscape of magic, and now it's antiquated. The power it gave an individual mage was so great that they needed an immediate solution, so they developed a counter, and that in turn caused the entire landscape of magic to evolve. It's how a lot of development actually happens, and when magic systems properly capture that evolution of a meta, it adds a lot to the system. Because essentially what you want with any magic system is approachable depth that serves the story. And what makes Frieren's magic system so good is the way it plays into the story. It's not my favorite, but it's executed remarkably well. Not only is this an interesting idea that creates a more developed world surrounding our characters, it also directly relates to both Frieren and Fern's arc. Because while the story at times is an outstanding character drama, it's also a remarkable fantasy adventure. What inspired this video was this scene in the 5th episode. Because in a lot of ways in my first watch through, it didn't stand out to me. but in revisiting it, it was remarkable how much this scene served different ideas in the story. And it's also incredibly interesting from a writing standpoint. There's this concept in art that's talked a lot about, that there's no such thing as a completely original idea. Every story is based off of some form of storytelling structure. There are likely exceptions to that rule. Something to remember is that almost all storytelling rules and structures aren't meant to be absolute. They're generally applicable, and generally speaking, almost all stories are influenced by other stories. A cool metaphor I've heard to exemplify this is human beings share 99.9% of their DNA with one another, but there's such a range of different expression in individuals with that 0.1% difference. Stories are the same. Small changes can lead to drastically different narratives. So something that can lead to actually incredibly fun magic systems is to take scientific references and then create your own magical version. In this case with Frieren, I think that they took the anglerfish and made their own cool magical version. And then not only that, but the magical version played into the story. So in episode 5, there's this town that Frieren and Fern visit that has people disappearing after seeing ghosts. Some have escaped and they can share their story. So before Frieren reveals that the monster is called an Einzum, Fern demonstrates that she's been studying more magical theory and is able to accurately identify it before they run into it. It shows people someone they've lost that they hold dear to them as a way of luring them into a trap. Strong concentrations of magic disrupt the illusion. So essentially, in order for them to counter this monster, they have to shoot their loved ones, or at least a phantom version of their loved ones. And while Fern is initially confident, when it actually comes time to pull the trigger and shoot the illusion of her loved one, who is being represented as Hyder, she can't do it. She hesitates. Frieren, however, doesn't, and to her surprise, instead of her old master Flamma showing up like the last time she had run into an Einzum, this time the Einzum shows her Himmel. There are so many levels in which this is working, and it's all kind of bookended by the fact that these monsters are feeding off of their victims' memories. So Himmel's facade acts in line with the way he would in real life, and he tells Frieren to shoot him, because that's what Himmel would do. This scene offers so much more than I had initially realized. And more than anything, it represents this larger concept of why I think Frieren's magic system is so well founded. These two examples and numerous others make Frieren's magic system feel like a science. It adds so much to the world building, but more than anything, it serves the purpose of the story. Just like so many different aspects of Frieren as a show, it's so multifaceted. And man, I just love it. Courage can't exist in a vacuum. For someone to be brave, they have to have faced a situation that evokes fear. And this concept is one of the core traits of one of the most efficiently written characters of the year. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how the dragon ran, but Stark didn't. Frieren Beyond Journey's End has solidified itself as one of the best animes that has recently aired. It's built off of a foundation of really strong characters. It has an outstanding ensemble cast, which is especially true when you look at the main trio. And for me, near the top of that list of great characters is Stark, specifically because he fits the role of a supporting character so well. The writers use every second of screen time he gets effectively. And true to the name of being a supporting character, he is a catalyst that consistently enhances the characters and story around him. There's an entire video to be made talking about the subversion of having two female leads and a male supporting character in a fantasy anime. Partially because it's so well done, but mostly because it's so uncommon. But I think that's a video for another day, because today we're focusing on Stark and specifically his introduction. The way this character is introduced ties into this idea I've had since college, that bravery is not the absence of fear, but rather overcoming it. There's something about that contextualization that meant a lot to me, and I think it's actually a great lesson for a lot of different aspects of life. When I was growing up, it was easy to admire bravery. I had this assumption that people just weren't afraid. But as I got older, I realized that no one really has anything completely figured out, and despite what that implies, that makes bravery even more impressive. While competence can lead to security, and both negative and positive experiences can make you more confident, the world is a crazy place, and often the most competent people are pushing themselves outside of their comfort zone. A major part of being a human is diving into that world and accepting the fact that things aren't going to be perfect, and then doing your best not despite that, but because of it. Good media has taught me a lot of lessons in life. I've tried very hard to be good to people and very often just failed at that. Some of those mistakes have pretty seriously hurt people, and while all I can do now is acknowledge that and try to grow from it, I'm incredibly appreciative of the media that helped me make less mistakes, because art has this remarkable way of resonating with people in a way that can teach lessons. And while we'll never actually be able to completely eliminate mistakes, we can minimize them. So when I see shows like Frieren come along and highlight remarkable messages and themes, it's really exciting. So what's a lesson we can take from Stark's introduction? We find out that he showed up to a city in a time of peril. A solar dragon was wreaking havoc, and in an act of heroicism, he stood between the people of the city and the dragon. After a long standoff, eventually the dragon left without a single blow being thrown. And while the city folk celebrated Stark as a hero, he was actually terrified the entire time, not really knowing what he was doing. With the looming threat of the dragon still at hand, Stark finds himself in a pickle. He can't abandon the city, so he stays and trains. But he also can't go fight the dragon because it's really scary. Actually, the archetype of the coward in anime has been played out a couple different ways, some of which have been incredibly annoying, and I think that there'd be an interesting video there talking about that. I plan on maybe revisiting that at some point. But this circumstance with Stark is really fascinating. Based off of a tip from Eisen, Frieren and Frieren show up looking for a warrior to join them, and in the process, Frieren offers to help Stark, saying that she only needs him to occupy the dragon for 30 seconds and she'll be able to take it out. Now this is where things get really interesting, because while this leads to arguably one of the coolest anime scenes that I least expected from a series ever, there's a whole nother layer of depth on top of it, with Frieren comparing Stark to his teacher. Now, outside of the fact that this action scene is one of the best I've ever seen, this juxtaposition of two scared warriors is actually really fun. Not just because it has to do with the similarities in their characters, but because it's also related to their falling out. The scar that Stark originally shared was from a monster actually came from the hands of Eisen when he hit Stark without restraint during a sparring session. It seems like this conflict is what led to Stark leaving, and very in theme with the idea of bravery and fear, Eisen responded instinctually during that sparring session because he was afraid of the strength that his student was showing. And this, in an interesting way, highlights the bravery that Stark showcases in comparison to other characters that could be considered cowards. For Stark to face his fears, it doesn't take him being cornered with no other option or way out. Stark's courage is such an admirable trait because he chooses to put himself in situations where he feels like he's making the right decision despite his fear. He originally faced the dragon because he felt like he had no other option. He was forced to face his fear, not out of self-preservation, but to help others. And while he doesn't completely understand why, while he's around, the dragon hasn't returned. It's another great reason to like Stark as a character. He's using his power and strength, even with a lack of faith in it, to help others. It's the difference between letting your fears control you versus guide you. Because what's the point of fear? Think about all those quotes in movies and television shows where someone says, "I don't know if you're stupid or brave." Most of the time, they're just stupid. It just so happens they're characters in a story that need to be protected. So often, especially in shonen, characters make incredibly stupid decisions that work out because of the raw power of will or plot armor. It's frustrating because it consistently undermines the stakes of the situation. Because when characters make stupid decisions consistently with no consequence, it leads to a break in immersion, the loss of that suspension of disbelief. Now, I'm not necessarily advocating that we need to have darker stories with bigger consequences. I just want the characters to be smarter. That's part of what makes Stark's character so good, is his fears are justified. Based off of everything that's set up surrounding the dragon in Frieren, Stark should be afraid. Frieren is one of the most skilled and accomplished mages in the entire world, and her strategy was essentially dropping aggro and consistently chipping away until you eventually kill it. Stark hasn't fought a monster before this moment, only trained. His fears are actually incredibly reasonable. But we end up getting kind of the best of both worlds. First, smart character writing, but then they also set up a situation that's still remarkably fun where he gets to be a hero anyways. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Because ultimately what Stark does is trust Frieren, a more experienced adventurer who has an incredible rapport not only with his master, but also as a member of the hero's party. So when his power finally exceeds his expectations, it lines up perfectly with the way the story has set up the situation. All of his training and lack of experience make this scene make so much sense. And it also helps prevent Stark from falling into that cliche of being excessively overpowered and then also unreasonably insecure. Because strong characters having self-doubt has never been the issue. It's the disconnect between the information that's been presented and how the characters respond. So for me, Stark's fears end up being the opposite of annoying. In line with what I was arguing in one of my previous videos, it ends up just being an incredibly charming character flaw that work beautifully in conjunction with the parts that make him so likable, like his selflessness. Because to have a character face something that is so scary he's literally shaking, that's admirable, and really, to its truest form, courage. Now, an important part of this lesson is not just to push yourself outside of your comfort zone or take leaps of faith when it's right, but specifically how this is paired with Stark's preparation. Because what ends up happening is when Stark pushes himself to actually face the dragon for 30 seconds, he realizes, only after the dragon's dead, that he didn't actually need Frieren's help to take on this challenge at all. So the lesson is a little bit more complex than have faith in yourself. I think an important part of success in whatever endeavor you pursue is to properly prepare. And where this gets really tricky is it's hard to tell when you're ready to actually take on a challenge. There's inevitably going to be some leap of faith, and if there isn't, you probably over-prepared. It's a weird balance that gets fine-tuned with iteration, but that doesn't make it any less admirable or impressive that Stark chose to take that leap of faith. He's an outstanding character in a story already filled to the brim with them. Proof in my mind that courage is not the absence of fear, but rather overcoming it. Why do people dislike popular things? While at first this may seem like a simple question, the more I thought about it, the more I felt like a detective with a wall of photos and red string in front of me. Because it turns out there's a lot of different reasons why people don't like popular media. I think a wonderful example to look at when exploring this idea is Frieren Beyond Journey's End, which is incredibly convenient given the fact that I have a weekly series where I talk about that show. Welcome to Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about why some people hate the new #1 anime. An incredibly important asterisk to clarify right away is that this claim that Frieren is the #1 show in anime is based off of one specific criteria: its ranking on the popular forum MyAnimeList. In reality, the debate surrounding the #1 show in anime is incredibly complex and super subjective. I think there's numerous shows that people could make a case for that have much better qualifications for anime's best show than Frieren. But specifically on MyAnimeList, there's been one show that has dominated the #1 position for as long as I can remember. A show that's renowned, critically acclaimed, popular, and generally speaking held in high regard: Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. And while this show has been dethroned a couple times, it's always been a flash in a pan. It's never lasted very long. That is until now. Frieren is sitting above Fullmetal Alchemist by a huge margin. And while the comparison isn't exactly fair, given the fact that Frieren is a running series with one season and Fullmetal Alchemist is a finished product, I think there's still a lot to learn in analyzing why Frieren has maintained that #1 position when so many other shows have failed to dethrone Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Okay, a quick outline. This video is going to be broken up into 3 major parts. First, using general terms explaining why Frieren has taken over the #1 spot on MyAnimeList. Second, exploring a couple major reasons why people dislike popular media. And finally, the third part is going to be exploring why what makes Frieren so good also gives people the tools to hate it. Let's explore what it takes for any piece of media to hold the #1 position when it comes to online, community-based reviews. It's so far from a perfect system, but I do think it's one of the few relatively objective measurements of a product's quality. Should we take it as fact? Absolutely not, but I do think it's incredibly insightful when it comes to understanding how audiences feel about a piece of media generally. Now, there's 2 necessary components. The first is popularity, and the second is quality, which both apply to Frieren. This show is done really well. Everything from the music, writing, world building, directing, and animation is top notch. I think you can compare it to the best of the best when it comes to things like color theory and art style. But that's not the only factor that has led to Frieren's new reign. In reality, things like recency bias are incredibly important, because this show has the opportunity to be built off of the shoulders of giants. It's fresh in the viewers' minds, and more than anything, it hasn't had as many chances to mess up. But coming back to the first component I mentioned, which was popularity, for any show to maintain a top position, it needs to be relatively approachable. And while I do love shows like Ping Pong the Animation, and I wouldn't change much about anything they've done, their lack of approachability gets in the way of widespread mainstream popularity. And this definitely isn't even a bad thing. I love niches. That's actually what I'm trying to do here. And while it feels like they were very purposeful in the way they created that show, it is a little bit sad that it took me so long to find and then give it a chance. Which I think kind of leads to one of the reasons people dislike popular products. Because often there can actually kind of be a meta answer, something completely unrelated to the show itself. For example, someone's love of Ping Pong the Animation can lead to frustration that others aren't giving it a shot. So whenever they see popular anime that they think is significantly worse than this underappreciated piece of media, that comparison boils into frustration. It's easier to hate something that's popular when you compare it to something you love that isn't getting the attention you think it deserves. But there are also other meta factors, like identity. If a fan base for a popular series is cringe, you aren't going to want to associate with it. Independent of all the crazy things going down with Rick and Morty, the fan base in some ways ruined it first. So in an interesting way, popular media comes with a lot of baggage, because there are so many things beyond shows that influence your perspective of it. Which leads nicely into the next point, which is that saturation can ruin anything. Too much exposure to a good product will inevitably kill it, especially if that exposure is forced. People have grown to hate Hamilton and Frozen, both of which are products I initially enjoyed, and that frustration makes a lot of sense to me because they were so oversaturated. There was no avoiding it, so when you inevitably got annoyed, you have to deal with constant exposure to something that you now dislike, and that's not even accounting for the people that didn't really like it in the first place. There's widespread popular memes making fun of bands like Nickelback and Imagine Dragons, and while I don't think the music is outstanding, I do think the main reason they're hated, significantly more than the music they make, is because of how prevalent their music is. It's everywhere. There's a pretty good chance that even if you enjoy my videos, even if you feel like my analysis is insightful and thoughtful, if you were overexposed to them, it could very quickly start feeling like it was pompous and condescending. Hell, you might feel that way now. And I kind of get it, but also I like talking about things, so, hopefully people don't feel that way. But the point is, oversaturation can ruin anything, even the best products. But I think ultimately one of the main contributing factors as to why people dislike popular things is because of expectations. There's that really famous quote that expectations are the bane of enjoyment, said by, some person sometime. But the point being that if you come into any piece of media with high expectations, you'll raise the floor significantly on what's acceptable, and the ceiling will be less impressive. Because ultimately people are going to dislike things. Not all art is going to resonate. And when you feel disconnected from a piece of media but everyone else seems to like it, it's really hard to manage those emotions. We're incredibly susceptible to social pressures, and we want to feel secure and not feel very crazy for having opinions that vary from the general perception. I think primarily these factors and many other smaller ones contribute to a lot of people disliking popular media. It creates this pendulum effect where often things that are too popular will inevitably burn out. But sometimes popular art has staying power. So while not all good media is popular, and not all popular media is good, some things are good at being popular while others are so good they are popular. Man, that was a mouthful. But let me explain. Why is pop music so often criticized for being bland and uninteresting? I like using this real-world market example from one of my organizational strategy classes in college. We looked at the beer industry and found that as people got better at making popular beer like Bud Light and Miller Lite, there became bigger niches and bubbles for people to establish specialty beers like brewing companies. Because if the singular goal of a product is to be as widespread as possible, inevitably the focal point will stop being about what makes the product good, and it will change to how can we prevent the product from being bad. And very often those two things actually have overlap. As much as I hate IPAs, the flavor is why people like them. Stouts are incredibly divisive. While some love it, others will avoid it at all costs. If you were to buy beer for a party with people you don't know very well, you would lean towards the generalist beer because it's safe. Because if people's goals are to access as big of a market share as possible, it'll inevitably lead to a nondescript, uninsulting product, which will be pretty bland. But not all popular things are mid. Some great pieces of media are underappreciated, but there are also others that are greatly appreciated. I love Billie Eilish's music, and I don't think what she's doing is bland. That's why I think a lot of people don't enjoy it. But you can look at things like the Beatles Or coming full circle, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. They're good and popular. But the thing about making a good product that is popular is it's incredibly hard to replicate. Making something that is good is hard enough, but understanding what will and won't resonate with audiences is a whole different, incredibly difficult challenge. So while good and popular is the ideal, so many brands chase bland products because it's more reliable. So coming full circle, I obviously love Frieren. Hell, I'm making a whole series about it. But funny enough, I didn't actually like the pilot. And if it weren't for my roommate pushing for us to watch it together, I would have taken a long time to actually come back to it, which I understand is not the general experience. That's part of the reason I made the 3-episode rule video just a couple weeks ago, because it took 3 episodes for me to really be sold on the show. Now, in retrospect, I hold the pilot in high regard. I think it's incredibly well done and I understand why it resonates with people so much. But I do think the fact that it didn't initially appeal to me is kind of a perfect example of the whole point of this video. While I obviously think that Frieren is very well done, and even some of that was apparent right from the start, I didn't enjoy the pilot because it didn't resonate with me. In a lot of videos I've made, I've argued that the main purpose of art is to emotionally resonate. And while we can analyze the parts of art that side more towards the objective to better understand why art does or doesn't resonate with people, it will always be this enigmatic mishmash of factors that determines whether or not a piece of art resonates with any individual. I mean, any person can feel completely different about a song depending on the mood they're in. And while sometimes the complexity of resonance feels a bit nebulous, I don't think it's random. But I do think there's a reason why some of the best art throughout all of history is held in such high regard. I think there are products that are just generally better, but it's also okay if those products don't speak to you. When I saw the Sistine Chapel, I didn't really like it, but there's a reason so many people do. Those two opinions can coexist. And about the most objective thing we can measure in art is stats, which is why this community-based review system is valuable. It allows people to observe another factor that leans more towards the objective that'll help them make informed decisions. That's why I've spent so much time thinking about and trying to understand and talk through a My Anime List ranking. But coming back to that idea that art is made to resonate, Frieren is a show that is built around characters and their special moments, both big and small. It delicately and subtly builds towards these moments with remarkable care and execution, but a series that embraces subtlety, that's also talked about with all sorts of hype, will struggle to deliver on those great expectations. Frieren is a slow and deliberate show that builds towards special moments. It captures such a complex range of feelings, but to do that it has to take its time. So if for whatever reason those highly emotional scenes miss the mark for whoever's watching, the slow pacing offers little benefit, which is what it felt like to me. For some reason, unlike probably most of the people who are watching this series, I didn't feel a very strong emotional connection to the pilot. I just didn't care about the characters yet, and I think that they were made to seem at first very generic and cardboard. I think it ultimately leads to subversion and depth, but I don't know, it just for some reason didn't work for me. Because like I said, resonance is a little bit nebulous at times. I initially wasn't drawn to come back, because everything that made Frieren easy to dislike is also what made it distinct and special. The show to me felt so singular. It's doing something that I haven't really seen before, while also being deeply in touch and embracing so many of the tropes and norms it's subverting. I feel like Frieren is just an outstanding show. And because of that, not despite it, I think lots of people have a great reason to hate it. How does a writer talk about the past in a story? There are a couple different ways I could think of, but each one had clear negative trade-offs. One of the most common solutions for this problem is flashbacks. And because of this popularity and misuse, they've become incredibly cliche. And while it's hard to completely avoid flashbacks, what if there was a show that came along and made them a central part of the entire story? Oh, and it was really good. This is Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about the anatomy of a flashback. So let's start first with those 4 ways to talk about the past in media. Even if a writer wants to write a completely chronological story, there's still a need to inform the audience of the past, which brings in those 4 tools we were just talking about. I think Avatar: The Last Airbender is a great example of all 4 of these methods. Now, starting first with Avatar's most famous form of exposition, you can probably guess it: the intro.
But that all changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
It perfectly sets up the show and all the major points of information from Avatar's history that needs to be talked about. However, it's a monologue, and kind of a long one at that. When exposition isn't done well, it runs the risk of being boring, heavy-handed, and disruptive. But there are other ways to talk about the past in a story, the second being presenting information. Now this one's more based in the world building or context of a scene rather than the things being said. If we look just at Avatar's pilot, a more overt example of this is the way the Southern Water Tribe reacts to anything related to the Fire Nation. A less overt example would be the fact that Zuko's ship isn't equipped with winter equipment. These aren't direct forms of exposition, just information that gives us insight into the history of the world. Now this category of information I think heavily overlaps with the next category, which is inference. Based off of anything you learn from exposition, flashbacks, or especially information, you can take all these moving puzzle pieces and place them together and infer new things. Take for example Zuko's scar, his relationship with his uncle, and his overwhelming desire to catch the Avatar. They're all puzzle pieces that infer a bigger history. I'd put inference at the top of my personal favorite ways of exploring the past in stories, because other methods, especially when done poorly, have a very heavy-handed approach. Not to mention the fact that they're often incredibly disruptive, which leads perfectly into flashbacks. I think in order to avoid long-winded exposition and the inclination to show not tell, flashbacks have become predominantly the most popular way of talking about the past in stories. But inherent to a flashback is stepping away from the story you're interested in to get information from a predetermined scene from the past. Like exposition, it tends to disrupt the story. Now that's not even factoring in that flashbacks are used a lot, especially in bad ways. Flashbacks have become a cliche. They're almost in every piece of media you consume. Take a second and try to think of a famous story without a flashback. They're also very often done poorly, whether or not it's to cover for bad writing or because they don't properly understand how to make a flashback worth it. There's this thing that happens a lot in media, where writers won't properly set up a situation and then they'll either turn to a deus ex machina or a flashback that is immediately paid off. Setting up something to immediately be resolved very rarely is satisfying, especially when flashbacks are invasive. Now this doesn't mean you can't have a flashback be immediately relevant. It just means using them as a replacement for proper setup is a cop-out. Because if they're not done well, the trade-offs and cliché just end up being very frustrating. So what differentiates a good and bad flashback? Let's start first with an example. The 7th episode of Frieren Beyond Journey's End has a remarkable little opening and closing of an idea in about 8 minutes and 30 seconds. And it's all built around flashbacks. Episode 7 starts with Frieren walking alongside her party in this beautifully animated, subtle little scene. Part of what makes this such a cool example is it's not just a flashback, it also uses information, exposition, and inference. The scene is built around this fake tome from the founder of modern human magic, the great mage Flamma. With only fake tomes circulating in the world, Hyder likens Flamma to legend, questioning whether or not she even existed. Frieren makes an offhanded comment wondering whether or not she's the only person who actually remembers Flamma's face, which Himmel catches. Initially, there's no definitive reason for this flashback, but we're given information, exposition, and things to infer. But that's not the only reason this flashback was done very well. A part of flashbacks in literature is the ability to make them an action, an experience of a character. So the following scene is Frieren literally waking up from a dream that was that flashback. This works heavily in line with the way that Frieren experiences flashback throughout the rest of the series, because the whole point is that her new adventure runs parallel to her old one, and she gets to recontextualize her understanding of her previous experiences. This runs in conjunction beautifully with her character growth. So a couple minutes later in episode 7, Frieren ends up in a city celebrating the heroes that saved the world, her old party. And much like multiple moments where Frieren has run into statues of Himmel, there's a monument to the party in the center of the town, where wreaths of flowers are hung on their heads. Now there's so many freaking layers to this, let's just take a second. The wreaths are a callback to when Himmel placed a wreath of flowers on Frieren's head and when she did it in return at the end of episode 2. The statues are always practical to the story at hand, but we never fully understand the context behind them. An interesting character trait up to this point in the story is that Frieren goes out of her way to avoid any celebration of her previous party. She runs in contrast to Himmel, purposely avoiding bringing up her name and the fanfare that comes with it, avoiding the fame that's paired with her history. But the significance in this festival comes primarily in the second flashback. Frieren has a recontextualized understanding of why Himmel went out of his way to create all of these statues. The flashback itself is actually very well paced with good music and comedic beats, But it all leads to this moment where he advocates that the number one reason he creates all these statues is because he doesn't want Frieren to be alone in the future. This all ties into the fact that the great mage Flamme is now a legend and he wants to be remembered, not just by the people around him, but more specifically Frieren, which then the episode cuts to a close-up of his statue. It ties in beautifully into the overarching theme of Frieren's journey and character growth, but also showcases that flashbacks can be so much more than a cliche. This is just one small example. Good flashbacks are actually constant throughout the story. They're paired with, set up by, and lead to highly resonant emotional moments, because ultimately they're worth it. What differentiates a good and bad flashback? Whether or not it's worth it. And while the equation's pretty simple, does it offer more than it takes away, the execution is actually very tricky. You have to work around pacing, audience engagement, given the fact that it's a predetermined circumstance. You have to make people care about characters that are already gone and a story that's already determined. A flashback needs to be fast enough to keep audiences engaged, but it also needs to be substantial enough to warrant having gone there in the first place. That's a hard balance. It's worth factoring in that flashbacks have been historically used to cover plot holes. So while flashbacks are often used to support setup, they can't be the setup themselves, unless the setup itself is setup. So while flashbacks seem like a simple tool, to use them well is actually very complex, which is especially true when it comes to Frieren, because flashbacks are a staple of the story. Frieren's character arc is built around the juxtaposition of her old adventure with her new one. As these flashbacks are active things happening to Frieren, it helps us understand the character better, but also offers her lessons that she gets to immediately apply to her new experiences. It's an incredibly cool way to explore this everlasting elf archetype, and it helps you and Frieren learn to love the characters that surround her, her previous and new party members. This show does a remarkable job both subverting and embracing trope. It's jam-packed with montages and flashbacks, both of which are irreplaceable. It takes place primarily in a generic fantasy world, and yet somehow offers more in world building than most other shows I've seen. It convinced me to change my mind in the way I think about fantasy. And a fundamental part of why it's such a great show is represented beautifully in its remarkable flashbacks. Taking a tool that is tired and saturated and using it to evoke such remarkably strong emotion. What if you want to start a story with a dramatic scene, where a brother's carrying his sister who's on the verge of death through the snow, desperately trying to save her? You could have the characters say stuff like this. Or this. And while that does give the audience a lot of the information they need to know, I prefer exposition that looks like this. The subtle kind. That's snuck between all these different layers. Like the relationship between two characters. Or stakes. There's this video that just came out the other day from Thomas Flight titled In Praise of Great Exposition. It's an outstanding video that I'm choosing to closely emulate in this one. It touches on so many different nuanced aspects of great exposition. So when thinking through this week's video, I found myself returning to episode 7 of Frieren Beyond Journey's End and watching the new episode of Demon Slayer, which was the season finale of the Hashira training arc. And I was shocked at the difference in the way they approached exposition. Welcome to this week's episode of a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how sometimes good exposition is hidden in the crowd. So this Thomas Flight video is great, and while it's absolutely inspiration for this video, and I'm definitely yoinking a lot of different aspects of his structure, my goal is primarily to build off of the argument he's already made, using my own examples, specifically talking about Demon Slayer and Frieren. This video is a weird result of my own actions matching up with all these different unique things that were released at the same time. The first of those three things is obviously Thomas Flight's video. The second is a video I released about a half week before then talking about backstory and flashbacks. And finally, the third is that today Demon Slayer's new season just released its finale. We're eventually going to get to the point where I explain how all three of those things are directly related. But first, let's understand each of them individually. So skipping the Thomas Flight video for now, last week I released a video talking about backstory and the 4 different ways in which you can talk about backstory in any piece of fiction: exposition, information, inference, and flashbacks. And the video was primarily built around that 4th idea, flashbacks. So I was surprised when just a couple days later, Thomas Flight released a great video on exposition. A quick correction from future Pei editing the video, Thomas Flight's video actually came out a day before mine. Just thought I'd specify. I've been rewatching Frieren for this series, going episode by episode and trying to come up with unique ideas to talk about. Now, in the 7th episode of Frieren, there's this remarkable scene that's only a couple minutes long. The purpose of the scene is definitely to provide exposition, but that's not the only thing it did. It explored a cool little moment that touches on a central theme of the story. It called back to previous relationship dynamics while highlighting new ones. And it gave us crucial information, directly related to our main character, which makes it easier for the scene to be compelling and engaging, because it's providing other interesting things to engage in besides just the exposition. Whereas in juxtaposition, I just finished the new season of Demon Slayer, and while I find myself consistently coming back to the show and my intention is not to ruthlessly criticize it, I do believe that Demon Slayer is a show that's predominantly carried by its beauty and hype. In other words, everything goes to the wayside in pursuit of those two things, and the writing is often very weak. But also, despite how many times I've almost quit watching it, I consistently find myself coming back because it's fun. But I don't think Demon Slayer's writing is its strong suit. And where that's most obvious is in this entire last arc and this last episode. Without spoiling anything specific, throughout this entire season, and especially in the finale, there's a huge amount of exposition that doesn't really serve any other purpose besides providing information that the audience has yet to find out. Like 3/4 of the entire finale, which is 40 minutes by the way, is spent just giving the audience tons of information through dialogue. So all three of these things actually made me realize that I really wanted to talk about exposition this week. Let's go back to that Thomas Flight video. There are a couple really important points he made that I'll be going over that I think all point towards this idea that layered exposition can be an incredibly effective way of giving the audience all sorts of information they need without it feeling heavy-handed or forced. For example, when he's praising the exposition in Blade Runner, he points towards suspense, dramatic stakes, mysterious setting, and implied information as all components that made for more compelling storytelling. Because that scene in Blade Runner is multifaceted, while feeling natural. Which is the second point I'm going to talk about with Thomas Flight's video. Exposition can so often feel heavy-handed and forced, so if you can find more natural ways that feel realistic to the audience to show important information, it'll make for a better scene. And finally, the last of Thomas Flight's points that I want to talk about is how sometimes showing and telling can be misunderstood. Specifically, that telling can be a form of showing, if you apply inference. His examples from Breaking Bad, where the main character's son complains to his father that the hot water heater is still not working and he's asked multiple times to replace it, implying that there's financial struggles going on within the family. And while on one hand it felt like a natural conversation that the characters would be having, it also implies things about the relationship between the two characters and each of their personalities. Once again, multifaceted, which is ultimately what I'm arguing, that exposition in most situations comes best layered, placed in scenes where there's many different purposes being served. That was the problem with Demon Slayer's exposition, is they kept giving us all these important answers we've been waiting for a long time, but couldn't have taken up those 30 minutes of the finale while also serving another purpose? Let's look at a scene from Frieren that does a lot of those things Thomas Flight pointed out well. So this scene's primary purpose is to set up an arc exploring the main monster of the series, or said better, the remnants of the big bad, the monster that threatened the sanctity of the world. Frieren is a story that takes place after the big hero's adventure, where her old party took down the Demon King. This scene is meant to give more information surrounding demons, and part of what makes this scene so good outside of the great exposition and the remarkable flashback that follows afterwards is how much depth there is to be explored in a lot of the little moments. So what I'm referring to really is predominantly one scene when Frieren is locked up in a cell, but also the moment that precurses that. The reason Frieren gets arrested is because she's in a busy, populated city when she does the magical equivalent of dropping her bag and pulling out a gun. The first thing that makes this interesting is Frieren as a character before this is incredibly carefree, one that constantly undermines threats and risk as a highly capable mage. So to have her take such sudden and drastic actions implies a lot. The next thing that's really fun is as she's being arrested, she doesn't resist at all. It's also fascinating how her two party members react. Fern, who's been traveling with her for a while, doesn't give much of a reaction at all, which is shocking for Stark as a new member of the party. It also plays on the fact that Fern has now acclimated to all the unique circumstances that come with Frieren's long life and her unique personality. It both hits a comedic beat and offers depth. Next, we jump to Frieren, now bored in the dungeon. Fern and Stark come down to visit her and we see that expanded on. Frieren shares with Frieren that she's going to be locked away for 2 to 3 years. So when Frieren says, "Oh, only 2 to 3 years? I expected it to be longer," Frieren noticeably reacts, which refers to both a former conflict between Frieren and Frieren in episode 2, and the overarching theme of the story, which is Frieren learning to value both hers and others' time more. Stark is obviously perplexed, which plays well for comedic timing, but the entire time we're secretly learning all these things about demons, and more specifically Frieren's relationship with them. This all sets up a flashback that sets the tone for the rest of the arc, but the scene does so much more. There is conflict in both Frieren's arrest and the reaction that prompted it. There's relationship dynamics going on between all 3 party members, and more than anything, the comedy and conversation all lends itself to more natural circumstance. So when Frieren explains herself, it feels really warranted and not forced. It's what makes Frieren so special as a show. It's capable of taking all these oversaturated, overused storytelling tools and expertly blending them in a way that feels natural. The things that make Frieren as a show so special are kind of easy to miss, but the more you pay attention, the more I think you'll be surprised at how much is actually there. That's why I keep talking about this show so much and using it as an example to explore such interesting ideas. From philosophy and morals to storytelling structure, Frieren is a remarkable example of what a story can do, because this scene so perfectly sets up and gives you the information to really enjoy the remainder of the arc, which is the whole point of exposition. Give the audience information they need to know. But it doesn't hurt if it's layered really well. Demons. They're everywhere in fiction, whether or not it's your favorite horror movie or one of the many anime that heavily embrace the demon trope. And often, probably because of the spiritual and religious context in which we were introduced to demons, their morals run opposite to what we'd consider good. But what if they didn't have to be evil? What if they were still a monster that the hero had to face, but there wasn't this implied morality? How might that influence a story? And what can it teach us about media literacy? Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about when the monster isn't evil. So, one of the most common things you're taught when you're learning to write is something called the 4 types of conflict. Person versus person versus self, person versus society, and person versus nature. There's also this expanded list where there's 7 total, the remaining 3 being person versus fate, person versus the unknown, and person versus technology. I think those 3 are extensions of the original 4, but before we get there, people argue that you could take any conflict in a story and it would fall under one of those 7 categories, and maybe even, depending on how you look at it, one of the 4. Often stories are not made up of just one type of conflict, but there tends to be an overarching primary conflict. There are some examples that are more obvious and others that seem complex. Is Avatar: The Last Airbender person versus person, with Aang fighting Ozai? Or is it person versus self, Aang overcoming the internal conflict that comes with the responsibility of being the Avatar? Whether or not it's him coming to terms with the fact that he ran away in the beginning of the story, or finding a nonviolent solution that both satisfies his responsibility as the Avatar and his personal morals not to kill. Rules in screenwriting and literature tend to be less definitive than you'd think, but they still help guide us in understanding and analyzing storytelling. Now, monster movies often fall into the category of person versus the unknown. Alien, The Thing, It, Predator. And in all of these cases, there's generally speaking an assumed malice. These monsters don't just exist, they are going out of their way to pursue our heroes and threaten their safety. These stories are built around the general human inclination to fear the unknown. We're not afraid of the dark, we're just afraid of what could be in it that we can't see. The inclination to assume malice in the unknown is actually the entire premise behind the dark forest theory. It's also a natural byproduct of something that all living things experience, the overwhelming urge to self-preserve. Because self-preservation, at least to the point of reproduction, is a fundamental part of evolution. That asterisk was included, by the way, because of animals like salmon and praying mantises. Those guys are crazy. So person versus the unknown is built around that fear. But if you were to look at person versus nature, you wouldn't assume malice, just existence. In Castaway, none of the challenges the protagonists face come from a malicious place. Bad weather that takes the plane down, or the harsh living conditions that he needs to survive. They're not evil, they're just nature. And this is where Frieren Beyond Journey's End comes in. There are demons in this show, and actually before the story started, they were the primary antagonist. But I believe demons in Frieren represent nature, not the unknown. And that's incredibly important for understanding and interpreting the morals that are implied in the story. So at first glance, I don't think everyone would agree that the demons in Frieren aren't evil. But I do think there's a pretty good case to be made, because so far in the story, I think every action a demon makes can be tracked to two major purposes. The first is that demons eat humans. The second is that demons, just like any other creature, have an urge to self-preserve. Based off of our understanding of evolution and survival of the fittest, all of the tools and skills demons have developed are a byproduct of those two major factors. Language, for example, is something that Frieren specifically focuses on a lot. Demons use language to trap and self-preserve. Language isn't really used to communicate. Take, for example, this scene.
リュグナー様、父上って何?
なんだろうね。
So while they don't even really know what a father is, they know if they bring it up, they're less likely to be killed. Because essentially this is an extreme and complex form of pattern recognition. There are many different studies done with animals to measure cognitive ability. For example, the mirror test. Is an animal capable of recognizing itself as an object in a mirror rather than another animal? It showcases self-awareness. Based off of current research, only a handful of animals have passed this test so far. When these cognitive studies have extended to animals' ability to understand and communicate in human language, there have been a couple major barriers, like the ability to ask questions. Now, demons in Frieren are capable levels of communication beyond that. I'm just arguing that the use of language comes secondary to other forms of communication in their culture. Their primary form of communication seems to be based off of shows of strength, kind of like a herd of animals that has a leader. Their social hierarchies are based off of mana, which represents the strength of their main tool of self-preservation, magic. So let's answer the question as to why this is all important. In the 7th episode of Frieren, there's this line between Frieren and Lugner, where he says she looks at him like he's a wild animal, to which she responds, "Well, aren't you?" Something I've argued a lot in this series and in general is that art exists beyond itself. Stories rarely exist in a vacuum. Inherent to art is both interpretation and morals and themes. When I first watched Frieren, the writing decisions surrounding demons was something I was incredibly hesitant about. Often, especially in Western media, humanoid creatures that are the target of discrimination are used as a thinly veiled metaphor for racism. Because of this trope and tendency, when demons were first introduced in Frieren, I was very nervous that it was some sort of dog whistle. Demons were introduced as these unredeemable, dangerous creatures, and I didn't like that implication. It felt like a writing decision that got muddied because of context completely independent of the story. So this is where the thesis of the video comes into play. By understanding the type of story being told, for example, the form of conflict, you can better understand the theme being implied. If this is person versus person or person versus unknown, suddenly there's bigger implications. But if it's person versus nature, we no longer have that assumed malice and implication. In that situation, humans and demons must both act out of self-preservation. It's not evil for humans to act in self-defense or for demons to try to sustain themselves. They're simply at odds with one another because of their natural inclination. And I think if you go back and watch a lot of these scenes from this arc of Frieren, you'll notice that none of the demons seem to act from a place of malice. They are creatures with ego and coldness, disconnects from things that we would normally define as human. And with this new lens, there's no metaphor or dog whistle applying to human conflict. It also makes for an incredibly fascinating antagonist for our heroes to face. I feel like this is a really cool subversion of the evil demon. And this also extends beyond Frieren. There's this common discussion, especially in anime, about the inclusion of bad things in media. In art, when should or shouldn't terrible things be included? In anime, I often see people justifying the inclusion of terrible things in media under the lens that it makes it more realistic. But more often than not, I feel like these dark topics aren't treated with the respect they deserve. A piece of fiction can include terrible things, but it's really important that the story condemns them. I also believe the more severe a dark topic is, the more important it should be for the story. If characters are justifying it, the theme must run in opposition. Take, for example, the controversial book Lolita. At first glance, you might look at the story as justifying or glorifying heinous acts, but the point of the story is actually to criticize the topic it's written about. To oversimplify, the protagonist is the bad guy, and the entire story is to explore how he can convince himself what he's doing is okay. It's built around the rationalization of unacceptable actions, and this criticism of the topic is why it can be accepted as a classic despite its very controversial topic. Now, I'm incredibly critical of the popular running series Mushoku Tensei, and I think that criticism comes from the central conflict in the story. Because the thing that initially got me to try the show was the premise of redemption. people told me that the story was about someone who's bad learning to be better. I think that's a large reason why people love the show as much as they do. And I believe aspects of Mushoku Tensei do a very good job, especially in the first season, of including dark things that seem relevant to the story. Rudeus's unhealthy obsession with sex is a byproduct of his self-worth. This show constantly dances around the line of what is and isn't acceptable. But in the first season, it felt like largely there were consequences for his bad actions. The author wasn't condoning them. And in the finale, in some ways, it felt like they treated the entire topic with more respect, and that in retrospect justified more of the season before it. But I feel like so much of that progress and growth was undermined in the next season. And more than anything, bad actions seemed glorified as much as criticized. I thought Mushoku Tensei was person versus self, Rudeus overcoming his shortcomings and pitfalls, growing and learning the impacts of his actions, that everyone is a human being and they deserve respect. But I feel like the story became person versus society. And then suddenly all of the hypersexualization that was being included stopped feeling justified. The bad actions were rewarded. By understanding the type of conflict a story is engaging in, it can help you understand the morals being argued. Art is meant to be interpreted, and an interpretation is not definitive. My perspective on Mushoku Tensei is far from absolute. It's likely tons of people disagree with what I'm saying, and that's okay. But Mushoku Tensei lost me, because I was consuming the story under the assumption that Rudy was on some sort of path of redemption, a character meant to be liked despite his shortcomings, who would eventually grow through them. The more I saw the way they executed that story, the less I believed it was the actual story they were trying to tell. Whereas with Frieren, at first I was so hesitant, but the more I sat with it, discussed it, and talked to people around me, the more I feel justified in consuming the content and the moral argument being implied. And that was all supported in better understanding the tools used to tell the story. Because if the demons aren't evil, it adds so much to the story. When people talk about breaking the fourth wall, more often than not, they're referring to something like this.
Oh, hello.
Or this.
It's over. Go home.
But you probably don't think of this. Give me a second and I'll explain. The term, the fourth wall, is generally attributed to the French philosopher Denis Diderot, and its original definition comes from a very literal place representing the invisible wall between actors and an audience. But today I'm arguing a more modern definition, that the fourth wall represents any degree of separation between the audience and art. Breaking the fourth wall generally means directly addressing the audience or meta self-awareness, but there are other ways for media to remove that barrier. Emotion in storytelling primarily comes from a place of empathy, connecting and seeing into a character's world. But every so often in stories, audiences aren't experiencing emotion because a character is, they're experiencing something in conjunction with the characters. Take for example this scene from Naruto Shippuden, where Shikamaru is mourning the loss of a close one. When I was watching this, I didn't just empathize with Shikamaru, I was having an experience alongside him. But sometimes stories come along and get rid of the fourth wall in a more subtle way, one you might not notice unless you were paying close attention. This is a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about when the audience stops empathizing and starts experiencing. So the fourth wall is actually a really interesting thing. We can look at historic ways that the fourth wall is broken, like Shakespeare plays where actors were actively talking to the audience. Or on the opposite side of the spectrum, more modern ways, like video games that tell a story. When someone's controlling a character and it influences the story, there's once again a removal of that separation. Or even a level beyond that, to the most extreme. Virtual and augmented reality are already influencing the way some stories are being told. But all stories are built off of a foundation of the history of storytelling before it. There are tons of established rules and systems that most people follow and some subvert to create engaging stories. But all of these rules eventually come down to what I argue is the core purpose of art, to evoke emotion. And emotion in storytelling as a form of art is built primarily around a foundation of empathy. There's a necessary degree of investment in the characters and story. Now, all art takes advantage of the human brain to evoke emotion. But before we get into the psychology of art, let's understand why I'm bringing up any of this in the first place. So obviously I have this running series called Exploring Frieren. And if we include this video, I've released 14 different essays using Frieren as an excuse to talk about things I find interesting. If any of you guys find yourself back after watching one of my previous videos, consider subscribing. I'm going to keep releasing these weekly. I've loosely been approaching the first season of Frieren chronologically. So for this video, I found myself rewatching episode 9, which has one of my favorite fights from the entire first season. And I noticed something in this episode that I'd never really thought about, which I've since learned can be referred to as mirrors, windows, and sliding glass doors. Mirrors and windows are a little bit more intuitive. Stories can allow people to reflect back on their own life, or see into someone else's. You can see yourself in some characters and experience completely new perspective in others. But what I'm talking about today is more rooted in that idea of the sliding glass door. In the more traditional sense, I've seen this metaphor used to refer to when people are really engrossed in a story. But in my case, I'm not talking about when you feel an emotion as an extension of just empathy, but specifically being able to empathize and personally experience an emotion alongside a character. I think this episode of Frieren does that in a way I've never seen before. But before we analyze that episode, I want to start first by explaining some of the things I've learned about the psychology of art. Completely independent of individual personality, the human mind is influenced by certain norms and standards. Cultural and biological influences are deeply ingrained from an early age. Some people work hard to break away from these social norms or instinctual responses, but even in breaking away, they're still influencing people, and that's only talking about the standards we're aware of. Take, for example, music. Taking a look at the demographics of my audience, most of you will be used to 12-tone music. People's first time listening to microtonal music will sound jarring and off-putting. Seriously, look it up. Most of you will hate it. But it's actually this whole world that's super interesting. This is an example of cultural norms. The reason we know this is because there's many other societies all across the world that don't subscribe to the 12-tone technique. Human taste is heavily influenced by what we're used to. Whereas on the other side of the spectrum, human beings have deeply ingrained instinctual biological responses. This study, for example, found that light landscapes are significantly more comforting than dark paintings. This is based off of the instinctual response to self-preserve. We're afraid of the dark because we can't see what's in it. While this may seem obvious, there's lots of rules that are less intuitive that also are based in instinctual response. Studies have also found that symmetry is appealing to humans, or that we have a bias towards the left cheek of the face. Seriously, there's compelling scientific evidence that independent of culture, human beings value the left side of the face more. In this selfie study, they found that people even did the reverse in mirrors, where they would value the perceived left side of their face, which was really their right because of the mirror's reflection. As soon as you start noticing it, you'll see it all over the place. Take, for example, these Marvel posters, where 19 of the characters, 20 if you include the raccoon, are facing with their left cheek forward, whereas only 8 characters are facing with their right cheek forward. A big portion of them are tiny and in the background, or it seems like they're there to create a more balanced image, which, by the way, is just another rule. The point is to highlight the fact that while light and dark images feels really obvious, there are tons of examples that are less obvious. Lots of rules with lighting a film have nothing to do with creating a natural image and more so to do with creating a compelling one, which ultimately leads to the next point of this video, the 2 different ways people feel emotion in art. The terms I've used when discussing this in the past are body and mind. Take a second to listen to this music. Most likely the emotions you're feeling are not coming from a cerebral place. You don't have to put yourself in someone else's shoes or empathize with a character. This is what I would call embodied feeling. Now, if I were to ask you to think about the most tragic piece of media you've ever consumed, see, that comes from the mind. In reality, there's overlap between these two. They don't exist in a vacuum, and any art can find a way to participate in both or either, and sometimes it can be completely determined by the audience member's interpretation. I think storytelling often uses both the body and mind to evoke emotions. But core to enjoying a story is the ability to step out of your own, to empathize and invest. But sometimes when consuming a story, you stop empathizing and you start experiencing. The most obvious examples of this are built around adrenaline and cortisol, the stress hormone. When people watch scary movies, independent of how aware of the fact that they are in no real risk, the fear they feel often feels very real. The experience of a jump scare is startling, completely independent of empathy. Sometimes those things feel cheap, like they're tricks, but there are other ways in which you can experience a story as well. The death of a character you love can result in very real grief. I'm not saying people can't differentiate between reality and fiction, but it's genuinely sad to lose a character you love. When a story you're really invested in is fighting to save the world, it's easy to feel relief when things work out in the end. There's a deep human instinctual need for connection. It's also something that independently people, me included, just seem to value. So to actively experience an emotion that runs in conjunction with a character you're supposed to be empathizing with, it adds a lot to the experience. These moments are often the byproduct of extreme emotion. The two examples I've given so far are the death of a character you loved and the fight to save a world. Those moments take a lot of time to properly set up. The average story generally gets to do that a couple times. There's longer series like One Piece and Naruto that get to do it often, but that's because they have thousands of episodes to work with and tons of downtime between those moments. But it turns out that's not the only way to do it. Sometimes writers make the fourth wall disappear in a subtle way. I'm sure more people have done it, but I really can't come up with another example outside of this episode of Frieren. Not because I don't think it's been done before, but because I think its subtlety gets in the way of its recognition. So let's finally talk about Frieren. There's this thing called the 5 elements of storytelling that I've talked about a couple times. Characters, conflict, plot, setting, and theme. I think you can look at any story and take those 5 elements and put them in order from least to most important. I've argued in the past that Frieren is not a story built around conflict. In some ways, it almost feels like a slice of life, as stakes are sparse and there's very rarely a real threat. And part of the reason for that is the story is built around this long-living elf mage who saved the world. So in a similar vein to stories like One Punch Man, she functions as a safety net. Someone so capable that there never seems to be any substantial real risk. And across the first 9 episodes, the audience is conditioned to rely on that. Now this feeling runs in conjunction with 2 characters in our story, Frieren and Stark. They're party members accompanying Frieren. And when the stakes rise and they're forced into a fight that's really dangerous, and Frieren leaves, the audience and the characters have the same experience. Not one built around crazy high emotions, but a discomfort, because we all lost the safety net. Something I love about this is it's not the breaking of the fourth wall, it's making it disappear. It's opening the sliding glass door and enhancing the ability to connect with the story. It's subtle, which means it's probably more common than I realize. And I think it makes this fight scene, which has tons of significance to the story, even better. It's built around these major breakthroughs for 2 young characters that I was already incredibly invested in. Stark has to face a very real fear in an incredibly clever way, essentially having to fight a shadow of the master that gave him his scar, someone whose strength he's terrified of. Frieren has no idea her capability because it's always existed in such a vacuum with such extreme safety. In actually a really interesting way, Frieren is a great teacher. There's this idea in education called the zone of proximal development. The optimal place to grow is outside of your comfort zone, but not so far that you panic or give up. Some people will call this X+1, X being your limit, and then a little bit beyond that. And I think that the way that Frieren teaches Frieren and Stark is an excellent example of this. Frieren actually explains it to Stark when they first meet. Growth is often the byproduct of consistent effort and then an eventual leap of faith. And part of what makes this scene so effective is the audience has been conditioned to also rely on Frieren. So when she goes off on her own and leaves Frieren and Stark to deal with this issue, I found myself having the exact same concerns the characters did, and it enhanced the scene. There are a million things to praise in this series, from the outstanding animation that is used very sparingly, to the writing, characters, world building, and remarkable exploration of trope. It's legitimately changed my mind on one of my least favorite genres, fantasy, because there's all these things that they do that are really subtle that add a lot. Like when they make a scene even better by making the fourth wall disappear. Sometimes great characters are simple. Complexity is not a necessary component of a good character, but when complexity is done right, it can add a lot. Some of my favorite characters in stories are built around duality. So when a character has interesting, conflicting personality traits, it can make them feel so much more human. And when it's done poorly, it actually does the exact opposite. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about when duality is done right. So duality is built around contrast, specifically between 2 different concepts. Take for example Naruto. There are multiple cool examples of duality in his character, like his general irresponsibility juxtaposed to his unwavering will to fight against what feels unjust, or his grandiose self-centered ambition opposed to his total lack of hesitation to sacrifice things for others. What makes Naruto such a special character is the duality that's consistently offered. He's annoying, but endearing. and I find my favorite characters consistently exhibit these traits. There are tons of outstanding examples in Avatar: The Last Airbender, but mine and many other people's personal favorite is Iroh. Introduced first as a simple man that is lighthearted and unserious, he eventually evolves into one of the most substantial characters in all of media. There are tons of cool parts of Iroh that exist in contrast. His lighthearted, silly nature opposed to his hardened military background as a general. There are things like him supporting Zuko and then secretly working against the Fire Nation. But today I want to look at a very specific example of a remarkably well-written character that exhibits duality, that can teach us so much about character writing in general. To no one's shock, given this series and my channel, today we're talking about Frieren. There's this common misnomer that complexity equates depth. I think simple things can be incredibly deep, but when it comes to characters, it feels like complexity can add so much, especially given that primary characters need to have compelling story arcs and complexity can lead to conflict. Overcoming struggle is an incredibly important part of character arcs, and well thought out duality leads to interesting conflict. But this is really hard to do well, because when you're building a character, any mistake in the equation can cause a cascading effect of things not working. Stories are built around the suspension of disbelief. If fundamental parts of the story stop making sense or feeling right, like a house of cards, everything can suddenly collapse. But stories are also fighting for your attention, so they have to make things make sense without taking too long explaining them. Audiences need to stay engaged. So writing stories requires many different acts of balancing. Not the duality we're talking about here with characters, but another form of duality. Man, I keep saying that word a lot. It's almost like I'm making a video about it. So let me explain what makes Frieren such a well-written character and great example of duality for those who aren't familiar or those who don't see it. This story takes place after the hero's journey. Frieren is introduced as one of the 4 party members that saved the world from the Demon King. It's a character-driven story that's obviously built around very charming and interesting relationships between different characters. Conflict is incredibly unimportant, which leads to a show that feels in some ways very slow, but in other ways very precise. It wouldn't exactly be wrong to say that at times it feels a lot like a slice of life, but then true to the fantasy adventure, in a way that almost feels random if it weren't for the fact that it fits so perfectly into the story, the show will crank it up to 11, including outstanding fight sequences that are on par with some of the best animation I've seen in recent years. And it does all that without it being a primary focus of the story. Honestly, there's a whole video in that topic right there that I'll eventually make. But at the center of all of this is the namesake of the show, Frieren. I think she's an outstandingly well-written character, but I think it's a little slow to start. There's this archetype in anime called a kudere, the cool, seemingly emotionless character who hides behind a veil of mystery. Too often, kuderes end up being completely uninteresting as writers forget that there should be something behind the mystery. Now, Frieren ticks all the boxes for this classic archetype. Light hair, a name that literally means cold, and so many scenes, especially in the pilot where she doesn't express much emotion. But what initially makes this character so interesting is how quickly they subvert that. She is a charming, silly character who's incredibly emotionally expressive, but still struggles to connect with those around her. Her personality runs perfectly in line with this exploration of the everlasting elf, and the ultimate story is about Frieren learning to value her relationships more and the brief time she has to share with the people around her. She's such a fun and interesting exploration of this trope. And after 10 episodes of all these little adventures that seemingly have such slim stakes, it becomes easy to forget the context in which she was originally introduced. She's an incredibly powerful mage who saved the world from the Demon King, which leads to this fun moment that I've seen in a couple other pieces of media, but never really explored in this way, where the main character becomes the boogeyman for the bad guys. So this has been done a couple times. The most obvious examples I can think of are John Wick and Batman. So in Nolan's Batman trilogy, there's this thing they do a lot where they jump into the perspective of the bad guys, allowing the audience to see how scary Batman is. It felt like a horror movie except for the fact that the monster was the good guy and we were on his side. There's also that iconic scene from John Wick where he's not the boogeyman, he's the guy you hire to kill the boogeyman. Every time I've seen this decision played out well, it's so fun, but it's almost always badass characters. Well, sometimes it's a cute elf. I really like the way Frieren did this, not just because it was cool or because it ties into the duality of Frieren's character, but because there's so much more. There are so many fascinating themes in this story, like Frieren's relationship with magic, or later when she's defined as a mage made for an era of peace. But part of what I found so fun about it is she's introduced as this badass character, and then across 10 episodes we forget that. Okay, so this is the point where I'm going to start throwing in some spoilers. So this is going to be through episode 10 of Frieren Beyond Journey's End. So when it comes full circle, and 10 episodes in, we're introduced to some demons who are acting as antagonists. We end up finding out that they call her Frieren the Slayer. She's literally the boogeyman for these monsters. Frieren as a character up until this point is so overwhelmingly charming, all built around these little imperfections and faults. I actually made a whole video exploring that concept. I'll link it in the card right now. So there's the first introduction to Frieren as the badass mage, and then she grows into this charismatic, charming character. We're given all these little reminders of how badass she is, but then it's shown in full, in arguably one of the coldest scenes in the entire show. Frieren's face-off against Aura the Guillotine is fantastic. A mix of Aura's powers and hubris lead her directly into a trap. One of the reasons duality is such an effective character writing tool is because contrast is incredibly intriguing. You can set stakes by having characters contradict pre-existing character traits. For example, if you make a silly and happy character stern, it really sets the tone. Or having a calm and collected character show visible stress and pressure. Frieren is built around this entire adventure that happened before our story even takes place. We only get small snippets of it here and there. But time and time again, Frieren's character shocked me, eloquently dancing around all these conflicting character traits. She's 1,000 years old, but at times comes across as incredibly youthful. She's the mage that saved the world, but she doesn't really take herself too seriously. She's one of the most powerful people in the world, but she doesn't care much for fighting. She's so capable, but also falls prey to silly habits. Frieren is absolutely badass, but she's so many other things first. She's a sweetheart, but also very scary. She's likely just one of many different characters that showcase the value of duality in character writing, but I do think she's a great example. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Fear is a pretty universal experience, so it's no shock that writers use it constantly to explore characters. And while some of the most iconic characters in media are cowards, it's not always easy to do it well. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're exploring the archetype of a coward. Character arcs are a fundamental part of storytelling, and fear has been used across all forms of media. Look at horror as a genre, or how often villains are terrifying. Generally, heroes face things without hesitation. But what happens when you place a coward among these heroes as a supporting character? It can contextualize everything and through contrast highlight the brave actions around them. Or, and this tends to be true too, it can be really annoying. So today we're going to be looking at primarily 3 different characters in anime that fall under this archetype of the coward. Stark from Frieren, Usopp from One Piece, and Zenitsu from Demon Slayer. This video was originally created with the intention of comparing Stark and Zenitsu, but in writing the video I realized that Usopp is an interesting sequitur between the two. That being said, a couple asterisks, we're going to be talking just about the anime adaptations of Frieren and Demon Slayer. We're not going to be talking about the manga. And for Usopp, we're primarily going to be focusing on the first couple arcs through Arlong Park. I haven't watched past the first 150 episodes of One Piece, so I probably shouldn't talk about Usopp as a general character rather than his introduction. Okay, qualifiers out of the way. Let's jump in. One of the best things you can do when creating a relatable character who's a coward is give them fears that are reasonable. Stories often take place in extreme circumstance, with lives and the world on the line. Zenitsu and Stark are facing terrifying monsters, and Usopp is essentially surrounded by gods capable of destroying buildings with single swipes. These characters being afraid makes sense, and while this helps, it doesn't mean that they're well-written characters. I'm specifically talking about Zenitsu here. I'll explain my criticism in more detail as the video goes on, but I've constantly seen people defending Zenitsu's poor character writing under the realm of realism. And while I do believe at first that Zenitsu's fears are reasonable, I argue that he's a poor example of the coward archetype that could have been so much more. There's this really cool clip from an interview with Gabe Newell, the famous game developer responsible for the Half-Life series. He argues fun is not realism but reinforcement.
Somebody say that's not realistic, and you're like, Okay, explain to me why that's interesting, because in the real world, I have to write up lists of stuff I have to go to the grocery store to buy. And I've never thought to myself that realism is fun. I go play games to have fun. And so we had to come up with some notion of what fun was. We knew it was an ad hoc definition, and it was the degrees to which the game recognizes and responded to the player's choices and actions.
I agree a lot with parts of this sentiment. Media is made with a purpose in mind, and the pursuit of realism can get in the way of that goal. I'd also argue that realism can serve the purpose. It mostly depends on how it's done. While Gabe Newell was talking about video games, today we're talking about shows, and more specifically, characters in shows. While Zenitsu's fear could positively impact the character writing, in the end it just ends up getting in the way, and I don't feel that way about Stark or Usopp. So let's look at a couple reasons why this archetype of the coward doesn't work as well in Demon Slayer as the other two shows. Starting first with facing fear. A quick reminder, if you enjoy these videos or find yourself back here after watching a previous one, consider subscribing. Adversity and conflict is the basis of a lot of storytelling. Characters struggling and facing challenges are central to character growth. So when characters face their fear, it can be incredibly endearing. And the first difference between a well and poorly written coward is the way they explore the impacts of fear, not the fear itself. Being afraid is one thing, but the way the character responds ultimately determines how the audience is going to perceive them. Both Stark and Usopp face their fears despite them. Zenitsu is never proactive, often cornered before he takes any sort of response. There's one exception to that, but we'll get to that later. Usopp and Stark's heroism is expanded on, not diminished because of their fear. They're acting against their overwhelming instinct because they need to help or contribute. Zenitsu's big badass moments never seem to contribute to any confidence, but they also don't seem to come with any consequence. There's one moment where Zenitsu acts heroically without that crutch of being unconscious. In Season 1, Episode 12, Zenitsu faces his fear, protecting Tanjiro's box because he's his friend and it's important to Tanjiro. We'll talk about how important this scene is for my argument later when we come back to growth. But outside of that scene, Zenitsu consistently avoids facing his fears, which is especially frustrating given how powerful he is, which leads to the next point, power. If you were to create a Venn diagram between Stark, Zenitsu, and Usopp, at the center would be the fact that they're cowards. But Zenitsu and Stark share another trait. They're incredibly powerful in universe. And in both cases, this leads to really cool moments where they get to show up against a powerful opponent. And while being strong isn't inherently a bad thing, Usopp's lack of power is part of what makes his character so interesting. He finds ways to contribute in this grand adventure, despite not having as powerful of a skill set as his surrounding allies. So while Usopp gets his shiny moments, it's never coming from a place of power, but ingenuity. But big shiny moments from power are incredibly fun. That's why a lot of other characters in One Piece get them so often. Zenitsu's power in Demon Slayer is incredibly frustrating. Not only because he should be continuously building confidence through the series as he fights stronger and stronger opponents, but also because I think the solution to his fear and how he consistently fights feels like a huge cop-out, especially with the way it's explored. Which leads to our third point, solution and consequence. For a character to be incredibly powerful and a huge coward, there needs to be some sort of circumstance and acknowledgement. Because someone who's incredibly powerful shouldn't stay afraid of things for very long. Alright, this is the point where we're going to start really getting into spoilers for both Frieren and Demon Slayer. We're going to be covering the first season of Frieren and Demon Slayer through the Hashira training arc. Something that makes Usopp and Stark really interesting characters is not only are their fears justified, but they adjust as the story goes on. Their fears are based off of the experiences they continue to have. When Stark finally overcomes the dragon, he doesn't simply just transform into someone that's no longer afraid, he just gains some level of confidence. And later, his reluctance to fight the demons doesn't undermine that growth, because when push comes to shove, he doesn't hesitate. We're getting a little bit too much into the growth category, which I want to talk about later, so instead we're going to focus right now on how Zenitsu's character doesn't have proper solutions and consequences. Having unconsciousness be the solution to Zenitsu's fear is a bit of an anime answer. That being said, most audiences, me included, constantly deal with weird answers and solutions to problems as long as they're properly set up. So my issue doesn't actually lie in the fact that Zenitsu's solution is that he's unconscious. It just feels like there should be some consequence or play around that idea. If power in stories is a byproduct of some shortcut, it needs to come with some trade-off. If Zenitsu can't overcome his fear and has to rely on his unconsciousness to fight, there should be trade-offs. There's a video from a YouTuber named Captain Mac that goes into potential answers to this feeling. For example, paraphrasing Captain Mac, if Zenitsu when he was unconscious wasn't capable of differentiating between ally and foe, that would create a consequence for that Deus Ex Machina. It would feel less like a cop-out. or if Zenitsu had some sort of internal struggle where he was desperate to fight but couldn't get himself to pass out. That could have been a great moment for character growth, where Zenitsu would learn that he couldn't rely on passing out to face his fears. There was also little to no explanation why Zenitsu could pass out and still fight, or why he became more conscious throughout the series while in that passed out state. There's a difference between implying things and a story requiring headcanon for anything to make sense. They could have just had a training arc where Zenitsu realized by closing his eyes and only listening, because that's his whole thing, he has great hearing, that he's capable of fighting without facing his fears. Literally any answer and consequence would be better than none. Stark's powerful but lacks self-confidence. As he takes on more enemies, he gains confidence and starts to lose that fear. In one season, we see more character growth from Stark than I feel like Zenitsu has gone through in the entire series so far. But even if we did see sudden change in Zenitsu, I think it would be incredibly undeserved, because they'd have to explain the entirety of why he changed suddenly in the new season. No matter how justified the answer is, they're going to be introducing these ideas after he's already made some sort of change. Maybe it'll be done really well and they'll explore Zenitsu in a satisfying way by the end of the story. But more than likely, I won't be satisfied with any change that didn't feel set up over a long period of time, because while human growth comes in tipping points, that requires lots of buildup. Which leads to the fifth point: just walk away. I don't understand why Zenitsu is still a demon slayer if he's so afraid and not growing at all. Usopp is desperate to become a hero who goes on adventures and wants to overcome his fear. Stark keeps finding himself in situations where he can't leave people behind and needs to protect them. But why is Zenitsu still a demon slayer? If he's that afraid, just step away or find other ways to help. And if he can't do that, explain why he can't do that. If Zenitsu's fear is as serious as it seems to be, it should be explored in the story, because facing your fears is actually a very admirable trait. Sticking to something that's really hard, despite your inclination not to, just to help people, is actually very likable. And part of the reason I know that is because I love Usopp and Stark for those reasons. It's almost a more pure representation of heroism. In thinking about this, I don't even actually want Zenitsu to have quit being a demon slayer. I just wish the story had given us more of a reason why he stuck with it, which leads to the last and I think most important part of this all, which is character growth. Even in the small chunk of One Piece I got to see, I felt like Usopp went through a lot of growth, and very importantly, not at a pace that felt unrealistic. It wasn't sudden and drastic. Big moments where he was brave were built up to, stakes were set. And along that line, Stark is an outstanding character that faces his fears consistently. He doesn't magically change overnight. He practices to counteract his fear and learns to trust those around him. He struggles to take those leaps of faith that are necessary to face your fears until people are in danger and he feels obligated to try to help. Stark and Usopp's growth often comes from proactive action, and they're so far from static characters. The closest thing we see to Zenitsu growing in the story is when he fights to save Tanjiro's box. Captain Mac's video points this out. It's a terrible sign when the scene that indicated the most growth in a character was in the first season and then they abandoned it completely. One of my friends a little while back retweeted this thing. It was a question asking what the best character design and worst executed character was. And to no shock, he retweeted Zenitsu. Part of the reason why I found this character so disappointing is because it felt like it had so much promise. I didn't realize I was a sucker for these archetypal cowards that are forced to face their fears. I enjoy Usopp and I love Stark. They navigate their fears in a way that's so compelling, especially given the fact that they're supporting characters that are sometimes overshadowed. Stark has so many magnificent moments, like facing the dragon for the first time, or when he faces the demon that can emulate his master's technique. He was so afraid of Aizen, so to see someone literally emulating that and then to overcome it, to realize that she just doesn't hit as hard, it's such a fantastic scene. The archetype of the coward has been emulated time and time again and resulted in some of the best moments in television. It's hard to do consistently well, but when a writer does a good job, it's just so easy for me to love those characters. Thanks for watching. I'll be back next week. I love anime. Shocking, I know. So much so that recently it's actually kind of become my career. But as I faced the challenge of explaining what I do to family and friends, I realized just how unapproachable anime is. It feels like when I'm talking to people, despite having watched a handful of anime, they won't define themselves as an anime viewer. I think there's lots of reasons for this, but some come to mind first. A lot like gaming, hardcore fans have been incredibly possessive of anime. Overt and constant heavy-handed fan service is pretty jarring. Even something as simple as reading subtitles may prevent people from watching anime. But I think they're missing out. Anime is filled with some of the most amazing, emotionally resonant stories I've ever had the opportunity to experience. But I find myself not being able to share this thing I'm so passionate about with many different people in my life. I wish it were more approachable. But what if there's a show that's so good it's easy to get into, where the hurdles of anime don't seem so big? One so well done and universal, you could even watch it with your mom. Welcome to a weekly running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about the subtle things that make Frieren Beyond Journey's End more than just another anime. Let's start with a question. Why has Frieren stayed at the top of my anime list when so many other shows have failed to dethrone Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood? I actually made an entire video exploring that idea, but to oversimplify for today, I think Frieren offers so much depth and is incredibly approachable. The story is built around a simple, deep exploration of the human condition, which can apply to almost anyone. I think there are certain shows that people might define as starter anime that are more approachable for those who are less familiar with the medium. But out of all of those potential shows, I think this one specifically is the most approachable if you wanted to sit down and watch something with your mom. Now, before I explain why, there's a couple things I want to talk about first, so bear with me. People have this very reasonable misconception that Frieren is my all-time favorite show. I wonder where they got that idea. While I do love this show, the reason it's the entire identity of this channel is because it is a catalyst for talking about so many different interesting ideas. It's so well written, and there's lessons for people of all different walks of life to learn from it. Just over a month ago, I flew across the country because my brother and his partner were having their first baby. And as I was staying with my mom and working from my old bedroom, I had a viewer leave a really cool comment about how they watched Frieren with their mom. And as someone who had spent a lot of time explaining Frieren to my mom, I thought about what made it so approachable. What differentiated it from a lot of other anime that I would never even consider showing her? And thanks to this comment, I'm now making a video about it. And I think we'll start first with how Frieren subverted the anime trio, and it seems like people didn't even notice. I'm gonna name a couple shows, you tell me what they have in common. Naruto, Attack on Titan, Jujutsu Kaisen, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, Gurren Lagann, and Avatar: The Last Airbender. Each show has a trio made up of 2 male and 1 female characters. The protagonist is always male, sometimes the other male character is also a second protagonist, and the female character tends to be a supporting one. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with having a trio with this dynamic, but given anime's tendency towards poorly written female characters, I think there's been a huge drought. I think anime would benefit immensely from more well-done female protagonists. A couple of my favorite shows recently, like Bocchi the Rock and Skip and Loafer, have great female leads, which pulls us to the first reason why Frieren Beyond Journey's End is a great show to watch with your mom. It has not 1, but 2 outstanding female protagonists. I definitely believe Fern, especially as the story goes on, is as much of a main character as Frieren. This dynamic duo is rounded out by one of my favorite supporting characters written in the last couple years. Not only is the subversion of the anime trio really well done, it's also subtle. So what makes these female protagonists so well written? Anime generally has 2 approaches to female protagonists. They tend to be limited to genre like magical girls or slice of life, or they're a very specific archetype, sexy and badass. There are a couple great examples of this that I'm not personally very familiar with, but people hold in high regard. Shows like Ghost in a Shell, Black Lagoon, and Claymore all come to mind. Now, while Frieren definitely has her badass moments, I would say that it's not one of the initial character traits that come to mind first when thinking about her writing. She's so many different interesting things before badass. Now, different doesn't necessarily mean better, you just have more flexibility when people aren't as sensitive to common trope and cliche. So what actually makes these characters so good? Frieren is a unique and interesting character driven by fantastic duality. Paraphrasing a comment I once saw in a discussion thread, she's a great example of the difference between a long life and a long youth. Her feeling cold and disconnected from the people around her is a core aspect of the entire story, but she's far from dull, expressing tons of charm and personality. At times, she offers significant wisdom and understanding, and in other moments, she needs to be taken care of. And more important than any of these specific characteristic traits on paper, she's very cohesive. Everything works well to serve not only her character arc, but the overarching story. And her relationship with Fern, our second protagonist, is also outstanding. Their journeys are filled with clever little banter. There are clear parallels in their story arcs, while their individual personalities are very distinct. Both characters feel like fantastic explorations of optimistic nihilism. You can see this really explored throughout the entire series, but especially in the second episode titled "It Didn't Have to Be Magic." Frieren is a really fun exploration of a teenage girl growing up in a fantasy world that doesn't feel like it relies too much on trope and cliche. I would say a lot of characters and even the story itself, especially initially, comes across as very dull. But as the story goes on, you learn a lot about how much they actually have to offer, especially when it comes to the relationships they have with one another. The pacing in this story is slow, but the deep emotional resonance that comes in both small and big moments throughout the show is only possible because of the pacing. The writers don't succeed despite slow pacing, but because they properly utilize the space it provides. But back to a final point about Frieren and Frieren, they're both female characters that aren't at all defined by their gender, but their gender is absolutely factored into inspired character writing. To me, it felt like the writer really eloquently struck the balance between acknowledging that the characters are women and that's a big part of who they are, while also avoiding tokenization and writing compelling characters independent of their gender. There are love stories in this show that don't dominate it. They're built off of real chemistry and time spent together, all while being incredibly subtle, baked into the story alongside other significant plot points. It's rare to see love in stories like this take a back seat, but it's done so well in this series, which leads to the second reason your mom might love this show: the diversity it offers. There are old characters directly facing their own mortality. There are teenagers moving towards adulthood. There are really old characters that are also very youthful, and there are youthful characters that are forced to grow up quick. But there's also an extreme emotional diversity. It's not just the well-written ensemble cast. It's a story that at times is mundane, and then in other moments grandiose and big. But all of these unique components are built off of a very approachable foundation of a high fantasy world. People are used to these magical settings. They're familiar with elves, dwarves, dragons, and magic. Frieren's overlap with media like Lord of the Rings makes it more approachable, especially for generations of people that aren't familiar with anime. Which is funny because I'm personally a huge critic of fantasy. I find it incredibly overused and saturated. This series has actually kind of changed my mind because Frieren is so subversive as well, exploring ideas that I feel like somehow have never been explored before this. So all these different components, the fact that it's a story based off of the human condition, it has an outstanding ensemble cast that explores characters from all different age ranges, or that it's set in an approachable fantasy world. All these things contribute to you being able to share this experience with someone else, even maybe your mom. I think there are 3 major reasons I chose to make video essays on YouTube, all of which are important for different reasons. To be very blunt, the first is that I want to make money doing this. I'd like to have a stable career doing something I enjoy. The second is that I love analyzing media. To put to words a unique experience that I can't quite explain initially is really fun. Understanding all the different tactics and components that go into making an audience feel such strong emotions is really fun for me. But ultimately, the third and I think biggest reason I chose to make video essays is because I love consuming media as a way of connecting with others. So often, after finishing a fantastic piece of media, I immediately find myself going out of my way to go on forums. I find discussion threads of people talking about their experience. I grew up in a family that consumed media together. Some of my favorite experiences with all of my loved ones came that way. And the reason I actually ended up watching Frieren is because my roommate insisted. I had seen the first episode, and for some reason it had fallen in the back burner. I wasn't inspired to keep watching, but he pushed for us to watch it together. So across a month, we sat down and watched 3 episodes every couple nights. Obviously, that snowballed into me making this entire series, but I really value that experience. It's something I hold so dear. To be able to spend quality time consuming something that causes such a strong emotional response with other people is, I don't know, probably a major component of why I even watch media in the first place. Which is why I think Frieren is such a fantastic show. I had the luxury of consuming this alongside someone, and I'm hoping that my series offers some people that too. So thanks for exploring all these weird things with me. It's pretty cool. And if any of you do actually try watching this series with your mom, let me know how it goes. I'll see you next week. What makes a story deep? Well, I think most people have some answer. It's hard to find something that's definitive. Depth can come through the story, in the way it's presented, or how it applies outside of itself. But I do think everyone can point towards a piece of media that they felt was very deep, offered something significant. Well, one of my favorite shows that I think offers immense depth had a character show up for just about 1 episode that perfectly highlighted and encapsulated everything it had to offer. Not only is this impressive, but I also think there's a lot to learn from it. Oh, and he was only around for about 10 minutes. This is Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about the nebulous nature of depth. So Frieren Beyond Journey's End is a pretty popular show, and I'm no stranger to talking about it. This is the 18th video I've made in the last couple months exploring this show specifically. People assume I make these videos because I think it's the best show, but really the reason I keep coming back is because independent of whether or not you've actually seen it, there's a lot of really cool ideas you can explore with Frieren as a primary catalyst. There's just so much to learn, whether or not it's in the outstanding writing and execution or its exploration of the human condition. Something else really fun about it is it's one of those shows that's carried so much by the experience. And what I mean by that is I think you could have a huge portion of the story spoiled, go back and watch it for the first time, and still enjoy it a lot knowing what's coming next. I'd argue Frieren is a show deeply carried by its execution and depth. It purposely doesn't set up very high stakes, conflict, or drama. That's actually one of the more controversial, divisive parts of the show, its slow pacing. But the space that gives ultimately is what I think makes the show significant. It has room to set up and explore incredibly deep ideas. And I think that's beautifully highlighted in a character that's introduced for just a very brief part of this story. One that fits perfectly into all these different themes and layers. But before we talk about him, let's start by trying to define what makes a story deep. It turns out this is a pretty complicated question to answer because when people talk about a story being deep, they can refer to all different types of things. All 5 elements of storytelling, character, conflict, plot, theme, and setting all can be deep, and that depth can apply to the story or beyond it. Take for example setting. Creating a world that feels like it exists beyond the frame of the story being shown can add a lot of depth. The famous fiction writer Brandon Sanderson has rules for magic systems, the third of which is to go deeper, not wider, which is an incredibly important distinction. I think there's a common misconception that complexity equates depth. And while this is a little bit dependent on your definition of complexity, I think it's a misnomer that's built around some truth. If you introduce too many moving parts to a story, you won't fully explore any of them. And ultimately what makes a story deep, I think, comes down to 2 major factors. The first is significance, and the second is interconnection. Today's video is brought to you by me. Turns out anime video essays are not as profitable as you'd imagine. Someday soon I'll replace this with actual sponsorships that will create a significantly more reliable source of income. But in the meantime, consider going to my Patreon. If you like my videos, have disposable income, and want to support me, go check it out. There's a link in the description below. Let's start first by analyzing some of Frieren's animation. I went down this rabbit hole of trying to understand something, and actually I think it adds a lot to the conversation. There's this scene from Frieren where Stark is fighting a dragon, and there are 3 major components that make this animation so interesting that I didn't notice until today, which is shocking given the fact that I've watched the show multiple times and that I've used this clip over and over again. The 3 things that make this clip such a good example of depth are the layers, the rock, and the axe. So there's 3 layers being animated here on different timing. The first is the foreground, which includes Stark and the ground he's running on. The second is the dragon, and the third is the background. But before I explain that, let's understand animation timing. So animation is done at 24 frames per second, and the most common timing is animating on 1s, 2s, and 3s, which just refers to the time between each new frame that's animated. If you animate on 1s, every frame will be a new drawing. If you animate on 2s, that means every 2 frames is a new drawing. And obviously, animating on 3s means every 3 frames there's a new drawing. Now, in reality, animators play with timing a lot, so it's more complicated than I'm letting on. But there's another scene we should look at that showcases a general rule of animation that applies to what I'm going to be arguing in a second. This fox that has snow fall on him. So slowing it down, you'll notice 2 major things. The first is that this is being animated on 3s, and the second is that the fox and the snow are moving on the exact same frame. Now, not all scenes are like this one, but in reality, most scenes have variable animation frame rates because animation is actually incredibly taxing, so they're trying to get the best looking product out of the most manageable amount of work possible. But the general rule is movement is matched. It seems really uncommon for animation on 2s and 3s to be staggered at all. Now, going back to that Stark animation that we were talking about earlier, there are 3 layers that all independently are functioning on different 2s and 3s. When isolated, they look like normal animation where all the movement is matched. But just adding the dragon's tail will showcase that they're offset. And if we play all 3 at a slowed down pace, is actually really obvious. And I think this decision was purposeful and added a lot to the suspense of the fight. There was always something really interesting about the way these action sequences were animated, so it was really satisfying to find something so tangible. It's almost uncanny in a good way. There are a couple other small things that add a lot to the dynamics of the scene, like this rock. Did the animators have to include it? No. but I absolutely think it makes the shot better. But ultimately what made me want to deep dive on this scene is the way that Stark uses his axe to kill his momentum. Little stuff like this adds up a lot, especially in conjunction. It makes these action scenes so satisfying. I'm pointing out these small things because while I initially missed them, finding them made sense. So essentially what I'm arguing is that deep media is the byproduct of significance and interconnection, which is why Craft the Monk is such an interesting demonstration of depth. A really fundamental part of Frieren as a story is embracing fantasy trope and then exploring them deeper. There have been many cases of the everlasting elf archetype, someone who's lived thousands of years yet somehow doesn't feel like it. For Frieren as a character and the story as a whole, her age is fundamental. The whole initial premise of the story is what comes after the hero's adventure, and because there's no significant conflict or threat, the story has to find other ways to keep the audience engaged. Where I see this most is in its exploration of theme and the human condition. But some of these themes, like learning to value relationships before they're gone, or that little moments are as important to heroism as big ones, they individually are really well explored, but also enhanced by all the other depth that the show has to offer. A soft spoiler warning for general themes of the show. Craft is introduced in the 11th episode, actually the second half of the 11th episode. Frieren engages in this thing I call staggered episodes that I could actually maybe do a whole video on itself, but the point being is that this entire story is explored in about 10 minutes. Now, while the character himself doesn't really have much of an opportunity after this to interact with the main cast, he does come up a couple times later. But it feels like this character was not only entertaining, but a really interesting deep dive on so many different already established ideas. Take for example the fact that Craft is also an everlasting elf, and seeing these two elves for the first time in the story so far interacting was really fascinating. Frieren's long life is a fundamental part of the story and her character arc, so I didn't realize how interesting it would be to see Craft's response to the same problem. The story explores an almost nihilistic perspective of what it would be like to live such a long life in a world not made for you. But more interesting than that question is the proposed answers. When Craft and Frieren first meet, he asks if she's heard of him. Later in the story, it's revealed that Craft was a hero of a previous age, now forgotten. His grand adventures now only remembered by unnamed statues. This is important, but I'll get to that in a second. Frieren doesn't recognize him. While initially this doesn't offer much, later in the story it signifies just how long ago his adventures must have taken place. Frieren's thousands of years old. He also functions as a way of contextualizing just how crazy that is, that she's lived for as long as she has. Both Craft and Frieren are driven towards finding some purpose, something to pursue in their day-to-day. While Frieren collects magic, which by the way is a huge theme for both her and Fern's character in the story, Craft is a monk, finding purpose in faith to counteract the harsh reality that time diminishes any achievement, no matter how grand. On one hand, elves are characters that have lived so many different lives, but on the other hand, there's no urgency. When you have seemingly unlimited time, there's less consequence to a mistake. Craft functions as another interesting interconnected layer to an already pretty established and explored theme in the story. He's very aware of the fact that he's been forgotten by the general history of the world. But later in the story, we're introduced to another great and interesting character who was directly inspired by the statue left from Craft's adventures. There's this Japanese tradition of woven braids called kumihimo. I like using this as a metaphor for building a story. All these independent parts that are layered and woven together to create a singular, significant product. Frieren chooses to engage in really interesting questions, like what does it mean to be a hero? Or how to value the relationships you have before they're gone. These are just some of many questions that explore things in the human condition. But the deep, rich world building and character development serve these themes. They're all layers that weave together to create such a grand product. And lots of these ideas are built in the realm of the fantastic. They're embracing this fantasy genre. Magic is used not only to entertain, but also to explore. But it doesn't stop there. Magic then interacts with the world around it. Very often, significant moments for each character is built around the magical premise of the story. Stark facing a dragon, or Fern choosing a magical reward. While they represent bigger things, they also enhance what we've already been introduced to. Duality and conflicting viewpoints can offer so much, especially when the two things you're comparing already offer such substance. Because that's what depth ultimately is about. Significance and substance. Stories are ultimately about entertaining people and evoking emotion. So when they approach something that requires nuance and treat it with care, using networks of layers and support to create a beautifully woven product, it stops being fiction and it makes it start feeling real. The impact stories have had on me is very real. When I first started exploring this idea of what makes something deep, I wanted to focus mostly on this emotional intelligence that sometimes great stories offer. Frieren is a story built around these highly emotional moments that are slowly built up so expertly. And when you find stories that are able to tap into that depth, not only in the execution, but also in the things you can extrapolate from it, the way it applies to you or resonates with you, completely outside of the fictitious world, for me it's just breathtaking. While being entertained is great, and there's nothing wrong with consuming media purely for that intention, I love when stories offer something more. When they explore these less tangible ideas that aren't so absolute, with delicacy and care. Trying to fully encapsulate what makes stories deep has been really challenging, because ultimately it's something that you feel more than you understand. A combination of all these things that subconsciously influence you, things you maybe wouldn't notice until you looked really closely, like a rock or axe that's dug into the ground to slow down momentum, or a brief character that somehow across the entire series keeps tying into all these reoccurring themes. Depth is hard to pin down, but also it's my favorite part of stories. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Heroes are so common in stories that sometimes the term is used interchangeably with protagonist. The most famous storytelling structure in the West is the hero's journey. But what really is heroism, and given its saturation in stories, is anyone actually exploring it in a fresh new way? What if there was a story that showcased the value in small moments as much as the big ones? A show capable of subverting and embracing trope. One that's built around such sincerity that the heroic moments hit so hard. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how not all heroes can pull swords from stone. Heroism is often reduced to its biggest moments. This isn't inherently a bad thing. Triumphant scenes, brave actions, and characters overcoming life-threatening stakes all have their place in stories, rightfully so. However, not all heroes wear capes or save the day, because being a hero is ultimately about helping others, and in some cases, prophecy. I'm far from an expert on classic literature and its influence, but I do know that The Chosen One and prophecies are almost as old as written storytelling itself. But I think one of the main reasons the prophetic hero has held true across thousands of years of storytelling is because it's simple for audiences. It's a fun and engaging way of foreshadowing the story you're gonna tell. Because classically, stories built around heroes result in them always winning. The interesting part was how. Now, subverting the standard of the hero protagonist that's destined to win has become more common. The rise of anti-heroes, villain protagonists, and meta storytelling are all a response to subvert this standard of the hero. But not all subversion has to be denial. Something that makes Frieren Beyond Journey's End such an interesting story is the way it engages in trope. Subverting by denying a trope is different than embracing it and finding new depth, questions and answers that lead the story in a different direction than what we've seen time and time again, like making a completely new dish with almost the exact same ingredients. And one of my favorite examples of this in Frieren is the way they explore being a hero. They twist vanity on its head and showcase the value of the little unshiny moments that come with heroism as much as the big ones. Being a hero isn't just about saving the city from a dragon, it's also clearing an obstructed path that people use every day. Last week, I made an entire video talking about Frieren's depth as a broad concept, which is why this week I wanted to choose a specific example that showcases that depth. There's a lot of heroes in Frieren. The two people I would argue are primary protagonists, Fern and Frieren, are absolutely heroes. And while I'll talk about both of them today, I want to focus more on Stark and Himmel. Frieren is a story built around the question of what comes after the hero's journey, and while the new party explores the world on their own adventure, there's a side-by-side comparison to the previous heroes that saved the world. This story is a lot about Frieren recontextualizing and learning more from her old experiences through her new ones. All of these people influenced Frieren, but as the story goes on, we learn that the forefront of that influence was Himmel. While Frieren is categorized as a mage, Eisen as a warrior, and Hyder as a priest, Himmel simply categorized as a hero. Like I've said time and time again, this story really embraces trope at first. Right on the nose there. And while this character's fascinating, it's almost better juxtaposed to a new age hero, one who's influenced by his master, the warrior Eisen, and the stories of heroes before him like Himmel. There's a lot to learn from the way this character's written. A constant lesson in acting and writing is the idea of character motivation. Why is a character acting the way they are? What do they want? Who are they and who do they want to be? Understanding a character's motivation can provide incredible clarity. And I think the forefront motivation for both Stark and Himmel is the need to protect others. These characters consistently offer so much care and compassion to the people around them. It's actually kind of a unifying trait I've seen across many different anime when it comes to creating compelling heroes. That need to protect others is often paired with a hard-headed resistance to norms and pressures, the ability to stand in the face of extreme adversity and overcome it. Actually, in a really interesting way, I think Frieren also deeply falls into this category, someone that will not compromise on the standards that they believe in. She's also a very interesting exploration of heroism, but that's for another day. There's actually a lot of really interesting interconnected traits between different cast members while all maintaining distinct personality. Frieren and Frieren maintain unique characteristics while also having very similar motivation. Obviously, I also feel that way about Stark and Himmel. All of these traits and actions are incredibly endearing because that's a huge part of storytelling, is being invested in the story that's being told. The most common way that writers do this is by making it easy to root for the characters. Consuming a story requires a certain level of investment: time, attention, energy, money. Writers are constantly fighting to keep their audiences engaged. And the pairing of a likable, endearing cast with a unique set of personalities creates for a very interesting network of character relationships and story development. A cool example of this that also ties back into what I was talking about earlier, and the idea that heroism is about small moments as well as large, is this scene where a merchant is on a road that's blocked. And when Stark asks why they're clearing the road instead of using magic to traverse it, we find out that Frieren correctly argues that doesn't do anything to help all the people who will use this road after them. Stark has an inclination towards the grandiose. But in reality, one of the most practical lessons in this story to the real world is that small things add up. It's actually a big reoccurring theme when they explore and discuss what it means to be a hero. Something that's really interesting about Himmel's characters throughout the story, they explore the idea of sustainable impact. Whether or not it's in finding joy in being an adventurer or understanding that little things that help people's lives are worth it. We see this paralleled with Stark too. There's one scene where Frieren is looking around a city trying to find Stark. She keeps running into people who Stark had helped throughout the day, whether or not it was unloading a cart, playing with some kids, or stopping a rampaging bull. Not only does he fight for people in the big moments when there's serious danger, but he also loves interacting with them. He creates relationships in every city he visits, just like Himmel. But this is where difference in personality comes in. Himmel's character is incredibly image-oriented to the point of vanity, getting statues of himself and his allies constructed in the cities they helped, paying close attention to the way he's perceived by others, and constantly presenting himself in his best light. His self-centered nature is often played for laughs, but as the story goes on, they do something that I haven't really seen done a lot. They showcase the positive aspects of Himmel's vanity. In a minute, I'll go into more detail exploring that specific idea, but before that, I'd like to finish my point. Frieren explores the trope of heroism by first embracing it, and then second, offering a plethora of depth. It has a wide, remarkable ensemble cast with both protagonists and side characters that represent different aspects of what it means to be a hero. They have this interconnected network of characters that have similar motivations, but then offer unique personality. Brandon Sanderson argues to go deeper, not wider. It's the third rule of his magic systems, but Frieren goes deeper by going wider, which actually I think runs in conjunction with what Brandon Sanderson was trying to argue. Approach one idea from a multitude of different directions. Himmel and Stark are both champions of the people. In every town they're in, they find ways to bring joy, helping people unload carts or finding time to play with the children. And while they were similar, Himmel was incredibly image-oriented and Stark is incredibly unaware, which leads us back to the point I wanted to talk about before, the way they handle Himmel's vanity. I've always seen someone pushing to make a statue of themselves as a very vain act. It's actually so common it's become a cliche. How often are villains thwarted while they're in the middle of building a statue of themselves? But in Frieren, not only do they re-explore this idea of statues and vanity, it actually runs in conjunction with the central theme. Growing up, there was this perception, especially by my oldest brother, that I was attention-seeking. I believe I was very comfortable with or without attention. And to be fair, I think that disregard did indicate attention-seeking, but I don't think that was often my intention. And as I grew up and this narrative that I was drawn towards attention became more normal, I questioned whether or not that was accurate. It didn't feel true to who I am. I have plenty of shortcomings and unhealthy habits, but attention-seeking never felt like a big motivator for me. As people held on to that idea, I became more sensitive to what people could see as attention-seeking. With people misunderstanding my motivations, I started to build resentment towards anything that could be attention-seeking. I projected my own experience and started to villainize vanity. I rarely look at it from an outside perspective, paying attention to the good and bad. The reason I bring this up is because I've always looked at Vane characters through a more critical lens, but that's what makes me love Himmel's character so much, the way it's challenged my own preconceptions, showcasing that heroism doesn't always come in the places you'd expect. When I started writing this video, I was concerned about how I would make it engaging. It feels like the heroes and stories are never the interesting parts, but that's the thing about heroes in Frieren. There's so many interesting parts. So what about the main hook of this video? A hero who can't pull a sword from stone. The inclusion of a sword, stone, and prophecy feels like exactly what I was talking about in embracing trope. But ultimately, I think what makes the writing good isn't so much what they included, but more the way they navigated it. A quick spoiler warning for season 1 of Frieren, but I won't be going over anything too crazy. The very first scene in Frieren is fulfilling the hero's journey, returning back home to a celebration after defeating the Demon King, ushering in an era of peace. This sets up a reveal later in the story really well, when Frieren's new party revisits the location of the hero's sword, where supposedly Himmel had pulled it from the stone and gone on to slay the Demon King. There's a reveal. It turns out he couldn't. It's a sword that he's carried a replica of on his hip his entire journey, which was gifted to him from a merchant after an act of heroism. He said, if I kill the Demon King with the replica, then what does it matter anyway? What's so wrong with a fake hero? There's this assumption when you're younger and growing up that adults have something figured out. And while experience is valuable and skills can give you tools to better handle life, I think that age often highlights just how little control we have. But people do have influence. Every day in decisions they make, big and small, try to help. Sometimes we make mistakes, we're unaware of our actions, and we cause more harm than good. But striving to learn from your mistakes and take responsibility for them and then get better at helping, I think that's a really cool ambition. So seeing behind the curtain of the perfect hero, realizing he's very flawed is really fun. Himmel's character finds a way of being incredibly image-oriented and very authentic, all while focusing on the most important part of being a hero, trying to be helpful, a positive impact on people's lives, both big and small. And I think that's such a cool ambition that people can relate to and be inspired by directly. Stories have the opportunity to help us explore what we value and care about. And I think the archetype of a hero in stories is so reoccurring and saturated because it's so appealing. A lot of media is trying not to take itself too seriously nowadays, which I respect and I think is good in many cases. But to see stories take vulnerable leaps of faith, wear their heart on their sleeves, it's really endearing. Frieren did so many things that I'm tired of in such new and interesting ways. Like explore one of the best character archetypes in so many different ways, and doing it really well. What's the difference between a happy and hopeful story? Turns out the distinction's very important, and I find that fascinating. There's this feeling I've had for a while now that's been very hard to pinpoint, because while most happy stories are hopeful, not all hopeful stories are happy. And while it may not seem significant yet, this particular distinction actually has taught me a lot about what I want from media, because this question ultimately applies to the inverse as well. What differentiates a story that's sad from one that's tragic? Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how the dominant emotion in a story ultimately doesn't determine its fundamental tone. Frieren Beyond Journey's End is such an engaging story that since April of this year, I've released 20 different video essays talking about it. What about this story caused it to stick with me in the way it did? In previous videos, I pointed to the fact that it is a fantastic catalyst to analyze both philosophy and storytelling structure. There's a unique idea and lesson in almost any episode from the series, plus an abundance of larger ideas that span across the entire first season. This show is good, and more than it's good, it's interesting to talk about. But there are plenty of good shows that I find myself uninterested in, and I haven't quite been able to voice why. What I found myself saying lately is that I prefer happy stories, but I don't think that's true. Happy stories in their most common state imply predictability. If a hero is guaranteed to win, with plot armor protecting them and no risk of lasting consequence, it undermines the stakes of the story. But on the opposite side of the spectrum, losing characters you deeply care for in tragic ways is heart-wrenching. But the distinction isn't in the death, just the meaning. Frieren is introduced as a sad story, the first 2 episodes especially, but I also believe it to be deeply hopeful. There's purpose behind the suffering and loss in this story. There's also not a lot of high-stakes conflict. It rarely engages in life-threatening stakes, and in the first season of the show, there's no big bad villain that's going to destroy the world. It's a simple story that goes deeper, not wider, exploring and enhancing fantasy trope that most are very familiar with. It doesn't hide from the hardship of loss, but it also doesn't engage in excessively dark themes to emphasize that loss. It's not that this type of story is better than others, but it is easy to palate. It evokes huge emotional moments with subtlety, not stakes. And while it explores a large range of emotion, I think it's all built around a sense of hope. And as I thought about it, every show that I've started to really attach to and hold very closely to my heart is also built around that sense of hope. I used to think it was happy shows, Skip and Loafer, Bocchi the Rock, Haikyuu, but in watching this incredibly sad movie released by YouTuber Joel Haver called It Takes Time, I realized it wasn't that I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to be hopeful. I've always been drawn to sad music and stories, so there was something about this line of logic that felt contradictory, and that was absolutely re-solidified when I loved It Takes Time. Quick note from future pay editing the video, the title is actually It Just Takes Time. I refer to it by the wrong name a couple more times in the video, my bad. I also included a link in the description below. If you like artsy low-budget films, I really can't suggest it enough. I could make a whole video about it, and maybe I will on my other channel someday, but in the meantime, anime. So what's the opposite of hope? Well, the intuitive answer feels like tragedies. I released a video a while back talking about how Cyberpunk Edgerunners is one of the best shows I've ever seen that I didn't like. In totally consistent form with cyberpunk as a genre, it's what I would call a true tragedy. And while we'll come back to that in a second, I first want to understand why tragedies exist. I think there are lots of good reasons that apply to both authors and the audience. Take, for example, lessons in themes in storytelling. A lot of authors will use tragedies as a tool to express those lessons. All Quiet on the Western Front, a beautiful but tragic story, highlights the terrible consequence of war. There are lots of these types of movies, ones that you don't regret watching in the slightest, but you would be incredibly hesitant to sit down and watch again. Grave of the Firefly, Requiem for a Dream, 12 Years a Slave. But not all tragedies are meant to share a lesson. For audiences, they can make a story feel more realistic or cathartic. People's lives are often messy and complicated, so when they're in an audience watching a story and everything magically works out for all the characters, it may be hard to relate to that or have those moments resonate. Stories that always end in positive ways can come across as so corny. They also have a tendency to be very predictable. This means the context in which a story is made is important. If there's a meta that leads to predictability, trope, and cliche, well-executed subversion will often be rewarded. So inevitably, the more heroes that get happy endings, the more likely we are to see an influx of tragic stories. Plus, there's a lot of remarkable stories that could only be told if they were tragedies. Breaking Bad, BoJack Horseman, Attack on Titan, and Cyberpunk Edgerunners are only possible because they're tragic. There are lots of good reasons tragedies exist, and I can acknowledge that. Yet somehow I find myself deeply hating certain tragedies, not because they're poorly made, but because I didn't like them, all while previously not really being able to explain why. So why do I use this self-made term, true tragedy, to define cyberpunk edgerunners? Because sometimes suffering in stories feels meaningless. Not all tragic things happen for a reason, but then again, writers get to tell any story they want to. True tragedies to me are the result of authors carrying an incredibly pessimistic view of the world they chose to create, which by the way can result in really fantastic stories, but so often I feel empty by the time I finish them. Writers get to create whatever story they want, so characters suffering is a choice, and I want that choice to feel worth it. Obviously that feeling is very subjective. These stories I struggle with wouldn't be so popular if people didn't enjoy them. So where is this coming from? Sensitivity? Probably in some form. There's research that indicates that human beings' mental health has taken a huge hit in conjunction with an increased exposure to the amount of suffering in the world. There's a deep monetary incentive for people to farm engagement, and there's statistics that indicate that negative news is significantly more engaging than positive news. An increased awareness of the suffering in the world has, on one hand, allowed people the opportunity to be more in touch with what's going on and hopefully have a positive impact. However, people's ability to take action and support others is directly correlated with their own ability to take care of themselves. People consume media for all sorts of different reasons, and I think often it's influenced by our worldview. Art is meant to be satisfying and evoke emotion, and I think most people's relationships that they have with art is dependent on who they are and their circumstance. However, anecdotally, I've talked to a lot of people in my life that seem more drawn to happy or hopeful stories, as they've been exposed to more negativity, hardship, and suffering. I think this is in some way correlated with a rise in existential dread, an increased awareness of the dangers and suffering in the world. I'm of the opinion, if you zoom out far enough, with some exceptions, the world has largely gotten better. I'm not arguing that the world's in a great place, simply that it's gotten better, and it will continue to get better if people put conscious effort towards it. I think both an optimistic and realistic viewpoint is the best way to pursue that. This is all reflected in the way I consume media. I think the way I'm drawn to hopeful stories runs in conjunction with my need to be optimistic. Despite the fact that I've always consumed and analyzed media, I haven't spent much time thinking about why. I'd encourage you to ask the same question. What inspired this introspective and in many ways egocentric exploration of why I consume media is a couple different shows and movies I watched recently. I moved pretty far away from home almost exactly 2 years ago, and recently my dad came to visit. A huge important part of my relationship with my dad and my brothers is consuming media together. The shared experience, the conversation, the quality time, and I've kind of realized that I'm a very sensitive consumer. I find myself getting really emotionally invested in stories, which I've learned is not the way everyone consumes media. Now during this visit, me and my dad watched Shogun, which is outstanding. It's a very good show, but also I learned one that made me cry a lot. I was so emotionally charged by the time I finished it, which is crazy because it's not even that sad of a show. There were just parts of it that at times felt so heavy and hopeless. It represented this feeling that some other people in my life were expressing too, this draw towards happy stories, ones that don't leave me devastated. But then I watched It Takes Time. It's not a happy story, but man, I loved it. I think I learned lessons from media, find emotional validation, love the shared experience, and am addicted to that feeling of being fully immersed in a fantastic story. But like a double-edged sword, when it ends in a hopeless way, I'm just devastated. I don't need stories always to be happy, but I'll hold on with white knuckles to any sense of hope, something that makes it a little bit easier to be optimistic. I want stories to help me acknowledge mistakes and make less of them in the future, to learn from characters' experience that I would never have the insight to see in my actual life, to hopefully in the end have a positive influence on the world around me. Not everyone's going to relate to this intense pressure that comes with doom scrolling and the exposure to the world's suffering. But if you do, I believe things will get better. And I hope you can too. Who's the weirdest character in Frieren Beyond Journey's End? Is it the alcoholic priest, the overly vain hero, or the 1,000-year-old elf that still somehow falls prey to every mimic she runs across? With a vast ensemble cast, you'd think it'd be one of the more peculiar characters. But what if I told you it's actually the character that somehow is the most normal of them all? The relatively old man who made a practical decision years ago to live a normal life. Because what makes this character so weird isn't just who he is, but more specifically how he fits into the story. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about a show that consistently surprised me but never shocked me, until it did. Frieren is a story built around outstanding characters, and something they do a lot is embrace trope before subverting it. This constantly leads to surprising but not very shocking moments because they're so well set up. Throughout watching this show, it felt like I was always able to predict something a little bit before it happened, but these decisions were still consistently pleasantly surprising, always seeming to land in a place that was both unique, enjoyable, and more than anything very satisfying. So how do you create a character that in many ways is very bland and normal, but still somehow shocks the audience? You change the context in which he's introduced. Something that makes Frieren such an interesting show to talk about is all the little stories that each episode explores. In some ways they function episodically, having fully explored stories from beginning to end in single episodes, sometimes half an episode. But in other ways they consistently contribute to character arcs and the overarching story. One of my favorite little stories was the introduction of a character, Sign. The entire episode where he first shows up is actually really fantastic. So much so that it's hard to really appreciate until you watch it a second time. Not only is it great, and I'll give a synopsis in a second, but it also works really well with the way the show has been set up beforehand. You see, Frieren is this weird mix of predictability and subversion. For example, they embrace archetype in a lot of ways, but then subvert the way that archetype is explored. A good example of this is the way they treat characters that only play a small part in the whole story. Take Craft the Monk for example, a character that's only on screen for about 10 minutes but contributes so much to the overarching plot and is incredibly fleshed out. Setting and world building is expanded on so much when characters feel like they exist off frame, but it also helps a lot with that predictability that comes with classical storytelling structure. With how common these characters are, it makes it a lot harder to predict who's going to be a more established character versus one that's just passing. And the whole point of this video is specifically to highlight how they play around that dynamic with Sign as a character. But before we get there, he's also just a fantastic addition to the story. Part of what makes him such a strong character is the way he contributes to these overarching themes about the human condition that run throughout the entire series. Take, for example, this really common experience people face when aging, where people feel like it's too late, the opportunity has passed for them to pursue the things that they once dreamt of. The regret of not pursuing a passion is something that a lot of people can relate to, especially those who've lived a little bit longer. As life goes on, doors start to close, opportunities diminish. But one of the core lessons I've learned from my elders and then through practice is that we assume that there are many things that it's too late to pursue, when in reality that's not always the case. I, as a 26-year-old, will never be a professional basketball player, and every year after 18 that became more and more true. But people so often look at things that are totally within their means and say, I'm too old. Sign's story arc challenges that common pitfall. I almost want to make an entire video about it, so maybe I will, but I want to highlight the fact that Sign's arc and relationship with the characters around him is so much more than just dancing around this interesting dynamic. So what about Sign's character is so weird? Let's start first by synopsizing his introduction. Before we even know who the character is, or the context in which him and Frieren are around one another, Sign starts with exposition, that he once dreamt of being an adventurer, but now he looks at it as a dumb, childish dream. And before Frieren has a chance to respond, we cut to the opening title sequence. Then we get more exposition, Sign sharing his childhood. Exposition doesn't come cheap, so normally when characters are introduced with so much of a backstory, it implies that they're going to be here for a while. But then it's revealed that he's stuck in a bottomless swamp asking for Frieren's help. It's a joke for me that landed really well. All of that exposition maybe was just set up for this punchline. After some more fun dialogue and Frieren actually getting him out, we find out that our party of 3 heroes isn't actually going to stop in this village. In his farewell, Sign gives them a warning that there are many venomous creatures in the area and that they should be careful. So far, in just a couple minutes, Sign has been introduced with exposition, which implies he's going to be a character that sticks around. They then subvert that expectation and go separate ways. Or, putting on my tinfoil hat, that's just what they want you to think. It's all a ruse. Because literally, immediately after, they cut to a scene where Stark is bitten by a venomous snake, and the party has to backtrack to that previous village. This is what I was talking about earlier, with setup that leads to predictability. But then again, it's done so well I don't really mind. Back at the village, Stark is presented to a respected priest who once studied under Hyder. This happens to be Sign's older brother, and he tells Frieren that this venom is actually incredibly difficult to cure, almost uncurable. But maybe his brother could do something about it. Then Sign shows up and cures it, and Frieren deems he's a genius. Okay, at this point I thought I knew where the story was going. They were going to spend the rest of the episode convincing Sign to join them. Frieren was going to re-establish a party of 4 heroes with clear roles, because obviously they need a priest, and they'd all go on an adventure together. This predictable outcome would also be paired with some interesting subversion, depth I wouldn't quite expect, something that's surprising but not shocking. Now, Sign is a fantastic character for reasons I can't fully explain in this video, because there's too many things he does that are really interesting, and I want to stay focused on what this video is specifically about, which is not just Sign's contribution to the story, but specifically his place in it, because for 4 episodes, everything goes exactly like I would expect. Sign fits perfectly into the group, an archetypal character that's still subversive. He's fun, well-written, and more than anything works with the other characters in a really interesting way. But an important thing to understand about this character is that he had a best friend growing up who desperately wanted to be an adventurer, a kid who called himself the Guerrilla Warrior. And then one day, about 10 years ago, Sign's best friend left to adventure and invited Sign to come with him. But Sign felt a deep responsibility to both the village and his brother. Unable to leave, 10 years passed, and he regretted the decision. As time passed, Sign realized just how much he regretted that decision, a sunk cost fallacy preventing him from ever taking a leap of faith. Because Frieren sees Sign as a genius, she has an initial aversion to adding him to the party or pushing for him to join them. But when Sign's brother advocates for him, she realizes he's in the same position that she was once in, before she was helped by someone very important to her. Frieren was stuck in comfort and habit, but one day Himmel the hero showed up and pushed her in the right direction, asked for her to join them in their quest to beat the Demon King, something she really needed. Direction, something that would prevent stagnation and help her step outside of her comfort zone. Frieren sees her experience in Signs and gives him the same perspective that she once got, that it's not a matter of past decisions or regrets, just one of the present. What decision do you want to make now? Sign wants to find his childhood friend, the guerrilla warrior, so he joins them, and for 4 episodes it's great, before the story presents a precarious situation. They find a lead. The guerrilla warrior had headed the opposite direction that Frieren's party needs to go. Sign as a character fits so perfectly in the party. The structure of Frieren's previous party being 4 and the new one being 4 indicates that this is likely what will stick. Frieren's plot up until this point has been heavily influenced by structured storytelling, so everything in my bones made me believe that this party would stick together, that one of the 2 groups being pulled in opposite directions would compromise, we'd get a side quest, or Sign would decide to go with the party and maybe stumble upon his friend. But that's not the initial decision he makes. He's gonna leave, go on his own, and search for his friend. But then, as they're about to go on their own ways, a snowstorm stops them, forcing them to stay in this small town for another couple months. Another back and forth, will he stay, will he go? But as the snow cleared, I was surprised to find that Sign didn't change his mind. And up until the second he literally walked away, I didn't believe he'd go. But then he did. And 17 episodes into Frieren, I found myself for the first time completely shocked. He fit into the story in such a weird way. There's so many characters with defining attributes or unique personalities. But because of the way they set this up, Sign is the one that sticks out to me the most. I don't know how well I properly explain this entire dynamic, but it's so good. Frieren is kind of this story built off of trope. Let's call that A. And then eventually it subverts that trope, offering depth you wouldn't expect. That's B. When Sign left, it was another great example of just how strong Frieren's writing is. It was another significant step towards a deeper story. C. Because to introduce a character so well and set up everything to go one direction and go the opposite, it's just not at all what I expected from Frieren. I was happy with all the other things the story was doing. I didn't need something like this to be so surprising. But this decision to create characters that exist off frame, stories that aren't always intertwined with our heroes, it adds so much to everything this story offers. Sign is such a lovable character with unique little quirks, like somehow being a more deprived priest than Hyder, or his obsession with adventuring with an older woman, which we learn is way more about a person's vibe than their actual age. Sign added so much to the story, then before we knew it, he went on his own. It was so shocking, but it felt right. A kind of bittersweet in losing a character that you grew to really care for, but also a beautiful dynamic where he got the push he needed to go on the adventure he always dreamt of. A normal character that engaged in a structured story in a completely shocking way. I don't know if this is the last time we'll see Sign, but I do deeply respect the decision to have him leave. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, consider going and checking out the one from last week. I'm really proud of it, and it kind of underperformed because I wasn't really sure how to package it. Thanks, I'll see you next week. Frieren Beyond Journey's End has a weird naming convention. Each character's name is a German word which translated is directly related to their personality traits or character design. Take the namesake of the show, for example, Frieren, a Kudere designed character which translates into being or feeling cold. Stark, a warrior, translates to strong, and Hyder, the drunken priest, translates to jolly or tipsy. My experience of this naming convention actually perfectly followed an inverted bell curve. So do these names actually offer depth to the story? Yes, but not in the way I've seen it argued. This is a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're going from deep to shallow to deep again. Often when people find a special piece of media that really resonates with them, it's not uncommon for them to look deeper into the way the media is made or interviews surrounding it. People who watch video essays or look up discussions are a prime example of this. I think I subscribe to it too. So with this naming convention, I found that there's generally speaking 2 different parties that have been very vocal in my comment section or online. Those who find it to be a kind of nifty, fun little fact, and those who find it really annoying. Because inherently this naming structure is something that exists beyond the surface, unless you're German. It's something you'd have to learn from other people or online resources. And any information pertaining to a piece of media you really love that exists beyond the surface can add depth, but also it can be cheesy or kind of meaningless. There's a possibility that in this case with Frieren, it was a tool used by an author because they hate coming up with names. Or it could be that thing that happens a lot in anime where they use German words because they think they sound cool, kind of like when American clothing companies put Japanese words on random pieces of clothing because it's an aesthetic. For me, Frieren's naming structure at first seemed like a cool little nifty fun fact, but then as I made videos and people kept bringing it up, a couple German people left comments saying it almost made the show unwatchable. You're telling me the character named Liar is gonna be a bad guy? And yes, in retrospect, it's very on the nose. Himmel having a blue character design and then being named Sky isn't that interesting inherently. In actually many ways, it's cheesy. But just like any piece of information, if it's used symbolically, suddenly there can be tons of substance explored. So Frieren's naming structure isn't deep, but the way it's used is. So symbolism obviously has to do with when a component of a story ties into a larger concept or idea. A great example of this that I'm actually going to make an entire video about in the future is the way jewelry is used symbolically in Frieren. So take for example Frieren's red earrings. Not only an interesting color choice for her character design, but something that represents her relationship with her former teacher. Almost any component of a story can be symbolic. Color design, musical motifs, or literal items in the story can all represent something larger, and this includes something like a name. Himmel means sky, and he has a light blue character design, but it also means heaven, which directly ties into the overall A-plot of the first season. And if that were all, it'd be an interesting little component of a story. But it's not. A big running theme in the story is Frieren recontextualizing her old adventure and the lessons that didn't initially resonate in her new one. So constantly they're doing flashbacks that are framed against whatever's currently happening. It's really interesting, and something I didn't notice initially is that whenever she's thinking about Himmel, often in flashbacks they'll frame Frieren against the sky. Not only is that cool given the name and color design, it's also really interesting because they'll often have Himmel also look at the sky, which in kind of a weird way, they're looking at the same sky in the past and present. It kind of represents something larger. I love that running theme, and as soon as you notice it, you start to see it really everywhere. Another example of this is the way the names interact with each other and what they represent about the character dynamics. Take for example Frieren and Frieren. Something I think this story does a lot is highlight parallels between the two characters. They're both modeled after kind of this kudere archetype, and they come off as distant and cold sometimes, which is funny because their names literally mean distant and cold. Frieren also in English is deeply associated with nature, which is another component of her character. There are lots of interesting things that you could read into when it comes to these characters and how they represent different relationship dynamics, but more so the way that they're used symbolically in the story, which is also cool because even if you don't know the naming structure, it's still implied. Frieren and Flamma's character design are starkly different, and that's represented in their names too. The warmth associated with flames juxtaposed to the tendency to be cold. What makes Frieren's naming conventions so interesting isn't the names themselves, but more so the way they add to the story. I've been sitting on this idea for a video for a while, but part of the reason I haven't made it is because this idea was very succinct. I kept trying to tie it into some larger concept, but then I realized I can just make the video shorter. It can be exactly as long as it needs to be, because eventually I realized this idea of exploring Frieren's naming system was simple. The names themselves aren't deep, but they are used deeply. And once you see it, it starts showing up everywhere. Thank you. I'll see you next week. What's the strongest episode in Frieren Beyond Journey's End? If I had to guess, you probably thought first of the big crescendoing moments, like the remarkably well executed fights that come out of nowhere, or those big emotional scenes where everything that's been foreshadowed comes together perfectly. And while I think you could make a case for any of those, I think Frieren is a show that shines most in subtlety. So today when I'm making the case for Frieren's strongest episode, I'm going to choose one that I think most people wouldn't. An episode that at first glance doesn't seem very special, but in retrospect is foundational to so many moving threads and parts of the story. One that I don't believe is the strongest because it has the highest peaks, but because it's the most consistent. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about an episode so good that every time I looked at it, I found more depth. In the past, I've argued that Frieren is a show heavily built off of theme, exploring many complex concepts surrounding the human condition. What would it be like to live forever? What do you do when you realize you haven't been using your time the way you want to? How do you explore and engage in meaningful relationships? Some are more generally applicable and others are definitely more rooted in fantasy. A fundamental part of Frieren's storytelling is how well it engages in all of these different exploration of ideas. And to some degree, that's the entire foundation of today's argument. Episode 14 of Frieren Beyond Journey's End fully encapsulates everything I love about this show, and it does it in less than 25 minutes. We get a small taste of a lot of different foundational parts of Frieren, exploration of character relationships and what it would be like to be an adventurer, outstanding direction and writing, especially navigating a complex but compelling ensemble cast, a glimpse of Frieren's beautiful animation and engaging action scenes, and more than anything, emotional resonance. I wouldn't expect many people to put this episode very high on their personal rankings. If we actually go look at IMDb, where people give individual rankings for each episode, it actually is very run-of-the-mill. But I think that's partially the case because it engages in so many running threads. Because there are 4 videos that I'm going to eventually make talking about fundamental ideas in Frieren, where I'd point to this episode as being a major component of the execution. For example, I'm currently working on a script about symbolism in Frieren, specifically built around jewelry. This episode is a fundamental part of that. Another video I want to make is talking about Frieren and Stark's budding romance, or one built around character design in Frieren and how Sign's very average-looking character design was so subversive. Both of those would once again be built around this episode and the information we're presented. There are also multiple quotes from this episode that I point towards consistently. Outstanding lines that are so efficient and eloquent that it would be easy for them to sneak by unnoticed, which in a lot of ways represents this entire episode, quality that would be easy to miss because of its subtlety. Frieren's writing is really good. The way they dance around plot and character writing is really inspired, and that also applies to the dialogue. 2 of my favorite quotes from this show come from this episode. The first is built around this almost universal experience where when you're a kid growing up, you assume adults have everything figured out, and when you get older, you realize they don't. A big part of being an adult feels like pretending and figuring things out as you go. There's this scene that's a flashback to a previous episode where Hyder shares that he never felt like he stopped pretending to be an adult. But what is being responsible truly? Is it actual comfort, or more just being able to take on the challenge? Frieren's writing at many points feels so mature, which leads to our second quote. Unless you tell people how you feel, they won't know. Yes, this is simple, and to some it might feel obvious, but so often I've seen too many people fall prey to this error. I think Frieren has good dialogue, but that's not the writing quality that stands out to me most. There's this thing I'm calling staggered episodes that I'm eventually going to make a whole video about, but essentially the argument is that instead of the start and end of an episode being one full story, they instead stagger them across episodes, starting one story in a previous episode and then finishing it in the next. But in reality, Frieren's sub-stories actually fall in really interesting places. Sometimes they'll have a fully fleshed out multi-year storyline that only takes 9 minutes. Frieren is incredibly efficient with its time. So when I came back to watch this episode, I was shocked at how much they fit into 25 minutes. This first half is built around a very slice-of-life conflict between Frieren and Stark. Frieren is upset because Stark didn't get him a birthday present. And Sign, a new member of the party at this point, helps intervene and manage the conflict. It's cute and really well executed. It ties neatly into the past conflict while also setting up some in the future. It's fun seeing the characters interact, and it's charming. And if it were most anime, this would be the whole episode. But for Frieren, they throw in this whole second story. On a journey from the previous town to the next, they get snatched up by this aviation monster. It's fun seeing all the characters try to problem solve actively in a stressful situation, coming up with solutions. It talks about the magic system and the world. It also highlights what being an experienced adventurer means, which is acting when you have to. There is a sick and sudden scene where Frieren decides to pull the trigger, jumping out of the cart and killing the monster, realizing at this point they didn't really have any other choice but to act with their best laid plan. It feels like such a realistic representation of what it actually takes to do high-stress things. While it's fun to romanticize what it would be like to be an adventurer in a fantasy world, in reality, a lot of the activities, especially during a time of peace, would be mundane, and conflicts as they actually exist are very quick in resolution. I don't believe realism always makes a story better, but in Frieren's case, they utilize all of the available parts. What would normally seem boring isn't, and so when the grandiose moments come and pass so quickly, it's like a beautiful flourish on an already outstanding base. And I remember when I came back and revisited this, being shocked that these 2 storylines were in the same episode, because I remembered them distinctly. And that's what makes it hold up so well to rewatching, is they pack so much depth into everything they do. And while I don't think rewatching a story should be necessary for you to enjoy it, it is really nice when you can revisit a piece of art that you love and find new things. But like I said, this episode represents the grand spectrum of Frieren. both the big parts and little ones too. This episode is chock full of little moments that are so cool. For example, when Frieren approaches Stark to apologize, he's staring at a statue of Himmel. There's this recurring theme in Frieren surrounding the meaning of statues and their relationship to heroism. So to have Stark introspectively staring at Himmel ties into other significant moments in the story, like when he learned Himmel didn't actually pull the hero's sword, or all the times he faced and overcame his fear. There's this running storyline that's prevalent throughout the entire first season, and I'm sure will be explored more later in the story. Then there's also this conversation between Frieren and Sign as they spy on Frieren and Stark to see if they've made up. They have a fascinating conversation that implements this running theme of Frieren not only living a long life, but more so experiencing a long youth. There are themes surrounding the importance of praise and acknowledgement of one's virtuous efforts. This is paired with Sign seeing Hyder as this beacon of responsibility, which not only interacts in a fascinating way with Sign's character, but also once again represents Frieren's experience of both her previous hero's party and the new one, and more specifically how these new experiences are recontextualizing the old, which is really important for the emotional crux of this episode, but we'll get there in a second. There's a couple moments of breathtaking animation, not used frivolously, but with clear intention to enhance fantastic scenes, both in Frieren taking that leap of faith to kill the monster, but also at the height of the climax of this episode. Because while there were tons of small moments that made this episode so special, it also captures what I'd argue is the primary thing that Frieren does best, creating significantly emotionally resonant moments through the accumulation of small and subtle setup. A sudden rush of extreme emotion that sneaks up on you, one that feels so much bigger than it should on paper, but is still so beautifully executed. And in this episode, it's about losing this ring that's really important to Frieren and her not wanting to let go of it, a token that she initially took for granted. And when she's given a spell to locate it and flies into the sky, once again matched with the most remarkable animation, it's this huge moment that's so satisfying, especially understanding in retrospect what the story represents. An episode that in my initial viewing, I didn't realize was so incredibly strong. There are lots of amazing episodes you could make for a case being Frieren's best so far, but this one is so good, and I just wish it got a little more appreciation. A little over a year ago, Frieren Beyond Journey's End started airing, and its impact was pretty immediately noticeable. Not only did it usurp Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood as the best reviewed anime on my anime list, it did it by a large margin, while also maintaining a general appeal beyond just critical acclaim. A lot of people really like this show, me included. However, there's one criticism that I've seen at the forefront of why many people don't like it. They call it boring. Now, the interesting thing about this criticism is I kinda get it, except I think it's what makes the show so good. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about when boring is better. Part of what makes this criticism so interesting to me is that I don't inherently disagree with it. I think it's very reasonable for someone to sit down and watch Frieren and be bored. Now, that doesn't mean that I think Frieren is a boring show. I just understand why some people might experience it that way. So what differentiates a boring show from one that some people can find boring? I think there are two major factors. The first is the intention behind the story, and the second is whether or not it was worth it. Pacing in storytelling is incredibly difficult and finicky. There are rules taught over and over again across many different types of storytelling about when inciting incidents are supposed to happen, like the 17-page rule in screenwriting. Being intentional with your decisions surrounding pacing is essential to writing a good story. Authors and educators constantly talk about setting up expectations for your audience, giving them enough to be engaged while also setting up the rest of the story. But the thing about standards is as they become more normal, eventually they become expectations. And with expectations is room to subvert. So when it comes to pacing, authors can intend to do something different. Subversion is something I talk about a lot on my channel because no piece of media exists in a vacuum. And audiences' expectations, completely independent of the quality of a product, will influence their viewing experience. This is the first part of what I'm arguing surrounding Frieren, that it's very intentional with its pacing. That pacing just happens to be slow and very measured. Because this show isn't really centered around conflict and it takes its time, but it also does so much with so little, consistently telling entire fleshed out and engaging stories in just half an episode. Take for example my most recent video where I argued that Frieren's strongest episode might be one that people didn't notice. The video was focused on episode 14 and why I argued it might be the strongest episode in the entire first season. The first half of that entire episode doesn't really center around any significant conflict, just a small disagreement within the party. Many people could argue that it's slow and I wouldn't disagree, but I was so invested in the characters and substance as to what they were exploring that the space actually lended itself to a much better viewing experience. It's slow but deliberate and really engaging, and this is far from the first time that this show has built an entire story around things that you wouldn't really expect. The first video I made talking about Frieren that got into the algorithm was discussing episode 2, specifically the first 9 minutes, and how they told a fully encapsulated story so efficiently. In universe, years passed in those 9 minutes. So how can Frieren be a show that doesn't rush in the slightest, but is still incredibly efficient with the time it does use? Every episode for the first 20 feels like multiple unique stories being told in such a short period of time. Doing that is really hard, and it's done so well. Because for that slow, intentional pacing to work, it has to feel worth it by the end. There was this old rule I was taught when learning how to write that I think is really interesting. You shouldn't follow it too much to the T, but the idea is that every chapter should be able to function as a standalone story, which also can be applied to a television series or anime. What if each episode could be a satisfying viewer experience without context or the rest of the story? It's easier as an ideal, but last week when I showed a friend episode 14 as I was working on the previous video, I was surprised how well the episode held up out of context. Having never seen an episode of Frieren or really knowing much about the show, she was able to follow along really well. While it was better in context, it was functional without it. But that requires each episode to follow general storytelling structure with satisfying conclusions. Because the second part of what makes Frieren's slow and deliberate pacing so effective is how satisfying the emotional crescendos are. Anything that could be defined as a slow burn has to feel worth it by the end. And that's something Frieren does really well right from the get-go. There was this comment from last week's video that stood out to me a lot. It's funny how little and how much happened in this episode at the same time. Now, this isn't the first circumstance I've seen where someone was able to come along and create a story that had so much space, a world that felt so big. The most obvious example I point towards first is Hayao Miyazaki, a director that I've made video essays about and I've seen so many other people discuss. Famous for his hyper-popular anime movies like Spirited Away and Princess Mononoke. There are scenes from his movies that in other settings would never make it past the script. Little moments that have seemingly nothing to do with the main plot or conflict. They're like a break from the story that showcases just how deep the world actually is that the characters exist in. So often, settings for stories feel like they're crafted specifically just for the protagonist. But some of my favorite Ghibli films have an incredible knack for making the world feel so much bigger than what's seen on frame. The protagonist and story we're getting to experience is just a small component of a much bigger ecosystem. There's this storytelling structure called Chekhov's gun, built around this idea that any information presented to the audience should be relevant to the story or plot. If you place a gun on the mantle in the first act and point it out to the audience, it should come back by the third. But as this became normalized, where people became more efficient with the information that they were presenting to the audience, things became a bit predictable, which led to another storytelling structure, red herrings, where you still introduce a gun hanging over the mantle in the first act, but by the third, the stand holding it up made of silver is what kills the monster, not the gun. The problem is when every component of a story that's introduced directly relates to the plot or conflict, the story beats become so obvious. And because red herrings are the most common solution for that predictability, it results in this weird binary. But then people introduce scenes that have nothing to do with the plot or conflict. This can help so much with audience immersion and suspension of disbelief. One of my favorite examples of this in Frieren is this scene from episode 2 where Frieren and Fern are having a conversation as they're walking through the woods, and they interrupt it briefly to use a log to cross a brook. It's small and in most other contexts wouldn't be included in a story, but it does make it feel so much more real. Because Frieren does something that I think a lot of other stories don't do, even Miyazaki films. I believe Frieren is a show that isn't built around plot or conflict first, and that's really uncommon. So there's those 5 fundamentals of storytelling that are taught to writers: character, theme, plot, setting, and conflict. I've argued in the past that you can take any story and rank them in order of importance, from first to fifth. Take Jurassic Park, for example, which is built around setting and conflict. It's about the dinosaurs and what happens when they escaped. Now, if I were to order these 5 elements for Frieren, there'd be 2 clear groupings. At the bottom would be plot and conflict, and at the top would be theme and character. When people are taught how to write in Western culture, more often than not, there's a central focus on conflict. A story without conflict isn't much of a story. Conflict or stakes in a story are built around 2 major components. First, consequence, and then restriction. The first being a little bit more intuitive. Stakes require risk of something bad happening, but a second very important part is restriction, the most obvious example being a time limit. Stakes in storytelling often require both because as soon as you take one away, it loses its urgency. But Frieren's conflict is very rarely built around major consequence or restriction, often just doing one or the other. This kind of undermines the stakes, but it's a story that's not built around conflict first. Take, for example, its first 17 episodes. I'd argue only 7 of the 17 have major conflict, and if you take out that entire demon arc in the center, there's really 3 episodes with high stakes conflict. The reason, by the way, I chose the first 17 episodes is because there's a major tonal shift starting in episode 18 surrounding a tournament arc. There were 3 moments that elicited serious tension in Frieren in the first 17 episodes. The first is Frieren and Frieren's fight against the great demon mage, Qual. In retrospect, it wasn't very high stakes, but they set it up really well. It kind of was a red herring. The second was Stark's fight with the dragon. And the third was Sign and Frieren's fight against the monster that caused paralysis. Normally in anime, and actually most media, there is conflict in every episode, both specific to the episode and tying into a larger A-plot conflict. And occasionally anime will break away from this, having an episode with 0 conflict, like a beach episode. Frieren is a well-received, popular show in a meta that is dominated by battle shonens, and it was able to do it as a show with very slow burn pacing, because while it didn't often go big, the moments it did were outstanding. It's careful and thought out while also throwing in so many moments that don't serve any specific plot point because there kind of isn't any serious plot point. The A-plot in Frieren is not very important. I made an entire video exploring that idea, and it isn't even introduced until the 4th episode. But intentionality is not enough on its own. It needs to feel worth it. Because what makes Frieren good is also kind of what makes it boring. Moments that are highly emotional from situations you wouldn't quite expect. Stakes that are less predictable. Characters that feel realistic. Dynamics and relationships that are intriguing in an ensemble cast that aren't built around contrived conflict. But that same emotional resonance that makes the show so outstanding can miss. The reason some people find this show boring is because if it doesn't click, it's not really worth it. Good thing for me, it was. Foreshadowing, a term that almost everyone has heard of. A literary device that's used to indicate something that will happen in the future of a story. Sometimes good foreshadowing is obvious, Chekhov's gun, for example. But sometimes great foreshadowing is snuck under the guise of a scene so multifaceted you don't even realize it's there until you revisit it. I think almost all of my favorite stories are great in their first viewing, but also offer immense depth through scrutiny in repeat viewings. I'm not talking about when a twist recontextualizes everything, but more specifically when there are layers and depth to a story that initially go unnoticed, almost feeling like they're placed there with disregard to the fact that they might be missed. A secret for those who are looking closely. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about when important information was right in front of you from the very start. Frieren Beyond Journey's End is a story about recontextualizing past experiences through new ones, engaging in the world around you and relationships in order to not live a life you regret. It's built around a fantastic pilot that was the primary catalyst for most people checking out the show. It explores all these unique stories in sometimes only half an episode. It's a show that has so much space with such slow pacing, but is also filled to the brim with engaging ideas and significance. It's so far from feeling empty or sparse. This will be my 26th video talking about Frieren, because there are so many ideas worth exploring, moments to learn from, both in the human condition but also from a storytelling perspective. Frieren has this remarkable knack of taking worn out and overused trope and somehow approaching them with a new lens or perspective. So when we look at Frieren's use of foreshadowing and symbolism, it almost feels like it's coming out of a high school English textbook. Yet despite its straightforward nature, it still feels significant, fresh, and engaging. And a really beautiful example of this is the way Frieren's writers used jewelry. For a long time now, especially in Western culture, rings have been incredibly symbolic. For example, the rise in popularity of the engagement ring, or wedding bands in their origin. Take the greatest of all time debate in basketball. One of the primary things they talk about is how many rings they've won from championships, class rings from colleges or high schools, jewelry in general, but especially rings are one of the most common family heirlooms. So it's no shock that rings have found themselves in the center of so many different pieces of fiction, especially fantasy. Arguably one of the most impactful pieces of modern fantasy media is The Lord of the Rings, which was inspired by the ring cycle. So when Frieren chose to use jewelry as a primary form of symbolism in the story, there were lots of opportunities for it to come across as cliché. But consistent with all the other times that Frieren engaged with trope, it never felt like they were engaging with the cliché as much as they were. A mix between sincerity, subversion, and emotional substance led to a very unique story, the opposite of what you often feel when watching something that's cliché. Even when you see what's coming next from a mile away, Frieren still finds ways to surprise you. A lot of storytelling can be reduced to setup and execution. In the past, I've argued that stories are meant to be satisfying, and I don't mean that in the most classical sense. I mean that ideas should feel consistent with the universe that's been created, with the things that have been set up, so when consequence or reward comes, it feels justified. So when good ideas or plot points fail, it's so often because they're not properly set up. That's why great foreshadowing is so important. Not only does Frieren have great normal foreshadowing, sometimes it sneaks in little pieces of information that set up beautifully the rest of the story, despite the fact that you may not even notice it. Spoiler warning for Season 1 of Frieren Beyond Journey's End. About 8 weeks ago, I released a video talking about arguably one of Frieren's best episodes. And the emotional crux for that story is all centered around this ring, which represents Frieren's relationship with Himmel, a central part of the entire story. What people don't know is that ring shows up in the first episode. Immediately after losing Himmel, Frieren is seen pondering rolling the ring between her fingers. And while the scene works great without it, context adds so much to the significance of this little moment. This isn't the only time this happens. It's not even the only time this happens with jewelry. Frieren's earrings might stand out to you as the only red in her character design, but it doesn't stop there. The design is reminiscent of her old master. Not only was red Flamma's color, but also the earrings are very similar in style. Hold that in parallel to the ring that Himmel gave Frieren and you can see this running theme, where Frieren holds on to jewelry that represents previous lost relationships, an heirloom of the past. Frieren has an obvious running motif with nature and butterflies. In the second episode, when Frieren is highlighting a special moment where a simple spell meant something significant to her that made her fall in love with the pursuit of magic, Frieren remembers a special moment from her childhood with Hyder, where she conjured beautiful translucent blue butterflies. There are layers upon layers of symbolism in Frieren, some of which may not even be on purpose, but because the show is so packed full of intentional and subtle symbolism, you give them the benefit of the doubt. You find things where things weren't even meant to be, and they work. Whenever there's a really famous artistic creator or musician like Hayao Miyazaki or Tyler the Creator, there's actually tons of examples, but those are two obvious ones. People often give them more than just the benefit of the doubt, because as their designated artistic genius, people find meaning in things that were completely unintentional, constantly searching for and finding significance in random happenstance. But I don't think that's a privilege that's undeserved, because so much of their art is packed full of significance, and the ability to create an open-ended, highly emotional piece of art that has room for interpretation is part of what makes someone great. So when there's this little shot of fern framed against a butterfly in the second episode, I assume it to be intentional, another string in a complex web of connected ideas, like the inverse of paranoia, searching for meaning in everything. Symbolism in Frieren is so important given the type of story it's trying to tell. It's built around theme and character, exploring big ideas around the human condition, like finding purpose in a society that wasn't built for you, or facing your fears and self-doubt. Here's a good example of finding meaning where it might not have been intended. Lots of Frieren's themes are explored in pairings, in juxtaposition of characters. What does it mean to act like a hero, both in big and small ways? That's explored in detail with multiple characters, but especially Hyder and Himmel. Or like I mentioned before, finding a place in a world that wasn't meant for you. That applies to Frieren and Fern. Or when you're facing and overcoming fears and self-doubt, that primarily applies to Sign and Stark. All three of these pairings have the same first letter. Was that likely done on purpose by a Japanese author using German names? Maybe. Could it be coincidence? Probably. Does it still add to this interesting juxtaposition of two very different explorations of similar stories? Yeah, absolutely. Fern and Frieren are both people who struggle to find a place in the world for very different reasons. Frieren's long life and Fern's upbringing both isolate them, and they turn to magic, something that provides purpose and direction. Episode 2 is titled It Didn't Have to Be Magic, but that's kind of the whole point. Both Frieren and Fern understand one another in their pursuit of something. In this case, the pursuit of spells and magic. Two very different characters with different circumstances exploring a similar experience. Both Sign and Stark have parts that they resent, decisions they've made in the past that they regret, fears and justifications as to why they didn't choose to participate in the way that those around them did. But this adventure is about both of them stepping out of their comfort zone and pushing themselves, growing and facing those fears. Frieren is such a character-driven story, explored through the support of all these clever little parts, like a butterfly hair ornament. I think there's tons of interesting ways you can explore the symbolism between Fern and butterflies. There's the initial obvious running theme between Fern and nature, not only in her name and all those little scenes of her coexisting with it, but also in the ways that when she's learning magic, it's always framed against nature. Butterflies are once again an object that has a lot of symbolism already established around it, representing beauty, transformation, and the renewal of life. Butterflies not only represent Fern, but her relationship to Hyder, the way she worked so hard to develop skills in magic before Hyder passed to demonstrate to him that she'll be okay, having a skill set that will serve and provide for her. Butterflies also work well in conjunction with her pious nature. And when it comes to jewelry, consistently throughout Frieren, it also represents gift giving and relationships. Fern was unsure about her relationship with Frieren and how Frieren felt about her, but that gift provided clarity. And it happens time and time again. The bracelets exchanged between Stark and Fern, for example. Or, coming full circle, the ring that Himmel gave Frieren, which also represents this repetitive formula to Frieren's story. Frieren has something. She doesn't realize how precious that thing is to her until she loses it. Frieren then, in the search for that thing, finds some sort of purpose or significance, a lesson. Like in the pilot, Frieren has her relationship with the party, and more specifically Himmel. She doesn't realize how precious that is to her until she loses it, and the entire A-plot for this story is her searching for a final conversation with him. But the new adventure she's on, these shared experiences with all these different people, help her learn and recontextualize her previous adventure. And the same structure happens time and time again when she loses the ring in the forest, or when she's searching for the tome that Flamma left behind, or even in the second episode with the blue moonweed, pursuing something that she's lost, and in the end learning from that pursuit. I think Frieren is a peak example of a story being more about the journey than the destination, because despite at times feeling aimless, Frieren is a story that always has a point, supported by and built from a foundation of all these little components, trinkets, and parts, like jewelry, symbolism, and outstanding foreshadowing. When you think of the term montage, you probably think of something like this. Or maybe something like this. But montage is much more common than you'd think. It's a tool that permeates throughout all modern filmmaking and animation. These 3 shots, for example, are by definition montage. I didn't realize how little I knew about montage until I found 2 outstanding examples in modern anime that I wanted to understand better. And when I started researching the intricacies of montage, I found it's more complicated than I originally thought, with multiple definitions and tons of theory. But I really wanted to understand what made these specific stories so special. And at the center was more than just good use of montage as a tool, but an outstanding exploration of just how emotionally resonant montage can be. This isn't the first use of fantastic montage in storytelling, but both these stories fundamentally depend on outstanding use of montage, which is why it's so important that they were done so well. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about two different stories that felt like they were pursuing the perfect montage. Recently, I watched the 2024 Kiyotaka Oshiyama adaptation of Look Back. Oshiyama had a unique challenge in adapting a beloved web manga one-shot written by Tatsuki Fujimoto, the author behind the hyper-popular manga Chainsaw Man, which has also been adapted to widespread popularity. And this movie really did the manga justice. It has very quickly solidified itself as one of my favorite pieces of anime ever. It's a story that seemed to be perfectly written and created to emotionally resonate with me specifically. And while I do plan on making an entire video dedicated to exploring this specific film, I found myself immediately pulled towards understanding its use of montage. I've been talking about Frieren for a while now, and when I was first sitting down and coming up with all these ideas, I decided that at some point I would talk about Frieren's use of montage. And this is a perfect opportunity. These stories are capable of creating such strong emotional responses from me using a tool that in its most popular form is largely considered a cliché. Approaching something that has been used so many times across so many different stories in a way that feels fresh and special is worth dedicating time to try to understand. Hey, just a quick reminder that I am coming up on 100,000 subscribers. If this is the first of my videos you've seen, don't worry about subscribing, but if you've seen multiple and find yourself enjoying them, consider subscribing. Now back to the video. Earlier I mentioned that montage can have multiple meanings. What differentiates cuts in montage from other cuts in filmmaking is the separation between continuity and implication. I like this explanation from a guy named Nitty Gritty Studios in a video 7 years ago.
Single in meaning, neutral in content, into intellectual contexts and series. In other words, two neutral images colliding to illustrate a third, undepictable thing.
The French definition of montage points specifically to editing a film together, but montage as a technique, the more popular definition, originated with a director named Sergei Eisenstein. He wasn't the first to use montage, but he was the person that popularized it. This led to something called Soviet montage theory, where there are 5 different types of montage, each new one an innovation that built off the last. The first is metric montage, where shots are cut together based off of the number of frames. The second is a natural evolution of that, rhythmic montage, where cuts are put in places that feel more natural. The third is a tonal montage, where cuts are placed with specific tone in mind. Then there's overtonal, often dealing in more abstract theme and structure, instead of focusing on just tone and feeling, building something based off of those components. And the last is intellectual, where the montage is demonstrating an ideological or intellectual meaning. What is now seen as norm and practice at one point was innovation. If these seem simple and convoluted, that's because they are. Soviet montage theory is something that I actually don't enjoy exploring very much, because it feels like I'm not learning very much that I don't already intuitively understand, while also still finding myself confused at the phrasing. Almost all modern montage is rhythmic, and often fall into one of the final 3 categories, tonal, overtonal, or intellectual, exploring simple or abstract feelings or a specific idea. Montage, in its most simple definition, is a combination of shots that aren't serving the purpose to purely create continuity, which means it's everywhere. Like take for example those 3 frames that I mentioned earlier. You could argue that they're just setting continuity, showcasing the environment where Frieren and her party are getting their reward. But the inclusion of the stained glass window depicting the goddess implies a lot. When I think of modern, more overt use of montage, I think it often functions as a tool first, showcasing the passing of time, providing exposition or juxtaposing 2 different stories. A really good example of this is a training montage or the execution of a plan in any heist film. You need to cover a larger range of time, and so you cut many things together to showcase it. In both Frieren and Look Back, these modern forms of montage are what we're going to be looking at. Montage functions as so much more than just tools in these shows, because their montages are a central component of the entire narrative. Frieren is a story about an elf that's lived over 1,000 years, one that spends a lot of time exploring the human condition, where the main character Frieren learns and recontextualizes her old journeys through new ones. This story takes place over huge ranges of time, and because time is such a central part of Frieren, the use of montage is so important. And Frieren's montages are beautiful, incredibly well paced, packed full of unique information. There are little moments that you can read into and learn from, things that you didn't notice in previous viewings. Take one of the first montages from the first episode. So much information and tone is implied. I found myself immediately blown away, and if these montages weren't done so well, the story would be a lot less compelling, because a super important part of the story is demonstrating the unique experience of living as long as Frieren has, what it would be like to be someone where 50 years can pass in the blink of an eye. But overall, one of the main things that makes Frieren's montages so special, and look-backs even more so, is the ability to capture strong emotions in montage, something that can so often feel cheesy, especially in the way these two stories use it. It's an incredibly saturated tool, and with overuse comes cliché. One way to subvert that is referential, self-aware satire. One of my favorite stories of all time, Kaguya-sama Love is War, does this a lot. But both Frieren and Look Back approach montage with an intense amount of sincerity. Look Back is a movie that has a 50-minute runtime, incredibly short by any other filmmaking standard, and in that brief time, I found myself crying multiple times at different montages. I think a lot of the earlier montages weren't even meant to make people cry, but the story so beautifully captures the range of emotion that comes with being an artist, from heartbreaking self-doubt and wanting to quit to the extreme euphoria of when things come together beautifully or it just feels right. In a lot of ways, I'm a very melodramatic artist. I've written and made music professionally, and even if it doesn't really seem it, these videos mean a lot to me. There's a vulnerability in expressing yourself artistically, especially when you're trying to approach it with sincerity. And Look Back captures the huge ups and downs of all of this in these beautiful montages. Just like Frieren's, they play over outstanding scores. They're paced so well while jam-packed full of information. Look Back specifically loves using matching shots, and all the ways those matching shots change imply so much. How do you make something like two teenagers drawing in a room for months or even years so emotionally compelling? I do not think I'm the average viewer when I say that I cried during every single one of these montages, because when I initially asked that question of can you define what a montage is, a lot of you probably could express it more in feeling than actual definition, because montages as a tool have so much room for tone, and sometimes even intense emotional expression. One of the reasons I think montage has become such a popular tool for use is because of its ability to be efficient, showcasing important components of a story like the passing of huge amounts of time or providing important exposition in a highly consumable manner. Frieren and Look Back are incredibly efficient with the time they use. Look Back tells a remarkable story in an incredibly short runtime, and Frieren is so efficient despite its slow pacing, packed full of important moments and things to explore. And as montages are a tool with specific goals in mind, ultimately the question is, what did these montages do and offer that felt so unique to them? And as much as I'd like a clean and clear answer, something that feels formulaic and replicable, I think ultimately what made these montages so special to me is the way they felt. They were not just tools to help tell a story that was remarkable, they were the remarkable story. So inspiring that I felt the need to create an entire video exploring the pursuit of a perfect montage. And while I'm not sure that exactly exists, to me these do feel perfect. Romance is almost a constant in storytelling. No matter the genre, it's not uncommon for there to be a romance subplot, let alone when romance is such a prominent figure in a story that it literally becomes the genre. It also, especially in storytelling, has a tendency towards the grandiose. But what about when it's used sparingly, snuck into hundreds of little moments across an entire season? A relationship that's so obviously progressing but never seems to have any breakthroughs. Well, mostly, but we'll get to that. Because somehow this navigates that very specific dynamic without ever feeling dragged on or played out. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about when romance is hidden right in front of you. Frieren's this show that flourishes in this weird dichotomy between being very slow-paced with tons of space, while also feeling incredibly dense, each episode filled to the brim with so many different significant moments. Part of this is built around this thing I call staggered episodes, where two different specific plot lines are explored in a single episode with a break in the middle, often providing resolution for the previous arc at the beginning. The episodes rarely ever feel like they have a clean break just telling one specific story. And while it's easy to focus on structural components of the show that make Frieren feel dense, in reality, the thing that makes it feel so full is more the substance. For maybe as long as storytelling has existed, so has parable, the use of stories to specifically teach morals or lessons. And I think that's something that Frieren offers outside of just entertainment that's really interesting, the fact that so many episodes feel like they're filled to the brim with wise and interesting information. Stuff worth dissecting on a human level. A really cool example of that exploration of the human condition and also that mix of density and space is in the way Frieren explores romance, specifically between these two characters. There are multiple significant romantic plot lines in this story that are worth talking about, but today we're focusing on one that I think is used incredibly efficiently, almost never stepping into the forefront and evolving in an incredibly natural and human way. Inspired character writing that is both embracing cliche and then also subverting it, this thing I've argued time and time again in my videos across the last year. The foundation of this character dynamic is incredibly formulaic. Two young characters who haven't had much experience with others around their age are part of an adventuring group together, and across time and experiences slowly feelings develop between the two. And while at times they're grappling with those feelings, unaware of them or denying them, the party members around them, and more importantly the audience, can see it clear as day. Because romance that is obvious is so often treated with a heavy hand, but the way this romance is explored is so delicate. There's this great video that I watched a while back called The Thing About Frieren. Not only have I literally taken inspiration from the structure of the video and sound design decisions, but also it's a topic I eventually wanted to talk about. My Exploring Frieren series is chronological, so there's certain ideas I've been sitting on for a while, so to see someone else come along and do such a good job exploring it, it's pretty cool. And even the primary hook, which is one specific scene, was what I wanted to talk about in this video, but we'll get to that in a second. Because one of the first points made in The Thing About Frieren is one I strongly agree with.
Frieren really is a story about exploring humanity. And the way it does it is through real human moments. Not big emotional moments, but rather with just these real everyday situations.
This show has an incredible knack for capturing the organic feeling of everyday life, while doing it in a fantasy story and world. The thing about Frieren is this scene, conflict between Fern and Stark. When the party's stuck in a cabin because of an intense snowstorm, Fern places an ice-cold hand on Stark's cheek, and because of this, Stark eventually does it back, and Fern gets incredibly upset with him. He struggles with what feels like, and in some ways is, a double standard, and Fern struggles to voice why she's so upset. This scene feels incredibly in touch with adolescent flirting, but the substance behind it that feels so real is the most interesting part. In working through the conflict, they figure out that what bothered Fern wasn't the ice-cold hand, but the other one that held her shoulder as he did it. Stark's character is a warrior who's incredibly strong, and to have that much force holding you in place would be terrifying. Social conflict in stories so often feels contrived, a result of unreasonable miscommunication or dumb decisions that seem to never make sense, but the thing about social conflict in Frieren is it always feels so organic. It's such a good representation of this larger thing that happens constantly. Conflict and struggle are often the byproduct of many moving pieces, and it can be hard, especially in the moment when you're having a strong reaction, to parse through your emotions and understand fully why you're responding the way you are. These little moments, just like The Thing About Frieren argued, are so important not only for the story but also Stark and Fern's romantic dynamic. And at the core of all of it is how natural the relationship feels. Not true to every teenager's experience of romance, but one that feels incredibly in touch with the types of characters that Stark and Fern are supposed to be. Frieren's writing decisions are often very multifaceted, so Stark and Fern's romantic dynamic very often falls to the background, being hinted at here or there. The story will occasionally drop into a moment showcasing their evolving relationship, but rarely is it ever the focus. Even in episode 14, where half the episode is dedicated specifically to conflict surrounding Stark getting Fern a gift for her birthday. Even in that situation, it feels like Zine, by the way I've been pronouncing his name wrong, and his place in the party is more a focus than Fern and Stark's dynamic. Most of the episode is viewed through his perspective, the resolution especially so. The peak emotional moments happening on a rooftop in the conversation between Zine and Frieren. I think Fern and Stark's romance generally falls to the background, but I can think of one major exception. When the party finds themselves out of money, Stark is forced to impersonate a prince that he looks eerily similar to. And while this half-episode plot has lots of different interesting dynamics, the focus is how it eventually becomes about Stark and Frieren, a moment where both pretend not to be themselves, where Frieren looks at Stark like this. And while I imagine most understood what was going on, I wouldn't be shocked if some didn't notice. Like in this specific shot, you can see Frieren going from awestruck to smiling. This scene represents just how charming this dynamic can be. Frieren is a peculiar character who isn't very expressive. Her upbringing led to a pious, reserved nature, except for the fact that she was raised by a hider, so some of those morals are a bit skewed. Stark is sensitive and expressive, often unaware and doing his best. His initial fear is that Frieren actively dislikes him, given her natural inclination towards cold communication and high standards. But also he's incredibly charming because of his sincerity. The way these two are established and interact runs completely in line with how the two characters are built. And most important is there's inklings of chemistry, little moments where it's obvious they like spending time together. They're both seen throughout the series consistently putting effort into being kind to one another, and then often having to work through the growing pains that is being a teenager and then young adult. It's also very interesting how both of them were very isolated in their upbringing, not spending a lot of time around others their age. You can see both characters comfort with clear social dynamics, Stark in the way he's good with children, Frieren in the way she interacts with elders. So to see the two awkward around each other does the same thing that you want in a character. It gives the relationship interesting faults, ones you can build conflict around that doesn't feel contrived. Because with romance erring too much on the side of perfect is first of all unrealistic, and second of all very uninteresting. Whereas if romance between two characters is too flawed, it's often hard to get behind and enjoy. Sometimes it feels forced and doesn't really make sense. I love these two characters' dynamic, especially in the way that it melds into the story. This show is like a beautifully woven cord, where layers and layers of different fantastic components are woven together so eloquently to build a beautiful singular product, each tiny moment leaning on one another, making a wonderful piece of art that explores romance, fantasy, and all the little moments that come with being a human. In filmmaking and animation, there are all sorts of rules that people follow, things like negative space, the rule of thirds, or a shot's symmetry and balance. They're the type of thing that goes unnoticed unless you're looking for it. But rules of composition are everywhere. Almost every shot in a well-crafted story is deliberate. But what happens when you break those rules on purpose, and then you pair it with a perfectly crafted little story? Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about when a show's weirdest shot might just be its best. The most recent video I did that's found a lot of success in the algorithm was talking about sound design in a movie called Look Back. Specifically about how the choice to include silence can demonstrate just how skilled a sound designer is. People so often can point at great cinematography and highlight it, but very rarely do they have the tools to properly express what makes it so great. Because even if you haven't been educated in the language to describe great cinematography, it's often very intuitive. Good shots often come across clearly in the emotions you experience during a scene. But that doesn't mean there aren't a range of different design choices being made constantly to help you have that experience. Let's take a second to define the key terms I'll be using. The rule of thirds has to do with composition, using this 9x9 grid to determine where the subjects of a shot should be placed. There tends to be an emphasis placed on the vertical lines and the top two intersecting points. If you were to place this grid over an entire episode of Frieren, it's shocking how often they rely on this specific framing. Negative space refers to the things around a subject, often the background or empty space. This image, for example, uses negative space to imply a second bear hugging the first one. And in this shot, this is what would be defined as negative space. The general rule that's followed in a vast majority of shots is that characters should be facing the negative space, not the edge of the frame. Another two sets of terms that go together are symmetry and balance. Symmetry is pretty straightforward, but balance is a little bit more conceptual. Essentially, it's assigning each object or person in a frame a theoretical weight and then making sure that that weight's distributed somewhat evenly. This shot demonstrates a couple of these concepts pretty well. Himmel is standing exactly on one of the rule of thirds vertical lines. Now notice how Old Man Vol is skewed out. That's because Himmel has his party behind him, and if he were placed in the rule of thirds like Himmel, the image would feel unbalanced. This shot from the same scene also demonstrates it. The taller Hyder is played opposite the shorter Eisen and Frieren to keep the image more balanced. The more you watch this show, or any well-made anime for that matter, the more you'll notice that these rules for composition are everywhere. They're used in really cool ways constantly, and they're also broken. Take this shot from the first episode of Severance, for example. Everyone and everything in this shot besides one person follow the rules of symmetry and balance. The female character paintings and weird microphone camera thing are all centered and symmetrical. The monitor on one side is counterbalanced by the cups, pens, and open box. But by placing the man behind her on the same side as the monitor, it creates a subconscious sense of discomfort. And I find that really cool. Deliberately breaking the rules when you showcase time and time again that you can follow them can do so much for making dynamic scenes. Rules are best explored when broken. However, that only applies in the hands of a skilled craftsman. And I think Frieren has a really powerful scene that demonstrates this. And to fully understand that, we should understand two things: what Frieren's generally about and the story of Old Man Vol. Frieren is a story that explores the human condition in many different types of ways, one of which is looking at the world through the lens of an everlasting elf, someone who's lived over 1,000 years. So many components of the story are built around the difficulties that someone living that long would face. An incredible situation to tell an outstanding story built around an ensemble cast. Frieren Beyond Journey's End is about the namesake character Frieren recontextualizing her old journey with a new one. And in both cases, she had the opportunity to interact with an old friend, a 300-year-old dwarf. Dwarves, by the way, in this universe have a lifespan of about 300 years. This warrior, near the end of his life, is dedicated to one singular goal: protecting this small town, all because of a promise he made his human wife hundreds of years ago. Old Man Vol is introduced, knocking Stark, the party's warrior, to the ground with little effort, playing on the fact that he's perceived to be senile. One of the first videos I made about Frieren was talking about how it's capable of telling such a compelling story in just 9 minutes, and once again they demonstrate that, literally taking about 9 minutes to tell the story of Old Man Vol. But the emotional crux of this story comes when Frieren and Vol are walking through an illuminated forest at night. They're reminiscing with one another, remembering a conversation they had with Himmel 80 years ago, where she promised to carry his legacy. And as they're talking about this, Vol asks if she's finally setting out to kill the Demon King, something she had done 80 years prior. And they demonstrate her shock with these two shots. The first is having her stare to the left, where Vol is theoretically sitting, but the audience is cut off by the edge of the frame, with the negative space behind her. And the second is this awkward framing, where her nose is cut off, her eye is too far to the left, and we see the slightest bit of movement. An incredibly heavy moment executed so subtly by breaking composition rules. That shot, especially in reviewing this show, has solidified itself as one of my favorite of the series. For a while now, my comment section has been filled with so many people excited to hear about my opinion on the Old Man Vol story. And I think that's for good reason. This story so elegantly explores the themes of Frieren really well, and more importantly, the emotions behind those themes. What is it like to live 1,000 years and have everyone around you die? It'd be so easy to disconnect and separate yourself from all the things that feel like just blinks of the eye, brief moments, until one day you have a wake-up call and you realize you regret the way you're using your time, even though you have so much of it. That tragedy and loss is really explored in this story. The way Vol, when he's introduced, uses the perception that he might be senile against Stark in a really interesting way sets up this finale. Even when Vol admits that he can't remember his wife's face or voice, it's not necessarily an admission of his age. It represents this beautiful idea of commitment to one's word, holding the memory of a loved one not only in your heart but also actions. And on paper, we understand that Frieren has lost people, even getting glimpses into her relationship with her past master. Except in that situation, we know the predetermined end given its presentation as a flashback. And there are moments in this story where Frieren loses people and we experience it alongside her. And I found all of those losses hit harder for me in repeat viewings because I had more time to attach onto the characters. But with Old Man Vol, I think it hit just as hard the first time as it did in repeat viewings. Not to say that there wasn't any depth to be discovered in rewatching this. This whole video exists because of things I noticed in repeat viewings. But in the repeat viewings of Frieren, there was a shifted lens, a deeper understanding of each character from the very beginning. Take the pilot for example, it hits in a completely different way after watching the first season. But with Old Man Vol, there was no major shift in perception. It was the same story hitting in the same way. But also there's an optimistic ending. The impacts of Frieren's old and new journeys and how it's changed her are demonstrated in the way she communicates with Vol, letting him know that she will carry him on in memory after he's gone. And the emotional exclamation point of this entire story is built around breaking rules, stepping away from the standards that you've set. I also think it's the type of thing that can be felt without even being understood. Because Frieren does this remarkable thing where it'll introduce us to a character that we didn't even know exists, give us all the exposition we need, tell an entire story, and then leave us heartbroken when we lose them. All while built off of a solid foundation of optimism and beauty. The story doesn't end with us having lost Old Man Vol, just accepted the fact that it's coming. And that's okay, because he'll be carried into the future through memory and actions of those he influenced. Frieren Beyond Journey's End is one of the most positively received anime releases in a while. It's the first show that stuck in the #1 position, finally dethroning Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood by a pretty big margin. Yet, despite its positive reception, I have seen a lot of criticism levied at its tournament arc. And while I do think that criticism exists for a reason, I also think the tournament arc is outstanding and incredibly important. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how first impressions aren't always right. So while I'm arguing that Frieren's tournament arc is a fundamental and important part of the story, many people struggled with it. But why? I think it primarily has to do with 3 points: pacing, change, and why tournament arcs are good in the first place. So let's start first with pacing. Specifically, that Frieren is an incredibly dense show. A topic I've talked about a lot on this channel, one that I plan on eventually making a video about, is how Frieren used staggered episodes to fit so many little stories in every weekly release. Some of my favorite plotlines in the show were fully explored in just 9 or 10 minutes. Obvious examples being Fern's introduction in the second episode and Old Man Vol, both of which I've talked about. I don't think I can express enough how impressive it is that Frieren is capable of telling these complex, interesting, deep stories with so little time. Which is especially impressive given that Frieren is a show that's pacing comes across as very slow. The primary criticism I've seen levied at Frieren is all around its pacing and not being interesting enough, which I think a lot of people who love the show find shocking given how dense it is. And I think that's showcased beautifully in episode 2 when Fern is learning magic against the clock, or in episode 16 when Old Man Vol is introduced. But they aren't isolated examples, this happens constantly in Frieren. Stark facing his fears in episode 6. The fascinating tie between episode 11 and 16 when they explore what it would be like to be a hero living in the world that you saved that's forgotten you. Or on the topic of heroism, episode 12 that explores the almost non-existent line between a fake hero saving the world and one that's predetermined. This show is stock full of little micro stories that are explored in just half an episode, and the initial reason why so many people struggled with the tournament arc is because they kind of abandoned that. Instead of telling multiple stories in one episode, it takes multiple episodes to tell one. The tournament arc follows much more common shonen anime pacing. Change in any capacity, but especially in a system that's working, will often be met with resistance. So whenever making change, it has to be worth it. But even if it's good, if the positive aspects aren't implemented quickly enough, audience members will be lost in transition. But tournament arcs are popular for good reason, which means that Frieren only had to utilize those reasons to make it worth it. The issue is, Frieren's story doesn't exactly lend itself to a tournament arc. So let's understand tournament arcs better. Tournament arcs are so popular for many reasons, but the primary 3 that I could think of were: number 1, it's an awesome chance to introduce a new ensemble cast of intriguing characters. Number 2, it places the hero in context. This is especially important in shows like battle shonens. And number 3, it's a remarkable opportunity to create fun, contrived situations that challenge characters in interesting ways that make sense in universe. Now, as we look at these 3 points, I also want to explore why I think Frieren initially seems like it won't be able to properly take advantage of them. And returning to our first point, ensemble casts and tournament arcs tend to go hand in hand. The cast we're introduced to at the start of the mage exam, I think, is in many ways purposely uninteresting. Frieren is a show that embraces a lot of cliché and then subverts expectations in the way they explore it. And its character design, especially in first impressions, is a bit bland. I made an entire video essay exploring how Zein's character design as a normal looking guy actually embraces this idea. He's signaled to be a character that's unimportant, so when there's a large amount of depth, it's surprising. If you compare Frieren's character design to Yu-Gi-Oh!, Naruto, One Piece, or Dragon Ball Z, it's beautiful and in some ways kind of bland. Not bad, just undersold, and I think that's utilized very effectively by the writers. I think Frieren is a story that's very aware of its audience, and with the tournament arc, I found myself uninterested in a lot of the side ensemble cast that was introduced. It's part of what makes Frieren's tournament arc so good in retrospect, knowing who to care about in the large ensemble cast created, because those first impressions were incredibly wrong. There are obvious bigger examples that I'll be making entire videos exploring in the future, like Denkin as a character. But in a world of Garas and Rock Lees, Todorokis and Bakugos, Killua and Hisoka, Frieren's ensemble cast is deceptively unappealing, which is funny because they end up being fantastic. The dynamic between Ubel and Land, or all those little moments that make characters like Richter so much more interesting. Tournament arcs take advantage of hype and excitement about a large ensemble cast, but Frieren's exploration of the group is incredibly back-ended, better as the episodes go on. But another incredibly important part of what make tournament arcs fun is placing the hero in context. A fundamental part of most battle shonens is the protagonist getting stronger. It's like the core of what almost every battle shonen is built off of. Even the character's goals are so often a slightly altered version of just being the strongest. Luffy wants to find the One Piece and be the king of the pirates. Naruto wants to be Hokage. Gon wants to follow in his father's footsteps as a hunter. And Deku wants to be the greatest hero just like All Might. And all of these shows also utilize tournament arcs incredibly well. Because when a character wants to get stronger, you can place that character in context, having them face new interesting opponents. The problem with applying this to Frieren is she's much more similar to Saitama than she is these other protagonists. It's a crucial part of the story, so it makes sense that the tournament arc would be less appealing. In a lot of ways, the stakes are undermined, but there's two really interesting and clever solutions to this. The first is in the misconception that Frieren is the only protagonist, but we'll get to that in a little bit. But second is in making Frieren an incredibly powerful monster of a mage. The decision to make a shadow version clone that they have to overcome is really cool. What a clever solution, and that exemplifies most of my feelings surrounding Frieren's tournament arc. On paper, it doesn't look like it'll work as well as it does, but in reality, I think it solidifies an incredibly important part of this show, that Frieren is as much a protagonist of this story as Frieren. Because Frieren as a character is being placed in context. We've seen some bouts with demons and monsters, but never comparisons to other modern mages. Because there's this huge running theme that's introduced in the second episode, titled It Doesn't Have to Be Magic, which explores how both Frieren and Frieren have made magic a central focus of their life, purpose that draws them towards something every day. And that theme is explored beautifully in the many characters inside the mage exam. Take for example Richter's relationship with his small magic shop, Land's refusal to leave his hometown, Denkin's remarkable and bloody political climb as an imperial mage, counteracted by the necessity to go visit a grave, Worble, who's used magic as a soldier, surrounded by death yet still sensitive to it. There are tons of interesting examples of each character's personal journey and also how that ties into their relationship with magic. But it's not just in the characters. Some of the best ideas that are explored in Frieren are introduced in the tournament arc. And when I think of Frieren's best moments, so many of them happen during the mage exam. For this running series I've been releasing now for months called Exploring Frieren, I've been approaching the story chronologically, and we're coming up on the final sprint. I don't plan on stopping talking about Frieren when I've completed this chronological 28 episode approach, but I do think there will be something really cool about having this full exploration of season 1. I made this video because there's so many interesting individual components of the story that happened during the mage exam that I want to talk about. Because if you really want to understand what makes Frieren's tournament arc so special, you have to understand its peaks. And that's what the rest of the Exploring Frieren videos are going to cover. The many outstanding moments that happened during the tournament arc. I'll see you next week. Whether it's a good villain, a rival, or simply someone just acting in opposition to a hero, good stories often have counterpoints to their protagonists. Because stories are most often at their best when the main characters are being challenged, which is literally the definition of an antagonist. Compelling foils for the main cast sometimes don't just make a piece of media better, they can and have been the reason some stories are successful. But who could challenge a hero that saved the world? A remarkably powerful mage who's lived over 1,000 years. A character so strong that the stakes in the story are often undermined by her capability. Frieren, the namesake and one of the protagonists from Frieren Beyond Journey's End, is not a normal hero in a story that's far from regular. Because when it comes to a counterpoint for our main character, this show does something it's done time and time again: subvert trope and expectation by making Frieren the foil of someone else's story. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about the importance of a good counterpoint. Frieren is a show that both embraces and then subverts trope constantly. And last week I started a multi-week deep dive on Frieren's tournament arc. Stories are often built around a protagonist, so any writing decision, especially an entire arc, has to factor that in. How does this impact the main character or teach us something new about them? Now, I believe Frieren has two main characters, and I think the tournament arc also really solidifies Frieren's position as a second protagonist in the story, and I will be going into more detail with that in another video. But that doesn't mean there aren't interesting ways in which the story explores Frieren in this arc. And I think at the forefront of that is the introduction of another everlasting elf, Ziria, the person who taught Frieren. In rewatching this show, I noticed just how many parallels there were between the two elves, like flip sides of the same coin. Now this is where things get interesting, because in our story, Frieren is one of the protagonists, and the definition of an antagonist is someone who works in opposition of that, a foil. A character that takes advantage of the hero's weaknesses and highlights them, challenging them to grow and change, acting as a roadblock to prevent the hero from just getting everything they want in the story. But if we look at who's playing what role more, I think Frieren is much more of a foil to Ziria than the opposite. And I think that's really cool. But to understand that better, let's look at two groups of three. There are three elves we're introduced to in the first season of Frieren Beyond Journey's End. The namesake of the show, Frieren, obviously, Kraft the Monk, and Ziria. Yeah, apparently that's how you pronounce Sari. And yes, I did not know that until I listened to the dub. Now, a central theme of this story is exploring components of the human condition through the lens of an everlasting elf. Frieren recontextualizing her old journey with the hero's party against a new one. The story is one of character versus self, Frieren's internal conflict being the primary force driving the story, trying to understand the regret she faces in not properly utilizing the time she had previously. A big part of being a person is finding purpose in life. This story explores tons of components of the human condition in really cool ways. And this struggle is really exaggerated in a beautiful way in the long lives that elves face. Kraft the Monk and Ziria having their own struggles in finding purpose in life. What would it really be like to live forever, especially in a world that wasn't built for you? How would you find purpose and prevent yourself from just disconnecting from everything? Well, another theme in this story is using magic to find that purpose, but we'll get to that in a second. Because the second group of three that Frieren and Ziria are part of is three great mages, all taught in a descending line. Frieren's master, Flamma, is the grandmother of human magic, the person who 1,000 years ago convinced humanity to adopt it, not just as a thing for demons and elves. All because Ziria, on a whim, decided to take her on as a student. There's this really important flashback we see during the mage exam where Frieren and Ziria meet for the first time, introduced by Flamma. Where Flamma and Ziria both have an intense flame of ambition deep inside them, Frieren is a mage of peace. It actually leads to this fantastic moment where Flamma predicts that neither she nor Ziria would ever be the mages that defeat the Demon King, as they can't imagine themselves existing in a world of peace. In this world, magic is limited by imagination. If you can't imagine yourself doing something, you can't conjure it into existence. There's a lot of criticism to the addition of this rule in Frieren's magic system, and there's a whole video that should be made on that topic. But the shorthand is, ultimately, while it does create complications, it's incredibly important for exploring a fundamental central theme of the story. Flamma and Ziria were both shaped by the chaotic world that they were raised in, finding purpose and comfort in their place in that world. This scene is so important when placing Frieren and Ziria side by side and comparing them, because in a lot of ways, Frieren and Ziria are both flip sides of the same coin. Elf mages that find purpose in life through the pursuit of magic both make a habit of trying to learn every spell that's ever been created, but Ziria is constantly chasing power and control, trying to craft a perfect student. But that need for control often gets in the way of her getting the results she's aiming for. Whereas Frieren's more passive approach to the world is actually the same thing that allows her to be the person to take on the Demon King. Zaria's ambition prevents her achievement, and in that sense, Frieren is her foil. A mage Zaria saw no promise in that somehow achieved something that she was never able to. Because purpose is always moving. If it were something you could catch and harness, the act of attaining it would make it disappear. So while these two characters find purpose in their life through magic, they do it in very different ways. When people are only driven towards goals, there's this inevitable emptiness that comes with achieving them. A clear example of this is professional athletes, specifically Olympians. Some dedicate every part of themselves towards a singular goal, and whether they achieve it or not, ultimately there's this huge void that follows the attempt. And I think the people who find the most value in what they do often find joy in the process. Zaria is a mage driven by ambition towards goals. Frieren is literally quoted saying the pursuit of magic is enough. And the audience knows that, having seen it throughout the entire season. Frieren and Zaria are both characters that completely lack urgency, which is literally demonstrated in this fantastic scene where Zaria and Frieren go for a walk after Frieren delivers Flama's will. After an argument where they realize they'll never see eye to eye, Zaria says,
"Look at the two of us. We have all the time in the world."
There are multiple fantastic quotes from this conversation that I felt were worth bringing up. Zaria's frustration with Frieren seems rooted in two places. First, their similarities.
We hardly have lifespans. They're more like eternities.
And second, more importantly, that despite those similarities, there's distinct differences.
I found that repulsive.
That excites me. Zaria?
The fact that Frieren doesn't adhere to Zaria's system, in Zaria's eyes deems her worthless, which is funny because initially she sees promise in Frieren.
Must be strong. I like her.
But when Frieren doesn't play along and immediately demonstrate that same ambitious drive, Zaria discards her.
My initial appraisal was wrong. There is no fire within her.
But the counterpoint lies in the desperation. Zaria's need for control will never be met, and Frieren's approach to her life is living proof of that. A powerful mage, capable of such achievement outside of her control. The importance of a good dynamic between a protagonist and antagonist is the way both characters are enhanced. Frieren's antagonistic relationship with Zaria is very interesting. I think it adds a lot to the character, because this story starts with Frieren realizing her weaknesses and shortcomings, and her willingness to change further demonstrates the fact that Frieren has so much agency within her life because she doesn't need control. There's this metaphor I use a lot when exploring adulthood, where life is a lot like going down a snowy hill on a sled. And when you're a kid, the hill isn't too steep to prevent you from ever just digging your heels in and stopping when things feel out of control. But as you get older, you realize that the world is so much less structured than you assumed. And in chasing to control a situation, by digging your heels in, you lose agency. You end up wiping out time and time again, and that fear grows. But life isn't about control, it's about influence. Learn to steer. You don't get to change what you're given. One of the most important skills anyone can develop is learning to get the most out of what's in front of you. I think this is a deep, interesting part of the human experience, and I think that this specific dynamic demonstrates the value of that, all while teaching us more about the world and elves and magic, staged during a fascinating mage exam, where a barrier that someone assumes is impossible to break is broken, or the impossibly powerful hero of our story loses. But that's for another video. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Recently, I polled my audience asking which part of a story or anime is most important to them: plot, character, setting, or aesthetic. And at the time I'm recording, 12,000 people have answered. And of those 12,000, 65% say characters. I think most people would argue that all four components and many more are very important. But for me, and a majority of people who answered this poll, characters seem to have the most influence. Because great characters can make otherwise uninteresting plots, aesthetics, and settings fantastic. But what about when a fantastic character is a surprise, coming from a place you'd least expect? Maybe an undersold, wise, old imperial mage who has no business being so charming, that quickly solidified himself as one of multiple fan favorites, despite having a fraction of the time that other characters were given. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how not all great characters are obvious. Frieren, like many stories I love, is built off of a foundation of great characters. And while the primary cast is great, and I spend no shortage of time praising them, something else Frieren does that's really remarkable is create strong characters that feel like they exist off-frame. Often writing decisions in stories are made very purposefully. Primary characters and often secondary characters are the priority. Time spent away from them has to serve a purpose, either practically or to make the media more entertaining. Think about it, in almost any given story, how much time are the main characters not directly involved in one way or another? So if you're spending time and attention on these tertiary characters, it has to be worth it, otherwise people will be annoyed by the distraction. Now, while those characters are serving specific goals, it's very important that they feel real, like they exist in the world outside of their goal. Otherwise, you risk a break in immersion, a world where outside of the main cast, everyone feels one-dimensional, like tools being used for specific purposes. So while primary characters are important, the quality and depth of those that they interact with and are surrounded by is an often overlooked factor in character writing. A great example of this is Avatar: The Last Airbender. I mean, Zuko, Katara, Iroh, Sokka, Toph, or Aang are all choices that people constantly make for their personal favorite, but there are tons of side characters you can point towards throughout the series that are also outstanding. The periphery cast that's given less screen time still feels like they exist off screen, that they're fully fleshed out people. From the reoccurring Cabbage Man to Sokka's Swordmaster, there are so many characters that fill out the world around the story, which is a really important part of world building and character design, to remember that this is a story taking place in a world, not a world that exists for the story, or at least that's how it should feel. Which I think transitions beautifully into the topic of today's video, Denkin from Frieren Beyond Journey's End, a character that demonstrates these points beautifully, one that's given tons of little great moments and one outstanding one, with just a fraction of the time characters are so often given. There are three major questions I want to explore here. What makes Denkin's character so surprising? What makes him good? And what do those two things teach us about Frieren and storytelling in general? To truly understand why Denkin's character is so surprising, we gotta start first with some media analysis. Media in all forms has conventions, and then expectations that come from those conventions. Some of those things come from practical places, like take for example the vignette. It was a byproduct of lens shortcomings. But as people discovered artistic merit and it became more normalized, everyone started adopting it. I do it digitally. There are tons of examples of this in filmmaking and anime. Aspect ratios being another great example, a byproduct of practical limitations that became normalized and cinematic. There's even this genre of YouTuber that, as far as I know, originated from a channel called Cinema Sticks, where their thumbnails are just screen caps from a movie, keeping in the cinematic black bars. Now, with any standard can come subversion. A great example of this with aspect ratio is Zom 100, an incredibly underwhelming show built around an outstanding pilot, where we're introduced to the main character with the soul sucked out of him from his corporate lifestyle. They literally pull the saturation, removing all color from the shots, until the onsetting apocalypse frees him from that responsibility, and we see him break through the aspect ratio bars and color returns to his life. It's a really cool example of utilizing convention, but not all convention comes from a practical place, showcasing that sometimes people just do things because they're being done. The anime nosebleed gag showcases this. There's no practical origin. People are just copying the standard that's been set. Now, where this applies with Frieren and today's video is in character design. In anime, character design is used very heavy-handedly to guide the audience. It's a convention that's immediately visible. There's this popular meme from Yu-Gi-Oh! Which highlights this perfectly. Both colors and distinct design are used to highlight what characters audiences are supposed to care about. Stark is associated with red, Fern with purple. And I mean, Yugi has protagonist written all over him. He looks like he just left a 21 Pilots concert and could use his hair as a deadly weapon. The point is, no one bats an eye at all these distinct designs because it's so normalized. I don't think distinct designs is a problem. I think it helps create a lot of clarity in storytelling. Writers never want audiences confused unless it's on purpose. People often don't want to feel like they're working super hard to just follow the story. But if a writer chooses not to participate in these conventions, you can do a lot of cool new things, but it also has a chance to backfire. Take an argument that I made 2 weeks ago when I introduced Frieren's mage exam. In tournament arcs, you want a striking and intriguing ensemble cast. Gaara and Todoroki are good examples of that. But the characters that Frieren introduces in the mage exam are very undersold, especially by modern anime standards. I think this made it a lot harder for people to accept in open arms the change in tone and pacing that came with Frieren's mage exam. People don't like when you switch stuff up in a story, but it's super important for making sure that the story itself doesn't get stale and repetitive. But you do want to make that transition easier. And while there's been a lot of pushback involving the mage exam arc with Frieren, I think in retrospect, especially in reviewing, it really holds up. And my example of that is in Denkin, a character that by every modern convention seems uninteresting. But a perfect example of a periphery character done right, one that is so efficient with the time he was given, leaving a lasting impression on the audience and enhancing all the characters around him, from our primary cast to people on the outskirts. But what exactly makes him such a good character? Earlier I talked about how periphery characters are often introduced with specific intention. They're practical or entertaining, sometimes both. Using a previous example, the Cabbage Man from Avatar: The Last Airbender is mostly used for humor, so his purpose is entertaining, whereas Sokka's Swordmaster serves a much more practical reason. Sokka needed time dedicated to his development to keep up with all the benders around him, so the Swordmaster is more practical. There are tons of little ways in which he impacts the story, but his main purpose is in the way he interacts with Sokka's character arc. So let me ask you, those who've seen Frieren, is Denkin practical, entertaining, or both? Well, Denkin's at the center of one of the most entertaining scenes in Frieren, one that stuck with most audience members. And while I'll get to that in a second, I think he also represents a very practical part of the mage exam arc. Magic is a central theme of this story that's explored in a lot of different ways, but Frieren and Fern up until this point haven't interacted with basically any of humanity's magic. Outside of priests who use holy symbols and demons, human mages haven't been much of the story up until this point. So this arc in a lot of ways explores the world of magic, how others use it in their own lives. And the practical part of Denkin's character is demonstrating just how wide that world is. He's implied to be a cutthroat imperial mage, someone who's used magic to climb political rank. He also, as the older, more respected mage in the exam, works to contextualize Frieren's greatness. He recognizes Frieren and her holy symbol, an object with a huge implication that not even her party from 80 years ago recognized. Like I was talking about earlier, Denkin makes the world feel bigger. Small moments from him imply so much about the world. This doesn't just apply to him, but most of the mages in the mage exam. He's just the best example. And I think a big component that ties into that practicality and entertainment for Denkin's character is his charm. Charm is always a hard thing to define because it comes in so many different shapes and forms. Some characters are charming because they're not what you'd stereotypically define as charming. Maybe awkward in a sincere way or overly blunt but living by the ideals they believe in. I think Denkin's charm comes from the nuance in his character, a highly ambitious imperial mage who's learned to be cutthroat, but he's not cruel. Someone who's built a lot of confidence through his experiences, but also learned to check his ego. A character who would seemingly be adverse to getting his hands dirty, but isn't afraid to. Denkin's drive is a major component of what makes him so charming, and where that's best demonstrated is in his peak moment. In the first stage of the mage exam, each party of 3 is tasked with capturing a magical bird. Quickly people find out that that's no easy task. And it's made much harder by Frieren's party. By freezing the main water source, it throws a wrench in everyone's plans. So Denkin, with not a lot of options, knowing that Frieren's party has a plan to capture a bird, makes them his target. There's a solid fight with clever planning where Denkin's party almost comes out on top, before inevitably losing. But more important is what comes after. With their party's mana exhausted and little to no options, Denkin says it's not over until the bell rings. They find a party, disqualified through the death of one of their members, holding desperately on to the bird that they worked so hard to get. And in an iconic moment of the first season, Denkin says, even without any mana, I can still throw hands. A scene that works so perfectly with the character they've set up before this. One I've known since about a year ago when I started making these videos I wanted to talk about. A peak moment in an outstanding show coming from a character you'd least expect. Yesterday I did another poll asking from all the periphery mages in the mage exam which were people's favorites. Now Ubel performed pretty well for interesting reasons, but the clear leader was Denkin. Frieren is a show that's truly unpredictable, because when writers make a habit of always subverting expectations, audiences just create new expectations. What makes Frieren so unpredictable is the mix of engaging in trope and changing it. I think a lot of people struggled with Frieren's mage exam because they felt like it lost track of what made it special. And while that perspective's fair, the more I've looked at the mage exam, the more I feel like they're doing all the things that made this show special in a different way. More serialized rather than episodic, interweaving more plot lines and characters, taking important time setting up a grand story. I was so uninterested in Denkin's character during his introduction. And then, in its unpredictable fashion, Frieren made him outstanding, making a periphery character that you wouldn't expect to be good feel so big and so alive. One that obviously does serve some purpose, but still feels so human. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next week. Until very recently, I've had a noticeable aversion to classic fantasy media. If there wasn't a unique twist, the worlds of mages, knights, and dragons actually drove me away instead of drawing me in. How, in a genre of building fantastic worlds, do so many of them end up being the same generic one? Why does something as magnificent as magic always seem to bore me? Magic should be fantastic, a fundamental element of the world that causes a cascading effect both large and small on everything around it. I'll admit, when it comes to fantasy, I have bias. But in a unique twist, within the last year, Frieren Beyond Journey's End challenged my predisposition. While it seems to follow a handful of common fantasy tropes, it constantly finds new ways to explore worn-out ideas. Yes, at first glance, Frieren's magic system and world seems just as simple, but there are surprising layers of depth. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about the interesting thing about Frieren's magic. 9 months ago, near the beginning of this series, I made a video about the parallels between Frieren's magic system and science, exploring how if magic were to exist, people would aim to study and understand it. Despite its boring reputation, science is actually rooted in discovery. It aims to decipher the endless complexity that is the natural universe, and that excitement being fully utilized in a world with magic makes for a fascinating exploration. But actually, today we're looking at the inverse. A rule introduced to Frieren's magic system that moves it a little away from science and more into the realm of the fantastic, a refreshing take on a classic foundation, because Frieren's magic system is rooted in believing something is possible, asking, if you can't imagine something happening, how would you conjure it into existence? The first hints of this idea are introduced pretty early. For example, in the second episode, Frieren is unable to produce a flower she's never seen, but it isn't fully explored until much later during the mage exam. Initially, it's a limitation, but this character, Ubel, challenges that entire structure, seemingly breaking previously established rules. And despite the fact that I'd normally advocate against something like this, I think it enhances the story, but we'll get to that in a second. Frieren's magic system in its initial introduction is actually pretty simple. It's structured around mana and technique. But Ubel's character shifts this. She's introduced as someone that's a bit crazy. The German word Ubel literally means bad, and in her first scene we find out she has no issue killing bandits who threaten her. Her character design and animation present her as incredibly nonchalant. From the very beginning, she's written to come across as disconnected and maybe a bit insane. We find out as the story goes on that she's a mage that uses intuition. This introduces a new rule to Frieren's magic system. Multiple people in my comment section have made an apt comparison to Frieren's magic and music, the difference between those who learn by theory and those who learn by ear. This music metaphor represents something that's a crucial part of any of this working, which is that Frieren's magic often takes full advantage of intuition, because Ubel's feeling-based understanding of magic gives her a trump card. In a previous mage exam, she was prompted with breaking through a seemingly impenetrable barrier, a cloak covered in magic that made it so nothing could break through. But her primary magic is a cutting spell, so it was easy for her to imagine cutting through something like cloth. Now, on paper, I think that this entire decision is a recipe for disaster. Baking in an ill-defined trump card that allows people to just overcome the pre-established rules of what makes magic strong, it's a recipe for disaster unless used very carefully. Because if magic systems are incorporating essentially what is a cheat code, it should be clearly defined. Otherwise, you lose the ability to solve problems with magic. So why do I believe that this is a positive impact on the story, not a negative one? Why do so many members of my audience enjoy the introduction of this concept? Well, it has to do with hard versus soft magic systems, and the purpose magic serves in Frieren's story. Defining hard and soft magic systems is a little tricky because mostly the term's being used colloquially. There are general understandings, but there's a little bit of disagreement in actual definition. The term hard and soft magic system was actually coined semi-recently, likely inspired by hard and soft sci-fi, a term that's been around for a while now. My understanding of hard and soft magic systems mostly comes from the guy who coined the term, Brandon Sanderson. He actually talks about the origin on his website, specifically when discussing his 3 laws of magic. My definition of hard magic for today's video specifically has to do with 2 major components, rules and explanation. Hard magic follows rules. These don't have to be logical or sound, just consistent. A causes B. But more than just rules, the audience has to understand them. Now, this is far from the only way magic systems can be used in a story, and in reality, hard and soft magic systems exist on a spectrum, not a binary. Soft magic systems give less information to the audience, and sometimes even adhere to less rules. The purpose is creating a sense of wonder, putting characters in a fantastic world. Some people argue the only important distinction between hard and soft magic is how much information the audience is given. But I think you gotta factor in the rules of a system. Soft magic systems can strictly or loosely follow a rule set, but the harder the magic system, the more important it is to be consistent. Rules shouldn't be subverted or broken without proper explanation. Now, the reason I'm defining this is because recently I asked my audience about the topic of today's video, and I found a lot of people had a variety of different opinions and perspectives. So does visualization make Frieren's magic system harder or softer? So visualization actually influences Frieren's magic system in two different ways. The first is in creating limitations. Take this conversation between Zarya and Flamma, where Flamma argues that neither her or Zarya will be the one to kill the Demon King. Magic is a world of visualization, and neither of them can visualize themselves living in a time of peace. This rule is restrictive. It works in conjunction and doesn't undermine previously established rules of the magic, therefore making the system harder. And it's incredibly intuitive, easy to understand. That'll be important later. Whereas the second addition of visualization in Ubel is the idea of a trump card. Despite how much mana is poured into a defense or how strong a spell should be, if Ubel can imagine herself cutting through it, she can. Specifically in this case applied to intuitive things, like cloth and hair. This is an interesting addition, but one that undermines previous rules. It's been established that more mana and better technique equals a stronger spell. When it comes to this aspect of the addition of visualization, the limits aren't specified, therefore making the system softer, because they never explain the limits to visualization. If she's able to subvert the rules of magic, why can't she cast her spells at a larger range? Why do certain restrictions apply but others don't? This isn't specified, and it's incredibly open-ended. But I do think there's a reason Frieren gets away with this, because they don't use it often, they don't use it to bail out our main characters, and they only ever use it when it feels intuitively right. Ubel isn't cutting entire pillars of stone in half that she shouldn't be able to, just things that are magically more powerful than she is but should be easy to cut. Soft and hard magic systems aren't better and worse, they're just different, they serve different goals. The most common frustration I've seen with hard magic systems is the fact that it can very often feel like a chore. Hard magic systems sometimes come with an overwhelming amount of information and explanation. They can be hard to follow and sometimes feel like they're pulling the audience away from the story, which is the exact inverse of what magic is supposed to do in fantasy. It's supposed to enhance the story, not take away from it. But then again, I personally love hard magic systems. I think well-crafted magic can do so much for a story, especially when it comes to elevating stakes and conflict. Which leads us into the third and final point of this video. What purpose does magic serve in Frieren's story? Brandon Sanderson's first rule of magic argues that an author's ability to solve problems with magic is directly proportionate to the audience's understanding. So if you're creating solutions to problems with magic, you want to make it very clear the limitations and consequences, the rules that it's built from. But Frieren isn't a story that focuses a lot on high stakes. The characters are rarely in serious danger. The story is significantly more about personal growth and struggle, the world that it takes place in, than the action and stakes. And with the introduction of visualization, both in the way that it restricts the magic, but also subverts it, Frieren's story is enhanced. Not just in the primary cast, but also the ensemble surrounding them. Frieren's mage exam arc is all about exploring the impacts of magic on the world. So expanding that magic and making it feel a little bit more wonderful does a lot for this story. Because earlier I said that this decision was dangerous if the writers weren't careful. So thank goodness they did such a good job. Fantasy stories are often defined by their magical worlds, grand adventures, and exploration of good and evil. But what about the characters? Not just the heroes and villains, but those at the edge of the story's focus. All the lives and people that make up the world, setting the stage for a fantastic story to take place. Some worlds feel like a set, a place for characters and plot to play out, while others feel endless, like a whole new world that doesn't stop existing when the main characters aren't around. Sometimes the difference between these two isn't determined by the primary or secondary characters, but by the third, tertiary characters, the people on the edge of our focus. Because when those characters feel real, it can make the world feel so full. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about when small characters make the world feel so big. World building is obviously a fundamental part of telling a fantasy story, specifically building a fantastic universe for the characters to explore. Even in its most simple cliché form, it consists of dragons and magic, knights and elves. But the further you step away from what's familiar, the more likely it is an audience might break immersion and get lost in the convoluted world that's being created. How do you walk that balance between grounded and magical? I think one of the best ways to do that is to introduce this fantastic world through the lens of relatable human experience. This is part of why I think isekai is so popular. It makes exposition way easier by giving the primary characters the same ignorance the audience has. The first part of the hero's journey is the ordinary world matched with a call to adventure. The simple farm boy finds a magical dragon's egg. The main character gets another chance at life in a magical world. Or a boy finds himself in the middle of a grand conflict between Jedi and Sith. When looking at world building, one of my favorite examples to dive into is the difference between the original Star Wars trilogy and Andor, both of which at one point were cutting edge for creating immersive worlds. I've never been much of a fan of Star Wars, but it did a lot of things right, innovating and blowing away its audience both in the grand nature of its story and the remarkable sets and special effects. But when Andor was released, there was this underlying feeling I had felt for a long time that I could finally identify. Star Wars is supposed to take place in this vast galaxy filled with different alien races and worlds, all with their own unique cultures. But somehow the universe felt so small. It felt like a beautifully set stage play, a space opera focused on the grand story of good and evil. But Andor felt the opposite, gritty and grounded, immersive and captivating in a way that I'd always wished Star Wars was. There's this scene where a couple characters have to hide from a TIE fighter as it flies by, and oh my god, the impact of that scene on Andor felt so much bigger than anything I'd ever seen in Star Wars. Which is crazy because the original Star Wars is built around the destruction of planets. But that impact felt undermined because all these planets and stories that we were introduced to always felt so sparse. I'm not actually arguing that one is inherently better than the other. To some degree, you have a limited amount of resources and time in any story, so there has to be compromises that are made. But the reason I find this comparison so interesting is because I heavily prefer Andor's world building over the original trilogy. Now, this all applies to Frieren because it's not a traditional fantasy story. I think world building takes a backseat, especially in the beginning. But at a certain point that changes and they start to really explore the world in a fascinating way through the lens of all its small characters. A couple weeks ago, I started talking about Frieren's tournament arc and how it made changes that some people struggled with, but ultimately were very important. One of which is giving the audience more information about the world, and doing it in a way that's very consumable. There's this term I've been using a lot lately called hidden exposition. Exposition can be boring, heavy-handed, and intrusive, but it's something that all stories need. So, like a dog that refuses to take its medicine, there's ways you can sneak it into the yummy parts. Take for example Verbal, a character introduced during Frieren's mage exam. At first, he seems very simple, the classic masochistic edgelord. But something they tell you pretty early on in a very straightforward manner is that he grew up to be a soldier, specifically learning magic for the purpose of battle.
He's fought against the remnants of the Demon King's forces for years now.
And by telling us Verbal's backstory, we're actually shown a lot about the world. Verbal and his town grew up in a very volatile, dangerous place, demonstrating that even though the primary story in Frieren is supposed to take place during an era of peace, that the further north you go, the more dangerous it gets, with the remnants of the Demon King's presence still littered about. When he tells Ubel that he's killed before, even fighting armies of children, you find out that there are ruthless warlords, humans just as bad as demons in the north, showing A by telling B. And the strategy is present throughout most of the mage exam. All the side characters are giving us more information about the world, making it feel a lot bigger through inference. And all of that exposition is being paired with these characters as very real threats to our protagonists. And, more importantly, they're fun, engaging characters. To make hidden exposition work, you need it attached to something that's actually pretty engaging, and I find Verbal's character really interesting. He's described by Fern in the manga as a guy that looks like he'd kick a dog. While presented as a grumpy, masochistic edgelord, he also is kind. And despite his brutal history, he's doing a lot to try to hold on to those components of what make him feel human, demonstrated in his inability to just kill Ubel without preparing himself. This depth also doesn't just end with verbal. There are 2 young mages that are paired with Frieren in the first part of the mage exam that are very practical, Lavina and Kane. They're obviously introduced as an attempt at comedic relief, and they force Frieren into a leadership position. But they also give us more information we can infer about Frieren's world. They're both graduates of a prestigious magic university. Lavina has older brothers succeeding in politics. These characters imply a world beyond what we've seen in the past. They're small components of a much larger story that expand it greatly. Frieren, in the first half of its story, is very focused. Magic is this huge central theme in the story, yet despite that, Frieren's party rarely interacts with other mages, until the exam. Across their adventures, their party's only shown interacting with 1 elf, 2 dwarves, and a couple demons. It's a very limited story despite their constant exploration. That's why, as I've analyzed more and more of the tournament arc, I've really grown to love the tertiary characters. Their impact and what they're setting up is more obvious in retrospect, but it is noticeable. 2 weeks ago, I created an entire video dedicated to Denkin, one of the fan favorite tertiary characters. And last week, I talked about Ubel's impact on the magic system, but I didn't have an opportunity to talk about her interesting dynamic with land. They're a perfect example of just how much these side characters can sometimes capture the audience's attention. An engaging odd couple that ends up spending tons of time next to one another. And as the story went on, both characters on their own would have been fascinating. But together, their dynamic is even better. Good character dynamics go from feeling like addition to multiplication. But Ubel and Land weren't the only pair that I felt had this chemistry. There are other great examples, like Denkin playing grandfather for Richter and Laufen. Seeing all these characters between the tournament, when juxtaposed to them when they were at conflict with one another just the day before, it works surprisingly well. These dynamics are constantly feeding us little bits of exposition, but they're also just entertaining. A weird set of characters all finding charm in their own ways. I argued in my Denkin video 2 weeks ago that tertiary characters, which I referred to as periphery characters, had to satisfy one of 2 goals. They have to be practical or entertaining, sometimes both, because any time spent away from the primary cast has a high chance of backfiring. And Frieren's mage exam is filled with both practical and entertaining characters, especially when placed in interesting pairings, showing us the grand nature of Frieren's world, all based off the audience's ability to infer about the things that we're told about them. It's a fun, fascinating way to build a world, one that's hard to fully appreciate unless you look closely. It's common in anime to have running gags. Slapstick and strong reactions are part of the culture. Anime has evolved into so much more than just media for children, but its foundational origin was targeting that specific audience. It's why big, exaggerated responses are so common. One of my more popular videos is a comparison between 2 characters that you could consider the coward archetype, Zenitsu from Demon Slayer and Stark from Frieren Beyond Journey's End. The comment section is filled with people arguing that Zenitsu's the reason they stopped watching, pointing out his character as grating and annoying. His loud, expressive outbursts, especially built around his fear, is meant to play for comedic relief. And some people do find it funny, but in the end, I think it just hurts the story. So what happens when a comedy gag isn't just funny, it adds a lot. There's shocking amounts of depth. A simple gag built around a mage who's over 1,000 years old, constantly falling prey to the same old trap. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how Frieren's mimic gag offers a surprising level of depth. 11 months ago, I released a video called The Paradox of Charming Character Flaws. In the video, I argued that Frieren, the namesake and protagonist of Frieren Beyond Journey's End, has a lot of compelling duality. 2 defining traits that maybe contradict each other. Frieren absolutely on paper falls into that tsundere archetype. She has white hair, she's cold and removed, and constantly navigating with an air of mystery and nonchalance. Now that archetype is contrasted with the fact that Frieren's actually very expressive when it comes to things that are non-normative. She loves little trinkets and treasures. She dances and sings with excitement when she finds them. This expressive nature is very grounding not only for her archetype, but also her role in the story. This whole show takes place after the hero's journey, where her party of 4 saved the world from the Demon King. In a lot of ways, she's legendary. Frieren is a complex character with so much to offer, and part of that is represented in this running gag that starts in the very first episode. Mimics, or monsters that pretend to be chess, are a common trope in fantasy. You can find references to this trap in all sorts of fantasy media: Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Delicious in Dungeon or Dungeons and Dragons. From anime to video games to tabletop board games, this is more than just a trope, it's a cliché. But something Frieren has consistently showcased is its ability to take worn-out tropes and find new, interesting ways to explore them. And it takes most of the season before it becomes apparent that Frieren's running mimic gag is actually much deeper. So let's understand that in 3 parts. In a vast majority of media, dungeons are represented as dangerous, dark, and scary. There are strong associations we have with something like a dungeon. I mean, think about its origin outside of fantasy, a medieval, dangerous prison. Now, generally speaking, there's 2 ways to engage in strong associations: use it to your advantage, or subvert it. Frieren tends to actually do both, often embracing tropes and then finding new ways to explore them later. This is true of dungeons and Frieren's personality. Her character loves trinkets. It's a quirk of hers that's consistent throughout the entire show and helps make her so charming. Like I argued earlier, it balances her otherwise cold persona. When it comes to any little magical trinket, she's expressive and exaggerated. She carries a trunk full of them. This runs perfectly in conjunction with the running gag of her falling for mimics. Who would expect a legendary mage from the former hero's party to fall prey to the most simple of tricks? Now, one of the main criticisms I've seen levied at this show is the characters being uninteresting, which I think is a fair first impression. But something that became abundantly clear to me is as the story went on, the characters got more and more interesting, in small entertaining ways and in big ones too. And this mimic thing is a perfect example because it's more than just a trope, it's a cliche, playing on the fact that human greed is an incredibly easy way to set up a trap. And at first, that seems to be the core of what's going on with Frieren, but this show has layers. Later it's revealed that there are a couple more steps to this entire process. Frieren does something that I've noticed a lot of my favorite stories doing lately, creating fun, engaging stories that use serious topics and occasionally dip into treating that serious topic with a lot of respect. Frieren's a story built around recontextualizing a previous grand adventure with a new one. They lived in a very violent world. This show doesn't shy away from that, but it does find ways to still keep the general vibe lighthearted, keeping track of its central tone, and that's demonstrated really beautiful in Frieren's love for dungeons. Later in the story, there's this mage exam, and the second part of it involves exploring a dungeon. Which brings up this question of why does Frieren love dungeons as much as she does? Before exploring a flashback, a conversation between Himmel and Frieren. Multiple times up to this point in the series, we've seen a couple pretty serious moments the hero's party had to work through in their adventure. This scene juxtaposes that, demonstrating what personality could actually withstand that hardship, the difficulty of being someone that's trying to save the world. A major theme in this story is Himmel demonstrating that the little moments matter as much as the big, that the process is just as important as the destination. So in this flashback where Himmel wants to explore every corner of the dungeon before moving on to its lowest level, stating that he's going to embrace every little component that makes him love adventuring, that he's going to enjoy this, and one day, before he even realizes it, save the world, it ties to so many major components in the story. Frieren's entire character arc is built around an inciting incident where she didn't properly value the time she spent with those around her. This new journey is meant to recontextualize all of those little moments that she didn't even know to pay attention to. It's just the first part of what makes this mimic gag so interesting, because it's all kind of tied together thematically. And then it's followed by another scene, which is even more interesting, answering that question of why does Frieren keep falling prey to the mimic gag? In Frieren's 23rd episode, there's a moment where Frieren reveals that there's a spell that up to 99% accuracy can determine whether or not a chest is a mimic. In that moment, Frieren and Frieren are staring down another chest, and Frieren starts this little monologue, stating that great mages make discoveries in that 1%. They're not deterred by the unsurmountable. It's honestly pretty striking. And then she finishes it by saying her intuition's right this time, that this chest has a magical grimoire that will make it all worth it. It's part of the 1%. It's this kind of beautiful little moment, capturing that passion that Frieren carries in exploring the magical unknown. And right after that cool little moment, Frieren once again finds herself trapped by a mimic. I felt like the humor played perfectly, allowing you to come up for air, while still letting the significance of what she just argued sit. Part of what really drew me to Frieren was the way they explored this everlasting elf archetype. It feels like a beautiful storytelling structure to create compelling, complex characters, but every time I'm introduced to another version of it, I find it underwhelming. I do not feel that way about Frieren. I love her archetype. To me, it's a fundamental part of what makes the story work. There was this old comment that argued beautifully that Frieren isn't just old, she's lived an incredibly long youth. Think about for a second what a 1% chance represents for someone that's going to be opening thousands of chests across their life. Frieren's arc, like most good ones, is built around growth, heavily impacted by her status as elf, taking that wake-up call and listening. Part of the reason this story is so outstanding is because of all the different ways that character struggles are representative of the human condition, struggles that most people have to face at one point or another in their life. Lessons for both old and young, experienced and green, and they implement them so casually, so expertly, sneaking them in everywhere, in the big moments and small, like the tragedy of losing a loved one or refusing to pass up on a 1% chance. Depth in so many different creases of the story. It's why I love talking about this show. It feels like everywhere I look, I find something interesting that carries weight and depth. So cheers to the Frieren mimic gag. Beautiful writing where I least expected it. Over the last year, I've talked a lot about how Frieren has a remarkable way of both embracing and subverting tropes. And in thinking about that recently, I noticed just how engaging a good surprise can be. I also came to the conclusion that there's an important distinction between surprise and shock. I think when a story has twists, it showcases this. People can often immediately name examples of media, directors, and stories that are defined by their twists, shocking the audience with a sudden realization that recontextualizes a lot of what's been going on. But sometimes surprises are subtle. They don't hit you over the head with a big, grand realization. Because while twists are easy to see and define, I think surprises are just as important and a lot harder to recognize. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're exploring how a show can be so surprising, but rarely shocking. This entire video feels like it's focusing on something that's really hard to define, so the argument is absolutely semantic. I'm using words like shock and surprise to mean different things when it's just as reasonable to interpret them as interchangeable. But this distinction is important for today's video, because when I'm differentiating between the two, I'm placing shock as a subcategory of surprise. Like not all fruit are apples, but all apples are fruit. But the question still lies in why I think this distinction is so important. Twists or shocking turns of event in stories feel drastically different than the thing I'm trying to highlight. But they're built off of the same foundation, engaging the audience through unexpected writing decisions. So to understand this better, let's start by looking at the audience as a collective. Obviously, anyone that's reading a book or watching a show is having an individual relationship with it. But creators often lump all those people into a larger collective, an individual thing. It's really hard for me to see the statistic of how many people watch my videos each month and think of them as individuals. I can't conceptualize it, it's too many people with too many varying perspectives. So instead I look at general trends. What is the reception across hundreds of thousands of people? This is where tropes come into play. A narrative device used across multiple stories that audiences start to recognize as recurring. The interesting thing about tropes is ultimately I think they're determined by the viewer and what media they've consumed in the past. But creators have to work off of a more broad landscape. What tropes have been overused? What will people recognize? And how can a writer use that to their advantage? Some probably immediately come to mind when it comes to storytelling, but YouTube videos offer a really obvious example. YouTube is full of many different tropes. Have you noticed that thing I do where I say, my name is Pei, and today we're talking about blah blah blah, that I put at the front of every one of my videos? I do that for very specific reasons. I don't really put my face in many videos, and the subject is always a different anime people already care about, so there's not really much for people to attach onto when it comes to my channel as a brand. I add that little producer tag so when people stumble across my videos 3-4 times, they start to realize, oh, I keep coming back to this one guy's arguments. If you look at a lot of successful video essayists, they tend to include some sort of intro, a tag that makes their content more recognizable for recurring viewers.
Hi, my name is Tony, and this is Every Frame a Painting.
Now, a more common trope that all of you will recognize is all the different strategies people have used for engagement. They're often referred to as calls to action, asking people to subscribe, like, or comment. There have been whole metas to it, where people adopt different strategies that become widely popular. For example, pointing towards what percentage of viewers are subscribed to a channel that are consuming the content. As far as I know, that was popularized by the Minecraft YouTuber Dream, and then everyone started to adopt it. I tend to lean towards less calls to action, but I do it too. And the reason so many people do it is because most of the time it works. There's huge statistical differences between an effective call to action and a video without one, but they also wear out quick. As soon as a call to action becomes a cliche, suddenly it'll hurt more than it helps, disrupting the flow of a video and inclining people to do the opposite of what a creator's asking. So the way it tends to work is a creator comes up with an effective strategy, other people start to emulate it, it is over-adopted, oversaturated, and then eventually becomes a cliche. This is also true of other forms of media, like storytelling. There's kind of an inherent paradox to telling stories because there are so many norms, structures, and tropes that are used regularly. But that has to be balanced with not being too predictable. If stories are too predictable, it often gets in the way of engagement and immersion. Emotional beats will fall flat. But if you break away too much from standard storytelling structure, it actually alienates audiences. It's harder to follow what's going on. Audiences at large have been trained to have expectations about the general flow of a story, and stories that are too non-conforming generally won't do well on a wide scale. It's a weird and really interesting part of storytelling, because stories are often influenced by the environment they're released into, like this weird meta fourth wall thing. Now, sometimes good writers will factor in that context, using tropes to subvert the audience's expectations, because something I've noticed in all of my favorite pieces of media lately is that they consistently surprise me, finding new, interesting, fresh ways to explore an already comfortable structure. Frieren on paper is an incredibly cut and dry fantasy story, and I really don't like that style of world building. I kind of have an inherent bias against it. And part of what I think makes Frieren so special is the way they use those tropes to make the entire story more interesting. Frieren in its origin was initially created to be a gag comedy. I think this is a big reason as to why trope is such a major component of the story. In my brain, that idea feels reminiscent of things like Konosuba or One Punch Man, satire utilizing tropes for the sake of comedy. Now, I still think Frieren is a very funny show, but I also think it uses tropes in a way that feel emotionally significant too. I think this is a major component of why the story is so consistently surprising. There's a self-awareness that it uses time and time again, leading to decisions that consistently catch me off guard. I think the more you analyze media and look closely, the more predictable it starts to become. Kind of like being able to predict a rhyme at the end of a verse in a song you've never listened to before because of context clues. And I've noticed recently that I really value stories that consistently surprise me. And this is where the difference between surprise and shock really comes in. Take for example a theoretical horror movie where a character's walking down a dark hall. You could know that something shocking is going to happen, a jump scare or a reveal, and not be surprised at all. Another good example is how M. Night Shyamalan has kind of written himself into a corner. Every movie he makes, there's an expectation that there'll be a twist at the end. But when you know a twist is coming, you're less surprised by it, which undermines its effectiveness. Being shocked and surprised are not the same thing. They can overlap, but they don't have to. My favorite stories recently are ones that consistently surprise me. There's this fiction series I've been reading lately called Dungeon Crawler Carl that I think is outstanding. It really engages in this in a way that feels very reminiscent of what I love about Frieren. It's such a powerful tool, and it doesn't have to be big or grandiose. These decisions don't have to come as shocks, and I almost think they're more sustainably used when they don't. So when in Frieren do I think that this is used most effectively? Let's take a look. Here's a quick spoiler warning for anyone that needs it for Season 1 of Frieren Beyond Journey's End. The first example that comes to mind is Zine as a character. There's this classic structure that we've seen time and time again, especially in shonen, where a party slowly adopts new members. Having a character fit in neatly with an ensemble that the audience loves is very difficult, and it's especially impressive when they shift an already interesting dynamic to make it even better. I really believe Zine is an outstanding character, and for me, everything in my gut indicated that he'd stay with the party after his introduction. In Frieren's original party, there was a warrior, mage, priest, and hero. So when Zine was introduced, he filled the obvious missing role in having a priest. It also created this possibility where Frieren could step into that role as a hero. I don't know, that's interesting. The whole story is built around running parallels between the old party and new one. It's a brave decision to let go of a character that was working so well. It surprised me, but it felt beautifully in line with both the character and themes of the story. It was a decision I never expected, but also wouldn't change in retrospect. Another surprise comes in the way Frieren navigates Fern and Stark's budding romance. Romances often take a lot of space in a story, but with rare exception, Fern and Stark's developing relationship falls to the background. Even when they're given big moments, more often than not, it's multifaceted, serving some purposes outside of just their dynamic. There's generally an expectation that if romance is going to be introduced between important characters, it's something that's going to be delved into. And in the future, it probably will continue to develop, but they're taking their time in a way that really works. It's not at all how I'd expect a slice of life or fantasy adventure to treat romance. To me, it feels kind of singular. I can't think of another story that does a budding relationship in the same way. In the exact opposite direction of love and romance, or maybe full circle, is the action in Frieren. Especially in the first half of the season, this show occasionally dips into extreme action for just a brief moment. Anime, especially old shonens, have a tendency to really draw out conflict. It's so common for fights to span many episodes, but some of the best fight sequences in Frieren are so brief. Another surprise comes in rewatching Frieren and realizing some of my favorite little stories are only half of an episode. I've made whole videos praising Frieren's ability to tell entire stories in only a couple minutes. And when I finally got used to that, they changed it up, creating a mage exam, taking a leap of faith to tell the story in a different way. And it ended up being so crucial, developing some of my favorite characters in the first season. Denkian had so much more substance and significance than I originally expected. All of these little surprises I probably could make an entire video about if I haven't already. And kind of the point of this video is I wouldn't really classify any of these as shocking. They're not twists, they're just unexpected directions that hold up under scrutiny. They don't undermine any of the setup, they don't act in opposition to what I would expect from a character, and they're still super satisfying, almost more so. I think this is an exceptionally difficult thing to do in storytelling. Recently, I've been working on my own writing, and seeing this is almost discouraging because no matter what I do, I'm kinda gonna be bad. Analyzing media and creating it require different skill sets that do inform one another but aren't one-to-one. So as I'm analyzing stories that I think are really well written, I'm noticing just how engaging they are, and I'm admiring how difficult it is to do that as effectively as they have. It's very hard to do this. To me, it's a sign of expertise or coincidence. When a story does it time and time again, it seems like chance isn't a major component at play. That's why I find this entire concept of surprising without being shocking so interesting. Because as easy as it is to get caught up analyzing any piece of media, sometimes they come along and are just engaging. So there's this small video that was released just a couple weeks ago from a Civilization 6 YouTuber named Herson talking about Frieren. It was titled "The Worst Episode in Susanoo Frieren." In a post I made today asking about takes I might disagree with in Frieren, someone suggested this video, and man do I disagree with it.
As it stands, there's not a single moment in the first season of the show where Fern or Stark makes a meaningful decision.
Come on, that's just not a single moment. But it's worth acknowledging a lot of these response videos come across as takedowns, trying to dunk on any opinion that doesn't match theirs. There's something inherently combative about them. So what I'm going to do in this video is take that combative stance, watch his video, and respond. But I'm also going to, despite how much I disagree with parts of this video, argue why I think it's a good thing, and share my own ideas about strong points he brings up. But that's the thing about video essays, they should be encouraging discussion. So in my first version of making this video, I went through and responded to everything he said, but I think that ultimately made for a pretty bad viewing experience. So instead of this video being me nitpicking every little thing he says that I disagree with, I'm instead going to talk about the 3 major points that he seems to be arguing. Number 1, the problems with the Old Man Vol episode. 2, Frieren's characters having a lack of agency in the story and being stuck in the past. And 3, what this implies about the world. My name is Pei, and today we're going to be talking about, potentially, Susanoo Frieren's worst episode. 2 important disclaimers that I need to share before responding to his video is number 1, if you go to his channel and leave a comment on his video, that's whack and you're cringe. It reflects poorly on me and I don't want to contribute to people dogpiling over essentially inconsequential opinions on media. Second, this is not the full video. I am making cuts because I wanted my argument to feel cohesive and focused. Let's get into it.
In case you've been living under a rock, the highest rated anime of all time according to most user review websites is a relatively recent show called Susanoo Frieren. Overall, it's a pretty solid show that has some pretty meaningful things to say about the value of human connection. However, I have some gripes with the show that I feel have been overlooked by the anime community at large, concerns which no other content creator has seen fit to give voice to. To best illustrate these concerns, we'll be examining episode 16.
So part of the reason I'm making this response is because later on he points to a couple of my videos as examples of content creators talking about Frieren. This is also paired with the information that one of those videos is one of my most popular, and it talks about episode 16 of Frieren,
which centers around an old dwarf named Vol and the promise he made to his long-deceased wife. This is the worst episode of So no Frieren. Right away, episode 16 fumbles its themes a bit. You see, the previous episode had been entirely about the value of having trust in other people.
Kinda. The moral of that episode I don't think is built around just trust. There's more moving pieces than that, but we'll get to that in a second.
The whole party had been put to sleep by a curse, leaving the newest member, Sign, alone against a powerful monster. Despite his best efforts, he's unable to damage the monster, forcing him to rely on the one thing he can do: utilize a spell to wake one of his party members for a mere 5 seconds. Earlier, Frieren had confidently stated before falling asleep that 5 seconds would be sufficient for her to defeat the monster on her own, but Sign wavers. Eventually, he gets a flashback where he remembers a lecture he received on the value of trust, and he decides to put his faith in Frieren and wakes her. Of course, she defeats the monster as promised. Thus concludes a nice little tale about the value of trusting your companions, even in cases where you don't fully understand them.
Yes, this is about trusting a companion in a high-risk situation, taking a leap of faith and putting your life in someone else's hands. I think it's more about giving trust to those who've earned it than it is just a general lesson about trusting people.
So, imagine my shock when the literal very next episode opens with this scene. Our party is coming up to a village, and Frieren tells her companion stories about a trusted friend of hers that lives there.
Okay, so I had to go back and rewatch this scene because the way he explains it is disconnected from the way I remember it. Frieren doesn't really say anything explicitly about trust here. The closest thing you could point at is her referring to Vol as a long-lived friend. I think the primary purpose of this scene is to give you a couple important pieces of information. The first is that Vol is old, almost 400 years when the average life of a dwarf is around 300. The second is that he's a renowned, strong warrior that spent most of his life protecting this town. And the third is that he's one of Frieren's longtime friends.
So, what's the very first thing Vol does?
Okay, that's not what he says. I think the emoji indicates that this is a joke, but I still think it's misleading to replace the subtitles here. And I guess you could take these quotes out of context and infer it has something to do with trust. But this moment isn't unprompted or random like he implies and continues to argue in a second. Because in the scenes that preface this, Stark asks if he's a great warrior, Frieren hypes him up. Then, when they finally arrive in front of him, she asks if he seems as great as she made him out to be. Then Stark not once but twice underestimates him, referring to his age and calling him decrepit.
He sucker punches the party's warrior, Stark, injuring him to the point of being unable to walk.
Using the term sucker punches and injuring feels overblown and exaggerated. While the characters are shocked, no one treats it with a lot of severity.
Vol then goes on a rant about how trust is a weakness, and that true warriors never let their guards down, even among friends.
To me, the rant feels so much more about preparedness and staying on your toes. He never explicitly says anything about trust, especially in context where he, in front of the old man, underestimates his ability to be a great warrior because of his age. To argue there's subtext about trust here and not even call it subtext feels like a stretch.
For some reason, this is accepted by the party as being some kind of profound wisdom, and Vol is forgiven for his brazen, unprovoked assault.
Brazen or extreme, maybe, but it's definitely not unprovoked. A young warrior overconfidently questions an old man's ability to fight based off of his age and then gets his leg swept. This is like almost a cliche. Also, once again, assault is such a strong word.
We then learn the backstory of Vol. He's lived for 400 years, far longer than the average life expectancy of dwarves in this setting, and he spent all that time guarding this village. He's a total hermit, having no real friends and never engaging with the community he's sworn his life to.
Yes, at this point it's stated that he's not engaging with the community that he's protecting. But cutting to a shot where Frieren and Vol are talking, two old friends, while claiming he doesn't have any real friends, feels like an odd choice. There's a lot being inferred here based off of very little information, some of which runs contrary to the direction of the episode. Vol voices that he's grateful for his friendship with Frieren. It's a big part of this story, but something to remember is that this is an old dwarf near the end of his life. We don't know if he interacted with previous generations. There's a possibility talking to the townspeople felt weird, like an adult going to preschool. A big part of Frieren's story is her age, but something that's important to remember is she's still very youthful. She has energy and is far from any sort of natural death. A major part of this episode and Vol's story is his age and how it's showing.
We're told that Vol hardly ever speaks to anyone, to the point where the people of the village have forgotten why he even stands guard over them in the first place. His motive for doing this, as it turns out, is a promise he made to his human wife, who passed away hundreds of years ago. Even though he can no longer even remember her face, he lives his life in service to the promise he made to her. Now, I don't think it's particularly outlandish for me to take a look at this scenario and question if Vol is, perhaps, completely wasting his life.
Okay, pause. I do think that's an outlandish thing to say. A complete waste of his life feels like a really aggressive way to argue that you think he should be doing something else. I think a big part of what makes this episode so beautiful is this almost unrequited expression of love.
The problem here isn't his dedication to defending the village, but his decision to isolate himself from the people living in it.
But why is that a problem?
Being totally alone for hundreds of years has to be completely miserable.
First, we know he hasn't been completely alone all 400 years. We know he had a relationship with his wife. We know that he's friends with Frieren. There's a possibility other friends exist. Just because they aren't explicitly shown to us, the audience, doesn't mean we can assume they don't. Second, tons of people live generally reclusive lifestyles, and small amounts of interaction are enough for them. He sees a very different story with Vol than I do. This feels like a pretty crucial part of his argument against episode 16.
And given that this is a show that's supposedly about the value of connecting with other people, I'd expect the author to understand this.
I do think the story is about valuing connections with others, but I think connections come in many different shapes and forms. I think the central theme of this episode is that we carry the people we've lost on with us in memory and actions. Vol's dedication to the promise he made his wife is represented every day in choosing to continue engaging with it, even when that memory starts to fade.
Surely, the reason that Vol's wife asked him to guard the village is because she loved the village and the people who live there.
Yes.
Assuming this is the case, then while Vol has remembered the contents of the promise he made, his isolation reveals that he has forgotten the true reasons behind it.
No. What? An important part of Frieren's story that we're shown a couple different times is that before the Demon King was killed, the world was very dangerous. There's a very realistic chance that she was just asking for him to protect this town of people she loved from danger. I mean, there could be subtext, but that's never indicated the entire time.
We'd have the setup for a good story. Thus, there's an obvious direction that this episode is practically begging to go in.
He goes on a long tangent after this about what he thinks the story should have been, and I found myself arguing a bunch of different random tangential things. The overall point being I heavily prefer the version Frieren gave over his.
In the actual episode, events unfold very differently. In this episode, Vol is never challenged regarding his decision to live his life in complete solitude.
This returns to the idea that Vol's lifestyle is a problem that needs to be fixed. But in reality, the audience and characters in the story have an incredibly limited viewpoint of his life. I mean, he's almost 400 years old. If anyone knows him, it's probably Frieren, and she doesn't seem very worried.
In fact, I'd go so far as to say that his lifestyle is depicted as admirable. At one point in the episode, as Vol is reminiscing with Frieren, we get a flashback to some 80 years ago, when Frieren's previous party visited the village. Vol expresses to this party his doubts about the way he's chosen to live his life.
わしは遠い昔に交わした約束を果たしているに過ぎん。滑稽な話だろう。わしはずっと死者との約束を守っている。
The leader of Frieren's party, Himmel the hero, takes offense at Vol doubting the nobility of his lifestyle. He affirms that Vol is doing the right thing and that he's living the way his wife would have wanted. Back in the present, as Vol reflects on this moment, his resolve to continue living his life in solitude is reaffirmed. In case it wasn't clear enough that the author believes that this is the correct mindset, Vol reveals on the following day that he dreamt of his wife's face for the first time in decades that very night.
Generally, it's a good rule to avoid claiming authorial intent. It's very wishy-washy and inexact. You can infer based off of perceived themes what the author was getting at. It's far from concrete, and even with seemingly clear examples, it's still often hotly debated. Outside of an author stating what they meant, you can only really make an educated guess. A much easier thing to look at, and still not concrete, is how art is interpreted, because you have more evidence. So how is my interpretation different from Herson's? I think Vol has dedicated his life to a noble pursuit, seeing through his late wife's wish. And now, in his old age with his memory slipping, he makes the decision every day still to protect that town. And while he's lost the memory of her voice and face, his love for her is still there, serving as a foundation for his commitment to protecting the town. The reason this is treated like it's noble is because it is. This is a choice he continues to make, even when it doesn't make as much sense as it once did. He then acknowledges to Himmel that this may seem silly from the outside perspective looking in. Some might argue it's a fruitless pursuit, but Himmel understands, and he assures the man to continue making the decisions he wants to. I think Old Man Vol's story is built around two major components. The first is the main theme, that we carry on our lost loved ones in the actions and decisions we make every day. They're not truly gone as long as their influence remains. And the primary conflict is built around Vol's old age and slipping memory. Both of these ideas are introduced from the very start of the episode, and seen all the way through the climax. He's introduced as the 400-year-old dwarf warrior who protects this town, and Frieren immediately asks if he's still pretending to be senile. And then there's the emotional climax of the episode where she realizes he is losing his memory, and it hits her and is tragic because he's one of her oldest friends, one of the few people that exist in a world that isn't made for them, living through many generations of humans who all exist with such an urgency. Vol and Frieren both seem very content living their peaceful lives, but they also both have people they deeply care about, people that they've lost. But they're not relics of the past, they're carried into the future in every action they take, influencing Frieren and Vol's decisions day by day. So when Frieren finds out that one of her oldest friends, a dwarf that should have probably died 100 years ago's age is finally showing, I think she's shocked by the tragedy. But then she remembers the lesson that Himmel taught her, that our past experiences inform the now. We carry the ones we love in every decision we make, in all the ways they influenced us. And then she tells Vol that he'll be carried with her when she's gone, and he's comforted by that. I think Vol's story is beautiful, and I know a lot of people love this episode. That's why I find this next argument so shocking.
Vol chose to live in the past rather than the present, and he was rewarded for it. Now, I don't think it's a stretch to say that this episode is firmly at odds with the idea that Soso no Frieren is a show about valuing human connection.
I think it is a stretch, because I think this episode beautifully highlights the value of human connection, showcased in one of the many forms it comes in.
However, I may have fibbed a bit when I implied earlier that this episode is alone in this regard. In reality, the Vol episode is a microcosm for the problems that permeate every single aspect of the writing in this anime. Remember that scene when Himmel the hero affirmed Vol's lifestyle? This actually wasn't out of character at all for Himmel. In fact, Himmel's life has a significant number of disturbing parallels to Vol's. After the party that Himmel journeyed with for 10 years in order to save the world disbanded, what did he actually do with his life? In the anime, it seems as though he didn't do much of anything. When he meets back up with his former party members 50 years later, we get numerous scenes of them reminiscing about the past, but no scenes of them catching each other up on their exploits over the 50 years they spent separated. There's no concrete evidence that Himmel ever went on any more adventures, formed any new friendships, picked up any new hobbies, or did much of anything in that 50-year span.
They didn't talk about Himmel's life and exploits because stories have very limited time and audiences have limited attention. The story's titled Frieren Beyond Journey's End, and possibly the reason why we're not given much information about Himmel's life after the hero's journey is because Frieren is the point of view protagonist. And the point they're trying to make in the first episode is that Frieren's disconnected and kinda doesn't care. And she doesn't realize that until he's gone.
There is one thing we do know that he did, however.
Is it that in episode 3 they showcased Himmel consistently visiting the town where Qual was sealed to make sure that it wasn't decaying? Or I don't know, the fact that a major point in Himmel's heroism is that he didn't just do big things, he also helped people in small ways. And probably if he had time to do that while he was saving the world, he probably had time after. No, it's not those?
He lamented his inability to court Frieren. Thus, he stewed in regret and lived in isolation after their party disbanded, accomplishing nothing new until the day he died. Much like Vol, Himmel never moved on.
Outside of Himmel seemingly not having a partner, there are very few points of evidence that suggest Himmel was lamenting, let alone lived an isolated life. There's actually evidence to indicate the opposite. Unlike Vol, we know a lot about Himmel's character and how social he was. We do know that Himmel didn't meet someone else and marry them, and that implies something, but to say that he clearly stewed in regret because of it, it feels like a stretch.
In fact, nobody in the show ever moves on. In episode 15, the party runs into a nobleman named Orden. His son recently died in battle, and in order to conceal this fact and keep morale among his men high, he contracts a member of Frieren's party to impersonate his dead son at an upcoming ball. This is a deeply uncomfortable premise and raises numerous ethical and philosophical questions. However, the show is utterly uninterested in exploring them. Stark, who is assigned the role of impersonating Orden's son, never once expresses doubt over the deceitful nature of this quest, nor the weird psychological hang-up that Orden seems to have when it comes to denying his own son's death.
Okay, so I think this is where the value of a video like this really comes into play. It's making me think about Orden's story. Because Orden finds himself at a unique crossroads, trying to accept the loss of his son while also bearing the responsibility of a monarch, a king afraid that his people might panic if they find out his heir is dead.
Orden's not the only father in the show whose life is haunted by the memory of his deceased son. Several episodes prior, we met another nobleman by the name of Granat, whose own son was also slain in battle by demons.
He's right, 2 noblemen haunted by the loss of their sons, both coping in different ways. This parallel's really interesting, and I didn't think about it before this video.
It's just another example of a long line of characters in this show having their entire life's purpose laid out for them by their deceased loved ones.
Wait, what?
Virtually every character in Soso no Frieren is haunted by the ghosts of the relationships they've lost.
Okay, I'm back on board. I don't know what I was talking about a second ago, but a major theme in Frieren is looking at the way past relationships influence our actions now.
Just as Vol dedicates himself to his dead wife and Orden and Granat dedicate themselves to their dead sons, every member of Frieren's party set out on their journey because of a relationship they've lost. Frieren regrets not getting to know her previous party members better, and so she's venturing to a realm that allows her to commune with the dead. Fern follows Frieren because she wishes to live up to the expectations of Hyder, the man who raised her. Stark follows Frieren because he feels guilt over not having been a strong enough warrior to fight alongside his deceased brother and father.
I think Stark's journey also has to do with the loss of his relationship with Eisen, wanting to go on an adventure and bring those stories back to him.
Even Sign, who joins the party for a few episodes before departing, only goes adventuring in order to search for a childhood friend of his that he regrets parting ways with.
Wait, no. You're definitely right that he wants to reconnect with his childhood friend, but they grew up idealizing being an adventurer, dreaming about exploring the world, being the heroes of their own story. Finding guerrilla warriors definitely a priority, but leaving home when he feels like he's past his prime and going on his own adventure is a feat in itself. It's a decision that takes some convincing, but in the end, he makes himself. A choice to engage instead of letting life pass him by.
All of these characters have had their main goal in life thrust upon them by someone else, rather than it being something that they chose for themselves.
All of these characters' goals, with the exception of maybe Fern, are a result of them making a decision that they regret, and then in the future learning from that mistake and making a new decision to engage. All of them were stuck because of their own choices. Stark chose to stay in the town because of the nearby dragon. Zyne refused to go with Guerrilla Warrior because he couldn't choose to leave his brother behind, and Frieren across 1,000 years chose time and time again to disconnect from society. Each one of these characters' story starts with them choosing to engage. Stark fights the dragon he's terrified of, Zyne leaves home, and Frieren chooses to go on an adventure.
This extends further than just their primary objectives, however. Every single detour and side quest that our characters set out on in this show is something that was thrust upon them, never something that they chose for themselves. There are no subplots in Soso no Frieren where the inciting incident comes from a choice made by one of the party members. All of them are mere passengers in the story that react to the things that happen around them, as opposed to being in the driver's seat and creating the action themselves.
There are stories where main characters do feel like passengers, but in Frieren, the characters are constantly making choices that are informed by circumstance. There's no separating the two. Even the clip he's using at this point in the video demonstrates that. Frieren sees a demon in the city and chooses to pull a proverbial gun on him. That roadblock of her then being imprisoned is a direct result of her actions. I'd almost argue the opposite, that a majority of the subplots in the story are direct decisions made by a character, because most of them don't actually have to happen. Take the choice to stop and fight that monster that makes people sleep in episode 15. Frieren suggests they move on, the risk is too great, but Fern insists that they stay. Or Frieren's choice to find blue moonweed in episode 2 that leads to conflict between her and Fern, where Fern has to advocate for herself.
Everything the party does happens only because the responsibility to act was thrust upon them. They witness some grave threat to human life, they run out of money, or they encounter some sort of roadblock, and then the story develops from there. For once, I'd like to see an episode where the plot is driven by the desires of the characters, rather than the circumstances they find themselves in.
Even though we as the audience can probably infer that our likable protagonists aren't going to abandon people in a time of need, it's still a decision that the characters are making. And multiple times in Frieren, they highlight just how much these choices don't have to be made. They could have left the demons that were threatening Granat's domain. They didn't owe the city that, especially after Frieren was imprisoned. Fern and Stark didn't have to fight the lesser demons, but this is a story about heroism. And many of these little subplots, especially in the first half of the season, of less important storylines are all a byproduct of them following their desires.
As it stands, there's not a single moment in the first season of the show where Fern or Stark makes a meaningful decision.
Come on, that's just not a single moment.
Furthermore, the characters aren't just passive in the way they approach their journey, they're also passive in the way they engage in forming connections with other people. In the worldview of Soso no Frieren, a relationship isn't something that someone goes out of their way to form, but is instead something which is thrust upon them through chance. Characters don't choose to become friends with other people, can't choose to become friends with other people. This is the reason that the author of Soso no Frieren feels the need to write so much about the importance of cherishing the connections people form with each other. If people have no agency over forming relationships, then every relationship is truly irreplaceable.
No one has to connect with anyone. There are tons of people who are forced to interact constantly, who never have friendships or relationships develop. Now, I guess a lot of relationships are driven by circumstance. It's convenient to get to know someone when you're forced to be around them. But how many classmates or coworkers do you see every day that you don't go out of your way to create a relationship with? Sometimes it doesn't take much, but all relationships require some level of effort. And yes, convenience can supplement that, but still a baseline for developing any relationship is effort. The only exception I can think of are relationships that are often conflated with titles. Like sometimes family can feel more like a title than a relationship.
The modern world is facing an unprecedented loneliness epidemic due to the advent of the internet, exacerbated by the lockdowns from the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, so this is a whole bag of worms that I'm not actually going to get into, but the discussion around the loneliness epidemic is actually really complicated. The internet has both positive and negative impacts on people's loneliness, and the positive effects were especially apparent when people were forced to isolate during COVID. There's a great podcast called If Books Could Kill, where they talk about the anxious generation, where they go over this in way more detail. If you want to know more about the pitfalls of this argument, that episode does an outstanding job.
Birth rates are way down, virginity rates are skyrocketing, and polls reveal that more and more people say that they have no close friends at all.
Okay, all of these graphs are interesting, but the application to the argument that's being made here is really wishy-washy. The most obvious example is that last graph was based off of a poll in May of 2021, when the effects of COVID were incredibly prominent. The second is that while decreasing birth rates and increased rates of virginity might be indicative of loneliness, there's tons of other reasons why those could be happening. I don't know, cost of living for birth rates is a really obvious example. I do think that there's evidence that there's this loneliness epidemic going on. I just think people seem to overgeneralize solutions towards what feels intuitive. And I think that this evidence doesn't at all support what he's about to claim.
This is the world that chose to elevate an anime like Soso no Frieren to the #1 rated spot of all time on user review aggregators, an anime which tells people that there's nothing they can do to solve their loneliness.
It's just amazing how opposite this is to what I interpret Frieren to be about. Frieren's a story about valuing relationships and choosing to engage. I think there are points in this video that are really interesting, like how many characters' stories start with the loss of a loved one. He highlighted multiple parallels between characters that I never paid attention to until now. That's why I think even despite how much I disagree with this video, that is still a good thing. People sharing their perspective and experience of a story is interesting and allows you to approach it from different angles, especially when you don't agree. And I don't think I have to ask you to trust me when I say I don't agree with this video. In this next part, he advocates for something that showcases to me some underlying good intention. It's a piece of advice that should be considered, albeit with a grain of salt.
Please, if you are a lonely person and you enjoyed Soso no Frieren, I want you to take a moment to reflect on the way that you view human connections. You don't have to wait around for friends to appear, you can take an active role in forming friendships for yourself. Go to in-person conventions, join an online community, do something to make a change in your life.
I also believe that a more active pursuit of connecting with others would benefit people. Ironically enough, I think that's why I like Frieren so much. It feels like one of the central themes. But hell, if I experienced Frieren the way this guy did, I also probably wouldn't like it.
Maybe you could even watch an original anime for once, instead of the 100th power fantasy in a JRPG fantasy setting.
Oh man, right when he got me on his side, he hits me with this. It's such a strong opposite opinion from like every conversation I've had about Frieren with anyone that's watched it. But then again, Frieren's like a majority of what I do on YouTube. Of course, I'm going to be surrounded by people that like it. This still feels like a rare take for even people who didn't like the show. He goes on to share a couple anime that he thinks are more deserving of the praise and attention that Frieren seems to be getting. Frieren is popular and praised for a lot of reasons, but I don't think a prominent one is that it's some sort of cathartic viewing experience for socially isolated incels that encourages them to be unhealthy. Mostly just some weird racist people on Twitter sometimes.
It actually gnawed at me how I've never seen any other content creators make this, frankly, obvious observation about Soso no Frieren.
Look, there I am. Twice. I don't think it's supported, let alone obvious, that Frieren encourages people to take a passive path in life. He seems to just be arguing that there's this broken cultural phenomena that's propping up Frieren as the #1 anime on user-reviewed sites. There are more moments I could have paused and critiqued, but overall that's not really the point. Ultimately, this video did get me thinking a lot. This is one of the longer videos I've done on Frieren. Actually way too long for a weekly upload schedule. I worked so hard on this video. I like the show a lot, and I like talking about it even more. This has led to me cultivating a community of people who also really like this show. So it's easy to forget that there's lots of people who don't. And some of their points are going to be not great, and other ones are going to be stuff I've never really thought about before. I think that's interesting. What do you think? And if you do choose to write an opinion down below, try to do it nicely. We're just two guys on the internet talking about anime. It's not that serious. Sometimes great stories not only hold up, but are enhanced by a second viewing. Now, I don't think added depth in a rewatch is a prerequisite for a story to be good, but the shows that stick with me the longest in the most impactful ways tend to do it. Because when a story is fantastic the first time around, but gets better every time you revisit it, it helps it have such a long staying power. I think it's a major part of what makes Frieren Beyond Journey's End such a special show. Its numerous layers of depth are the reason I keep coming back to talk about it, and this is demonstrated beautifully by its first 2 episodes. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how the second time around, Frieren's a very different story. I was first introduced to Frieren through discussion on the internet surrounding its first episode. While people talked about things like how the premise was an interesting subversion of storytelling structure, or the general quality of the show, the thing I saw talked about the most was the emotional impact. Which is interesting because when I watched it, it didn't really hit. I was absolutely engaged and intrigued by the entire approach, but when the emotional climax of the episode hit, I wasn't really invested in the characters. I think I'm in a minority here. But the first episode isn't what sold me on the series. I actually stopped watching for a little bit before my roommate convinced me to continue. Having big emotional moments at the end of the first episode or at the beginning of a movie isn't unique to Frieren. It's actually popular with tons of effective examples. The beginning of Pixar's Up and Naughty Dog's The Last of Us are built around big crescendoing loss, something that contextualizes and sets the tone for the rest of the story. While the first episode of Frieren is similar, its approach is drastically different. Instead of selling this deep connection between characters that'll lead to a tragic loss, it does the inverse. She's cold and uninvested in her previous relationships. And while Frieren is full of compelling characters and relationships, at the start of the story, they're presented as very formulaic. But after you've seen this series and are invested in the characters and the relationships, the first episode hits in a completely different way. So there are many different types of stories that are different in repeat viewings. The most obvious examples are ones that are built around twists. Things like The Sixth Sense, where everything is recontextualized when you find out a piece of information at the end. Those are cool and interesting, but not exactly what I'm talking about here. With Frieren, the first time you're watching it, a twist isn't purposely being withheld. It's actually kind of a different story the second time around. And to understand that, we should first look at death scenes. Characters dying in media is nothing new to stories. Deaths are often reserved for major emotional moments and beats in a story, often climaxes, like the finale. But sometimes they're used as inciting incidents, like in Frieren. But pretty consistently, for a character death to hit, there has to be some sort of investment and attachment. But that's the thing about Frieren Beyond Journey's End. The namesake of the show and point of view protagonist is detached. I think I'm a little bit of an outlier when I say that the pilot for Frieren, while great, didn't hit very hard emotionally for me. I think Frieren very deliberately built characters around cookie-cutter tropes, and they eventually subvert those in really interesting ways. But because that, it took me about 3 episodes to really start to be invested. But by the time I got to the end of the first season, I was in love with all these well-crafted, complex characters. So when I rewatched the show, those death scenes suddenly hit really hard. Because Frieren's a story that takes place after the hero's journey, which means this story's introduction could also function as another's finale. And the second time around, it did. And it hit way different. The first time I watched episode 1, the writing was really effective. A major theme in this story is how disconnected Frieren is due to her nature as an everlasting elf. It's actually the first video I ever made about Frieren, exploring the idea of what would it really be like to live forever. The story starts after the hero's journey. The characters briefly reminisce about their adventures. And while I'd argue they're all likable, I don't think there's a lot of time given to the audience to really get connected, especially with Frieren as the point of view protagonist. I actually think that's the point. The information we're given in the story is run through the lens of Frieren's kind of perspective of the world. Kind of like when a book is written in third-person limited omniscience, but you can tell just how much the main character's perspective influences the prose. So when Frieren goes on her own way and 40 years is represented in this beautiful little montage that lasts a bit over 40 seconds, we get a glimpse into what it might feel like to be Frieren, to have huge chunks of time pass in the blink of an eye. And she returns to go on one last little adventure with the hero's party, once again being expressed expertly through another montage. A small but beautiful glimpse into the previous journey that hints at just how charming some of these characters are. Like this scene with Hyder holding a branch next to him while they're hiding from the passing monster. It's a clip I like so much I consistently add it into almost every one of my videos. Frieren's leading them to a beautiful spot to watch a meteor shower that happens once every 40 years. The same one that they watch together after fighting the Demon King. And we get another standout shot that I include consistently in so many of my edits, where Himmel's eyes go wide as he watches. And then, we're at his funeral. And Frieren realizes just how much she's regretted spending her time. This is what writers call the inciting incident. But the second time you watch this episode, it's easy to find yourself looking from a completely different perspective. This story is all about Frieren recontextualizing her previous journey with a new one, showcasing all the lessons that she failed to notice the first time around. A really fitting theme given what I'm arguing today. Losing Himmel the second time hurts so bad, because the writing in the first season does such a good job of making you fall in love with his character. He's charming, vain, heroic, and flawed. A man seemingly obsessed with leaving a legacy, who loves doing small acts of heroism as much as the big ones. He's a beautifully deep and complex character that's explored really well throughout the first season. There's so much depth behind what at first seems so simple. Because in the initial viewing, the emotions the audience feel in the first episode come from a place of empathy, relating to Frieren's feeling like she just got hit by a truck, blindsided by an emotion she was unaware of. But the second time around, you're mourning alongside her, losing a character that across 28 episodes you learn to really love. That's part of what makes this experience of watching the second time around so peculiar. For me, it was also something I stumbled into, not realizing how much it would impact me. Because the most emotional moments that Frieren has throughout the entire first season happen in the first 2 episodes. Obviously with the loss of Himmel, but also Hyder. Throughout this video, I've been using the term death scenes, plural, but I've mostly focused on Himmel and the first episode. But holy shit, does losing Hyder feels so different the second time around. His story with Fern is really fantastic, and this becomes more and more abundantly clear throughout the series, with scenes like that monologue from episode 14 where he talks about how being an adult is pretending sometimes, acknowledging how out of control the world feels and how important it is to support those who need it. He was a corrupt priest with nothing that seemed like it could stop him from drinking, including saving the world, except maybe an orphan. He's this fantastic character. Everything from his use as comedic relief to the serious moments, like when he explains his background and history with Himmel. Stories are often about character arcs, and Frieren's starts when she loses Himmel. She realizes that she has to change the way she's living. And in Hyder and Eisen's later interactions with her, you can see how much they notice. It'd be easy to assume that the primary reason Hyder pushed so much for Fern to go on an adventure with Frieren was to provide for just Fern, but I think he could see that it might serve both ways. This beautiful story told in such a short amount of time, with this melancholy, happy, sad tragedy where Frieren's trying to insist that Fern learn the lesson that she just did. It just showcases how much of this series in a second viewing changes. It really functions as this beautiful bookend to the first season, a fantastic start to this story, and a delicate ending to another. 2 episodes that feel completely new when you watch them again. So last weekend, Season 1 of Solo Leveling won Crunchyroll's Anime of the Year. This is over shows like Don to Don, Dungeon Meshi, Apothecary Diaries, and Frieren Beyond Journey's End. This has generally been received very poorly online.
Solo leveling. Oh my gosh! No way! No way!
The clear favorite, which is no stranger to this channel's audience, was Frieren. So obviously I'm not an impartial judge, given the fact that I've talked about Frieren abundantly across the last year. But despite what you'd expect, I think this is more complicated than just a steal. Who should have won Anime of the Year? Did anyone really deserve it? And why do I find these questions so interesting? My name is Pei, and today we're talking about the complicated nature of any award. So the first question I had when thinking about this is, what's the point of an award show? Why do they exist? I mean, the first obvious answer is recognition. Art means a lot to a lot of different people, and movies and animation are really hard to make, so some sort of official acknowledgement of a piece of media's impact makes sense. However, I can't think of a single award show that hasn't been part of some sort of controversy, criticized for snubbing media that obviously should have won. Because essentially any attempt to take an objective look at something as subjective as art often leads to debate. I think it's good to try to look at art objectively. I think it helps people understand and appreciate things that are beautiful. But the way art impacts us is deeply individual. Something that moves us to tears might seem lackluster to another person. And everyone's a critic, quick to argue that the show that they loved deserved an award more than another. Yet despite this, if you were to take millions of people and ask them their favorite anime, their top 10 list, you would see certain names pop up over and over again. General statistics are far from universal or foolproof, but they are one of the few things that really is objective in media. If we had access to full behind-the-scenes analytics, there'd be no debating what the most popular show is. And we have pretty good indicators of that anyways. Which leads to a common issue, especially with award shows, the lack of parameters. What should be factored in when we're looking at Anime of the Year? How important are things like impact on the industry or raw numbers? Is it just meant to measure quality? One of the tricky parts about award shows that I think leads to such controversy is they're not given much room for explanation. I constantly make big statements about anime on my channel, but it's paired with reasons, so anyone watching my video will have the opportunity to see the evidence and argument I'm making and determine whether or not they value my opinion. Does my statement feel substantiated, supported? So this is where the core of this video comes into play. I think Frieren should have won over Solo Leveling. Ooh, what a hot take. But I think that's very dependent on what my idea of Anime of the Year should be. Because with different parameters, maybe Solo Leveling deserved to win. And I'm going to be making that argument too. So let's start there. Why Solo Leveling might be the Anime of the Year. So what if Anime of the Year has to do with the show that has the most immediate, directly correlated impact? Not lasting power or influence, but the show that had the most effect on the industry as a whole. I feel like anime is becoming way more popular. And I don't just mean the graphs and statistics that we see online that argue that point, but specifically in my life, I'm interacting with more and more people who know and talk about anime. I think I have a much easier time explaining what I do professionally to people than Giguk did 10 or 12 years ago. If people don't watch anime, they've heard of it. Hell, even a lot of the people who say they don't watch anime have actually seen a couple shows. I feel like anime is broken into the Western zeitgeist. It is largely adopted, known, and consumed. And pretty consistently at the forefront of that is what I would call starter anime. I think it's fascinating how many people wouldn't define themselves as someone who watches anime even when they've seen a couple shows or hundreds of episodes. It's a pretty possessive community for many reasons, one of which obviously is that anime for a long time was counterculture. It wasn't cool and it wasn't very widely accepted. So a lot of people who watched anime were mistreated or excluded from other groups because of it, and I think it makes a lot of sense that those people who were mistreated in the past wouldn't want those same people coming into anime and kind of usurping the culture. But in reality, the thing that determines whether or not someone watches anime is if they watch anime. There's nothing to be gatekept. There is no possession. My exposure to anime started with Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, and Ghibli, but I didn't really consider myself someone that watched anime until a couple popular shonens caught me. The shows that really bridged that gap for me were Sword Art Online, Attack on Titan, My Hero Academia. They were approachable, action-packed, and more than anything, entertaining. It feels like this genre of shonen has been around forever, and anytime there's a vacuum, it doesn't take long for another shonen to come along and fill that space. These shows tend to be viewed through an incredibly nostalgic lens. They're often pedestalized by people who watch them at the right time. And while some are great, a lot of them are very mediocre, prioritizing entertainment over everything. So many have cookie-cutter bland protagonists so people can just insert themselves into the story. They're often fine shows, some are even pretty good, but only a select few are outstanding. The reason this ties into Solo Leveling is because this show is filling that void. It was this year's action-packed, easy-to-consume, entertaining shonen, and if I'm being honest, I think it did that job very well. Solo Leveling and a lot of these shows in the past have made approaching anime easier, and it's shocking how often now I make conversation with people who I would never expect to like or watch anime, who don't just enjoy it, but love it. Take for example this guy I play basketball with. He's a popular Apex Legends streamer and commentator named Nicewig. We've had multiple conversations about anime, and a good portion of those were talking about Solo Leveling. He regularly tweets about the show, and I see friends that I didn't know watch anime responding. And even earlier this year, he had an opportunity to go into a professional studio, collaborate with Crunchyroll, and try replacing some of the lines in Solo Leveling. My point is that this show is big and popular and impactful. It might have individually had more impact on anime as an industry this year than any other show. And maybe that means if the parameters were based off of impact and popularity, that Solo Leveling should be Anime of the Year. But what if it's for the best? The 2025 nominees for Anime of the Year felt really stacked. If I were one of the panelists, I honestly would have put 4 of the shows above Solo Leveling, but I do think that every nominee this year had a pretty good case. I've either talked about or plan to talk about every single one of these besides Kaiju number 8. Not only do I like talking and thinking about these shows, but there's an audience for it on YouTube. There's a widespread, passionate fan base for all of them. But there's one show with a big accolade that others and I have brought up time and time again. Frieren was the first show to lastingly usurp Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood on my anime list, solidifying itself on a public review forum as the #1 rated anime by a very substantial margin. This show is critically acclaimed and widely popular, one that feels like it has a remarkable staying power in the sphere. And not only that, but a lot of the things that I argued about Solo Leveling winning the award I think also apply to Frieren. It's a show swinging outside of anime's scope. It's hyper popular. It's approachable and absolutely can function as a starter anime. It's a show that's already getting a lot of people interested in this medium. It's having a huge impact on the industry. But despite that, Solo Leveling was more popular. Maybe in the spirit of giving people their flowers where it's deserved, popularity should have its own category. Or maybe it should even be factored into things like Anime of the Year. But popularity is one of the easiest things to understand when it comes to anime. The information's all there. Should award shows be popularity contests? I think most people would argue against it because it's already such an apparent statistic. Some probably disagree with this, but I do think it should be factored in, behind quality. But Crunchyroll is an award show with a 70% audience vote, which means popularity is important and recency bias is absolutely a thing. A lot of people online have pointed out that a majority of voters might not have even realized that they were voting for Season 1, not 2 of Solo Leveling. That has a widespread effect. So with awards, what's the solution? Taking away the audience portion? Personally, I think the best award shows have predominantly panelist input. And in that system, there's still room for an award where there's a fan vote. But I believe a well-founded panel is more in touch with general sentiment surrounding quality in storytelling. The problem is, as soon as the panel gets bad, which inevitably happens with any long-running award show, it becomes even more out of touch than what we're seeing now. I've found that a lot of awards fall flat. There are rarely results that everyone is satisfied with, and in the pursuit of legitimacy, sometimes there's this kind of air of superiority. I didn't find myself very bothered by Solo Leveling winning, because I think I kind of already dropped my expectations. Award shows are incredibly tricky to navigate, and I don't really need the Crunchyroll awards to validate my opinions on Solo Leveling or Frieren, because art isn't a zero-sum game. You can have an incredibly competitive year where so many shows lose that were better than anything we've seen in the past because there was something better. And the people winning the most in this situation are the viewer. Anime is growing, so many great shows are airing, and I just feel like that's something that's important to remember in all this drama. Outside of an excuse to talk about great shows, who cares about the anime awards? Because independent of any accolades or recognition, if a show hits for you, that's all that matters. Frieren Beyond Journey's End is a very popular show for many reasons. It has beautiful art direction, animation, an engaging story, and strong writing, but the most beloved part of Frieren seems to be its characters. Starting first with the namesake of the show and its protagonist, Frieren. In almost every other fantasy story, this archetype is often delegated to being a side character. But this is far from a normal story. Frieren is a show that fully takes advantage of classic fantasy storytelling structure, with the first episode beginning at the end, answering the question of what happens after the hero's journey. Now, as good as Frieren is as a character, strong protagonists are common in great media. But Frieren's cast is filled to the brim with compelling side characters and stories, sneaking in entire plot lines and character arcs that could stand alone on their own merit. Which leads to the premise of this video. What if we didn't look at this story through the lens of its main character? What if there was a different protagonist? Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about when a series sneaks a hero's journey right beneath your nose. This week I took a couple surveys on YouTube. You saw one earlier, asking if my audience had to choose of these 4 options what was their favorite part of Frieren. Characters pulled ahead of the vibe, with world building and the plot making up about 15% of the total votes. But my other 2 polls were specifically about audience's favorite and least favorite members of the 3 main cast in Frieren Beyond Journey's End. With both surveys we saw similar results, with Frieren being the clear frontrunner, followed by Stark and then Fern. But because of comments I had in my first survey, the second one included a 4th option, calling me a monster and answering that you just like them all. Because I think the general consensus I was getting in the comments of these surveys is that it's a really outstanding trio. While people have preferences, the vast majority seems to enjoy all of them. Today's video is advocating for the least popular on these surveys. A character that some people could argue is unnecessary given the fact that she competes with the series' protagonist and main character in many personality traits. To fully understand why I think Fern is such a fascinating character, we should first understand that Frieren isn't a normal protagonist. I'd argue a majority of stories either accept the hero protagonist or subvert it by introducing an anti-hero or villain protagonist. But Frieren doesn't fit into any of those categories cleanly. There are many characters in the story that would more clearly fall into the category of hero, whether or not it's Himmel literally being described as Himmel the hero, or side characters like Hyder, Fern, or Stark, all of which embody what we classically associate with a hero archetype. Frieren's character, as this everlasting elf, is largely built around this foundation of apathy. Now, she's learned the value of heroic acts through repeated experiences and being surrounded by all these fantastic characters. The whole point of this story is to recontextualize her past journey with a new one. Now, normally fantasy stories are built around this big pressing conflict, a threat to the sanctity of the world, with the protagonist and antagonist on converging paths, where the protagonist consistently develops their skill set and strength to face this antagonist. Options are slowly stripped away from them until they have to take this unwanted, necessary conflict in the climax. Now, Frieren's already done that, and she's considered one of the strongest mages in history. You could see how this undermines a classic storytelling structure, stakes, which leads into this thing I call main character resources. These are pretty easy to recognize and all over the place. Main character resources put the protagonist in a position of influence in the story. because stories tend to be more engaging when the point of view protagonist's actions impact what's going on. Writers tend to want protagonists that are in the driver's seat, not passengers in the story, most aiming to have a story that happens because of the protagonist, not just to them. A lot of the most obvious main character resources are a common trope, like being the chosen one, with a prophecy that destines them to stop a great evil. Now, Frieren's really interesting because I think a lot of side characters are given main character resources. So many more than I've seen in other shows. Avatar: The Last Airbender is a good example of this. Aang is the Avatar. He is the main character and in conjunction with the antagonist has the most influence over the story. Whereas Sokka, a side character, predominantly falls into a supporting position. But there's a couple times where he's given main character resources, like those romantic subplots that pop up every once in a while. Or a more exaggerated example, when he has an entire episode dedicated to him learning swordsmanship. The fact that he's given a mentor and a pretty decent amount of time to explore that without it directly coming back to the protagonist or primary plotline breaks that side character mold. A good example contrasting this is when Katara and Sokka have an opportunity to track down their father. As this scene also ties in Aang, he wants to be excited for them, but instead is overwhelmed by his fear of abandonment. Zuko's another really good example of this, because while he does have an outstanding, incredibly fleshed out character arc on his own, his need to catch the Avatar and then eventual redemption arc in training him has Aang as the North Star that guides him in his own personal character arc. Protagonists often have a gravitational pull where so many different components of the story revolve around them because it makes for more compelling storytelling. You can break this mold in not having a main character like Game of Thrones, or just finding a new way to do it like Frieren. The problem is maintaining pacing and audience engagement when you're dedicating so many resources to characters that aren't your protagonist. Essentially, the side arcs have to be worth it. This leads to this idea I've talked about previously in videos and I think about a lot, especially when it comes to world building. The concept of functional versus immersive setting. Sometimes worlds feel like they exist for the sake of the story, while at other times it feels like the story just takes place in this world that continues to exist off frame. My favorite example of immersive settings are Ghibli films, whereas with functional settings I often point towards the original Star Wars trilogy. It's a space opera that wanted to simplify the incredibly complex setting that is an entire galaxy, avoiding the pitfall of being bogged down by over-exploring the world that's supposed to serve the story. One is not better than the other, and in actuality, every good story has a mix of the two. I think you can take this exact same model of functional versus immersive and apply it to characters as well. And Frieren has a ton of immersive characters. To properly explore this next part, we gotta introduce some spoilers for Season 1 of Frieren, so here's a warning. If the function of a secondary character is to support the main plotline and protagonist, you'd be sparing and giving them main character resources. Take Stark, for example. There's this interesting little scene in Season 1 that I feel like is foreshadowing something much bigger down the road. I don't know if it pans out to be anything, but the fact that they've even given themselves this option is interesting. There's this plotline in the previous hero's journey where Himmel was given a replica of the hero's sword, a special weapon that was meant to kill the Demon King that was supposed to be pulled from a stone. But when he actually got to it, it wouldn't budge. I made an entire video exploring this specific topic a while back. The point seems to be that a fake hero is still a hero. It doesn't matter if you pulled the sword from the stone if you beat the bad guy anyways. But there's a scene where Stark comes to this realization and he sits there considering it, and it feels like it's foreshadowing something much bigger. That's a main character resource. Let alone the fact that swords have significant symbolic meaning for Stark as a character. His character arc is built off of a backstory of feeling ashamed of his past, his failures as a swordsman. I'd say there's three major characters that he looks up to in this story: Aizen, his master, Himmel, the hero, and his older brother Stoltz. Mix in the fact that Stark represents both Aizen and Himmel in the modern party, and you get some really interesting implications and things to explore. There's this whole running bit where Frieren constantly compares Stark to Aizen before him. You know, the dwarf that could dive off of a cliff head first and be fine. When in reality, with the exception of Stark's fears, his personality much more closely resembles Himmel's. His anxiety throughout the story is constantly overridden by his moral code. No matter how afraid he was to face that dragon, he couldn't stand by and let the city be destroyed. Stark is a great example of an immersive character that's given main character resources. I think this same level of analysis could be applied to most side characters in the story, like Himmel, Hyder, and Zine. But my favorite example is Fern. I think a majority of viewers like Fern as a character, but I still think she's underrated because she is the center catalyst for some of my favorite parts of all of Season 1 of Frieren. So let's start first with the thing that inspired me to talk about this in the first place. A fantastic video made by a creator named Overanalyzing Avatar.
I'm not sure how I feel about Fern. She might be the character I'm most unconvinced on. It would seem to me that Fern would be the last thing you would write into a story that starred Frieren. Frieren is already entirely understated and calm, and with Fern you get a lot more of that.
Now I'm taking quotes out of context from this very nuanced video. So if you find yourself disagreeing with some of the things he's saying, I'd heavily encourage you to go watch it, because there's a lot of well-founded context that supports his argument. But for the sake of time and not just being a reposting of his video, I'm taking short clips that synopsize some of the points he makes. I agree strongly with the larger argument here that Fern is a very surprising character to pair with Frieren. Most stories, especially anime, go out of their way to make characters distinct, avoiding filling the same archetype with multiple characters, especially the first two from the main party that you introduce. Fern is a character that at first seems very simple. Overanalyzing Avatar actually talks about this in his video, but I'll paraphrase. As you get to know Fern more, you learn that there are multiple traits that differentiate her from Frieren, like the fact that she's somehow the more mature one of the two, despite being significantly younger. But a major component as to why I love Fern outside of just her writing is how she functions as a hero's journey protagonist, and it sneaks up on you. If you look at her character, there's actually tons of tropes. She's a war orphan, losing her parents when she's young. She's then adopted as a ward by a hero who saved the world. From an early age, she's immersed in magic and strives to become better. Her story throughout season 1 largely emulates the hero's journey. We just don't spend much time focusing on it. But through 2 major scenes, we get incredibly satisfying rewards for that journey. The first comes back to Overanalyzing Avatar's video.
During the one big battle episode of this chunk of episodes, when Fern was fighting the demon guy, they were both equally emotionless. Even after the demon put a hole through her shoulder, she barely reacted. That's gotta be something there. A show so obsessed with feelings and expressing the feelings that are harder to express, reckoning with the harder thoughts you naturally come to as you get older, and the 2 most important characters being so stone-faced in the process of it all. There's gotta be some point to make there, some point my brain just hasn't come up with yet.
I made this whole video a while back talking about this specific conflict as being the first moment in Frieren where we don't have Frieren as a safety net. When you have a character that's so strong as a protagonist, it undermines a lot of the stakes of the story. But this is the first time in the show we see Frieren leave Fern and Stark to problem solve on their own, taking away that safety net. A major part of what makes Fern such a fantastic character is the way she handles this specific conflict. I've done a lot of research about the psychology of handling high-stress situations, and I found that there are 3 major components that lead to high performers when it comes to these circumstances. The first is experience, the second is prepared reactions, and the third is positive feedback loops. Fern, in her adventures with Frieren, has been forced into the deep end, because for Fern's hero's journey, Frieren functions as the mentor, and something she does very well with both Fern and Stark is force them to push themselves. There's this great scene when Stark shares his fear of facing the dragon in episode 6, where Fern shares an experience where she had to face a monster that was terrifying. Frieren refused to intervene, forcing Fern to face the challenge head on. This story follows a long timeline and implies tons of progress that isn't necessarily shown, but the audience is consistently given bits and pieces, and given the fact that there's a general lack of stakes for a huge portion of the story, it feels pretty reasonable. I think Fern's stoic reaction to facing Lugner is actually expert writing. She, despite her young age, has faced death. She's experienced what it's like to have to take a leap of faith and put trust in all the training she's done. Because once you're in a high-stress situation and you're forced to problem solve the issue that's immediately in front of you, with proper training and preparation, there's actually very little stress and anxiety. It's almost like a self-fulfilling placebo effect. A lie you tell yourself until it becomes true, shifting that anxious energy to excitement. And the reason this scene and all the setup surrounding it is so important is because later in the story, in a group of highly skilled mages, Fern is the only person capable of killing Frieren. There's something so cool about introducing an overpowered protagonist and then creating a dungeon where magic creates a 1-to-1 copy of anyone who enters, meaning that Frieren, no matter how capable she is, cannot be the person to tip a scale in a fight against herself. It's once again this demonstration of taking something that feels worn out or overused and finding a new way to make it interesting. And while this specific fight is outstanding, more important is the way it ties into the overarching themes. Remember how I was talking about how side characters from a functional standpoint tend to serve the plot and main character? Well, Frieren's arc ties into this entire dynamic too. The mage exam is being led by another elf counterpart, Zeria, the master of Frieren's master Flamma. These two have never seen eye to eye and have stark differences in their opinions on magic. Zeria, unlike Frieren, is a mage that relishes in her power. But with humans' adoption of magic, slowly culture has developed. Magic was a thing of elves and demons, but there's a turning point on the horizon, the era of humans. And the harbinger of that change is this story's second protagonist. Frieren, being the mage that's capable of tipping the scale in a fight between one of history's greatest mages and a copy of herself, is so cool. And all of the setups there, a hero's journey that sneaks up on you, but becomes so apparent by the end of season 1. Because if Frieren wasn't the protagonist, almost any one of these side characters' storylines could take its place. But instead, we get them all, somehow fit nicely in this beautiful story. I love Frieren's arc. I love the fact that Zeria can't help but pass her because of her capability. And when given the choice of any spell that she could imagine, she chooses one that demonstrates just how much she's learned from Frieren as a master. A spell that cleans her clothes down to the stitch. And the final little fun fact that I think is really cool is how that choice ties directly back into that fight with Lugner, where she was tracked and ambushed based off of blood that he snuck onto her clothes. It's just so good. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next week. When you think of a traditional protagonist, what comes to mind first? Maybe something like a hero, or someone that's easy to root for, a character who faces struggles but still inspires those around them. Often they're charismatic and stand in the way of injustice. The same traits that make them hard to get along with in universe are also endearing. But what about a character that's the inverse? One that's hard for audiences to relate to, confusing more often than they are empathetic. These types of characters are all over media as rivals, villains, and chaotic forces in the world. But rarely are they the protagonist, because it's hard to pull off. But some writers make it work, and it's becoming more common. So I want to look at 2 prime examples from shows I've spent a lot of time talking about lately. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about protagonists that feel alien. So what is a quote alien unquote character? For today's video, it focuses on characters that are specifically structured to get in the way of audience connection. Normally, stories heavily utilize empathy, especially for point of view characters, but we'll get to that in a second. However, sometimes a mysterious character can be intriguing, thrilling, or comedic. Less extreme examples of what I'd define as alien characters are Sasuke from Naruto and Levi from Attack on Titan. On the other side of the spectrum, you get characters like L from Death Note, or leaving anime, Hannibal Lecter from Silence of the Lambs. These characters are all structured to be disconnected from the audience, especially at first. Some of them stay disconnected until the very end, while others become highly empathetic. But what about protagonists? Point of view main characters in which a story is told. There are examples of alien protagonists that have been used in very similar ways to their side character counterparts. Take for example Nightcrawler, an incredibly well-received 2014 thriller, built around an oddball and in some ways off-putting crime photographer. Or another example that I think highlights my point is the difference between the protagonists in the shows You and Dexter. If you look at the first season of these 2 shows, Dexter's played to be empathized with, still different and non-conforming, but a character that the audience can relate to and root for. Whereas with You, it's a story that provides insight into a madman. And I know in these 2 examples, one is a villain protagonist and the other is a more traditional lead. It's more about the intention in which the characters are portrayed to the audience. Part of what makes alien protagonists such an interesting archetype is the fact that for most protagonists, empathy is a really important tool in crafting the character. Death Note's another show that engages a lot with this archetype, both in its protagonist Light and the person in his way, L. But all of these examples are thrillers. What if we go to the opposite side of the spectrum? Comedy is another genre where alien characters are really common. There are 2 American sitcoms about literal aliens in human bodies studying human culture. Both Mork and Mindy, which aired in '78, and Third Rock from the Sun, which aired in 1996, utilize characters that are fascinated and bewildered by mundane everyday parts of our culture. It works as a form of observational humor, highlighting the weird intricacies of things that we just deem to be normal, reminding me of this old anthropology paper about the Nasarima, or American backwards. It was written as a commentary on the way anthropology and sociology would take foreign cultures and ritualize them, taking them out of context and treating them like an exotic centerpiece. A lot of cultural norms are pretty weird in a vacuum. When characters are unfamiliar or disconnected from those norms, it lends itself to humor. Going back to the less literal alien protagonist, there are a couple examples in anime where this archetype is obviously played for laughs. Saitama from One Punch Man is a perfect protagonist for its satirical premise. If a superhero really were overpowered, it wouldn't make for very good drama. Making the strongest person in a story's universe simple, bored, and apathetic is a really subversive decision. Well, at least it was at the time. Earlier in this video, I argued that the alien protagonist is becoming more common, with tons of strong recent examples like Mob from Mob Psycho, or Denji from Chainsaw Man, or the focus of today's video, Frieren from Frieren Beyond Journey's End, or Laios from Dungeon Meshi, otherwise known as Delicious in Dungeon. Really, this video is about taking this archetype that seems recurring, one that I've really grown to love that I couldn't quite put my finger on, and looking at 2 examples of it to try to understand it better. So let's start first with the internet's favorite elf. Frieren is a non-traditional story built around an even more non-traditional protagonist, asking the question, what happens after the hero's journey? Instead of following the traditional protagonist, we look at what would often be the side character, an everlasting elf over 1,000 years old. Both her circumstance and temperament lead to a generally apathetic way of engaging in life. In many ways, she's disconnected and uninterested, carrying herself with a personality that can be initially described as flat and monotone. Protagonists are the catalyst in which a story is told, so to introduce a character that on the surface seems so simple is a bold take. For Saitama in One Punch Man, for example, it's used to play into the satirical nature of the show. But with Frieren, it's played sincerely, because there's more to her story than we initially see. Her personality is a major component of what makes her arc work so well. Storytelling, especially through the lens of the protagonist, is often built around growth, change, conflict that forces a character out of their comfort zone and to adjust. Elves in media are consistently introduced as creatures that can live thousands of years, yet somehow they're often written like any other character. There should be an impact in the story to making a writing decision like that, which is what all of Frieren is built around. It's all structured around a premise that's incredibly intuitive. A majority of the audiences I've seen disliking Frieren have to do with 2 major components. Number 1, arguing it's overhyped, which will happen with any popular piece of media, and number 2, the introduction of the story, the way it begins, its pacing, its characters, all components that I think demonstrate an immense amount of depth but are initially oversimplified. I remember reading a while back that Frieren was originally meant to be played like Konosuba in One Punch Man, a satirical comedy making fun of cliched trope. But it sounds like the author stumbled upon something much more sincere, and it works really well. Frieren is a character that is not just flat, she offers a wide range of personality quirks. But throughout the entire story, no matter how much you grow to empathize with her, there's still a barrier between her norm and what seems intuitive. I find myself drawn more and more to stories that feel unique. As I surround myself with tons of media that I'm constantly analyzing, I think I've become the target audience for writers that want to do something subversive. Another show that snuck up on me that was incredibly engaging is Dungeon Meshi, otherwise known as Delicious in Dungeon. It's another story that appears to be one thing but ends up being much more. A lot of the major character development and exploration end up coming later in the series. Laios is a socially inept dungeon-crawling adventurer obsessed with monsters. The premise of the story is built around this limited amount of time and a lack of resources forcing the party back into the dungeon. With no food, they decide to turn towards their only source, engaging in a small taboo, generally reserved for criminals or people avoiding the surface, preparing meals from monsters. And the show doesn't avoid the unappealing sound of it, taking tons of creatures that we associate with classical fantasy and finding interesting ways to explore their now proposed biology. They exist in an ecosystem, It's a fun and simple premise, and it's all driven by the in-universe practicality and the protagonist's obsession. Laios is a very well-written character, and part of the reason I stuck out the show when I kind of lost interest a couple episodes in is because my roommate pushed pretty hard for me to finish it. There was one scene that reminded him a lot of me. Before we get to that point, a major reason why Laios and Frieren work as well as they do is because their unique personalities are fundamental parts of the story, from personal character arcs to larger plot points. The method in which they're written doesn't compromise on their weirdness while still finding ways to make them very charming. Ultimately, these two, in conjunction with Denji and Mob and any other example I found, still end up eventually ticking a lot of those boxes. They're characters you want to root for and can empathize with. It just takes a while. There's a scene in Dungeon Meshi where Laios is frustrated by the fact that people wouldn't communicate more candidly with him. A major part of his arc is his inability to find a place where he feels he belongs. And in this conflict between him and one of his former party members, he asks why didn't this person just say how he was feeling instead of implying it. I relate a lot to Frieren, and even more to Laios. Which is funny given the fact that I've argued throughout this video that they're built off of an archetype that's less approachable. They're weird, and in some cases, the same type of weird I am. Even in the places where our personalities don't match up, to have characters that are abnormal in the spotlight, I think makes a lot of people feel seen. It's also a beautiful setting for a story. I love a traditional protagonist, and I also enjoy when things are changed up. That scene where Laios struggles to connect with those around him and find his place is the one my roommate really wanted me to see. It's funny because I kept asking as we were watching together, did you mean this scene or another? And he said, no, you'll probably be able to tell when we get there. And it was obvious. Something I've been asked a lot in my previous videos is to touch on this argument online about whether or not Laios and Frieren are autistic coded. And while I think it's a reasonable question, I kind of think it's the wrong one. Much more interesting to me is why people think that question is important. I think it's because they connected with the characters and want to be validated in their experience. And while art can be an incredibly social thing, I also think it's very individual. What moves you? What resonates with you? Because often great stories have lessons and truths that have a tangible impact on us. I've benefited a lot from online resources for autistic people. Previous partners have learned a lot from books on how to be in a relationship with someone on the spectrum. People too often start and stop at a label. I don't have an official diagnosis, and that's okay. There's a very realistic possibility that what I'm experiencing isn't actually autism. There might be a differential diagnosis. I just know that the resources help me. They've given me better tools to be kind to those around me and to treat them the way I'd like to. They've helped me understand a world that feels confusing and daunting. And I think these characters are similar, because in reality, they're just an amalgamation of all these different pieces of information, both practical and based in experience. Learning to write a character that feels real means taking bits and pieces from all over. So prescribing labels that the author didn't necessarily intend can lead to tons of situations where the audience feels like the author's disrespecting something much more complex and serious. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter whether or not these characters are autistic or whether or not I am. It mostly plays into just the actual impact. What do these characters mean to you? What information can I give to my friends and loved ones to give them context surrounding things that don't come to me very intuitively? I use the term weird a lot without a negative connotation because I deeply relate to it, and I think a lot of people do. So having characters that are less normative, who still fill that role as a protagonist and do it really well, is awesome. So cheers to this influx of well-written alien protagonists. In my video last week, I talked about how 8 of 10 of the most popular shows on my anime list are battle shonen. If you want to talk about anime as a whole, you at some point have to have a conversation about the influence action has had on the medium. Which leads to some interesting questions, like what makes action such a prominent part of anime? What about animation's process lends itself to action as a form of conflict? Why do I find Western action films boring, yet still consume and enjoy so much action in anime? These are all points I want to explore when focusing on the main question of this video. What if there was a story that didn't prioritize action at all, then still did it in brief moments at a world-class standard? Oh yeah, and there's 2 of them. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about outstanding action sequences in shows where you least expect it. If you're familiar with this channel, you're no stranger to the fact that I talk a lot about Frieren and Dungeon Meshi. A lot of people rightfully assume it's because I love these shows, but in reality, I think it has more to do with the fact that I just love talking about them. They feel jam-packed with interesting little things to explore. One of those ideas I've been sitting on for a long time is the way Frieren uses action sequences. They use fights so sparingly, especially in the first half of the season, while being so effective. The scenes are brief, yet still some of my favorite action sequences I've seen. This video really came together is in noticing Dungeon Meshi doing the same thing, incorporating fantastic, expressive animation and world-class execution that comes out of nowhere. Now there are a couple scenes from these shows I want to explore that are perfect examples. But before we do that, I want to better understand action's impact on anime as a medium because I think it adds a lot of context and magnitude. So why are so many fantastic anime filled with action? I've had this plan since I was a kid to eventually write a book. I'd like it to be fun first and meaningful second. I think those stories are the easiest to consume. There are tons of amazing shows that I haven't finished because I just lost interest, which is especially crazy because there's some terrible shows I have finished purely because they were engaging. The audience's attention is a constant wheel of friction that's looking to stop. Stories that are fun first tend to be the more popular ones, especially when they end up going somewhere emotionally. I think a major reason why Battle Shonen has such a hold over anime is because it's just fun. Take for example the author of One Piece, where Eiichiro Oda has been quoted multiple times talking about how his target audience is young boys, and he can't get too caught up in telling a narrative complex story over one that's fun. Ultimately, his audience wants to see two strong people fighting. Now, I do also believe that doesn't get in the way of him delivering on the emotional aspects, but a lot of stories prioritize action. Frieren and Dungeon Meshi do not. They are not action-first stories. They are absolutely driven by their characters and setting. Normally, stories with great action are prioritizing it. While action is fun and serves the story as a lowest common denominator to escalating emotional tension, it's also incredibly intensive in animation, which leads to our second point. Animation as a medium properly lends itself to take full advantage of action. The thing that differentiates animation from a painting or other visual arts is movement. And in that process of animating a show, there's tons of room for artistic expression, exaggeration, and lies that tell the truth. Do you know what correlates beautifully with all three of those things? Fight choreography. Anime is filled with fantastic magic systems, exaggerated ability. It's also satisfying. But animation is also one of the most time-consuming, expensive mediums to work in. Anime as an industry functions on razor-thin margins. But those limitations, despite being incredibly prevalent, hasn't stopped this golden age of anime fight scenes. I mean, I almost feel like we're even on the other side of that. Fight scenes have gotten so detailed and so impressive, they're getting in the way of their own blocking and choreography. Independent of that, animation standards are through the roof. And I think in some ways there's this clean, beautiful execution that comes with both Frieren and Dungeon Meshi's fight scenes that stand out to me just as much as any other battle show. So a quick synopsis of what I was essentially trying to argue there is that the benefits that fight scenes bring to storytelling, anime seems to multiply on. There's so much room for expression, art style, and exaggeration, so when someone punches another person through a wall, it doesn't feel so corny. And you can get so much from a fight scene in mixing realism and exaggeration. I think this ties into my third question, which is why do I love action anime when I struggle so much with Western action films? I think part of it is the writing for these stories. I think that shonen is so much more engaging emotionally for me, but I also think it's mostly what I was just talking about, that action is so expressive and so satisfying to consume. Like, think about some of the best fights you've ever seen. Even looking at a show like Naruto, Kakashi vs. Obito, Rock Lee vs. Gaara, Naruto vs. Sasuke 1, 2, and 3. Because my expectations were set so high from an early age, as someone who grew up watching Naruto, when I watch something like Mission Impossible, it feels like a pseudo-superhero movie, where there's actually very little narrative tension in every fight. It's characters overcoming ridiculous odds time and time again. Now don't get me wrong, there are live action films that are remarkably well made. They just feel like the minority. So part of what makes Dungeon Meshi and Frieren's action sequences so standout is that they're both incredibly immersive, but they could be cut from the story or replaced with very bad action sequences and still be outstanding shows. Now, an important asterisk on that is that these fight scenes do so much for the story. Just standalone outside of them, they're good stories anyways. But the thing that appeals to me the most in the way that Frieren and Dungeon Meshi do fights is they tap into this feeling that's kind of hard to explain. It's almost realistic. Something I've learned in being a YouTuber and making music professionally, working behind the scenes with some very famous people, is that all of it's less glamorous than you'd think. There's this quote up there that I can't remember where it came from that argues art is monotony most of the time. Touring musicians may perform in front of thousands of people, but that's also matched with months of rehearsal, huge portions of the year with major downtime, and long days on a tour bus without showers driving across nothingness. There's very few things where that's more true than actual combat. In reality, war is brutal and random and monotonous. There's this myth of the skilled soldier in storytelling, that one person can be so skilled they can withstand the chaos of war. The reason that exists is because it's more fun. When you look at something like a UFC fight, there's all these rules and breaks to prolong it, because otherwise it'd be over too fast. But that's kind of what Dungeon Meshi and Frieren do perfectly. They capture that monotony. So let's look at a couple of their scenes. Let's start first with Dungeon Meshi. It took me a while before I was fully sold on this show. There were a couple major tipping points, all of which happened to be fights, which is interesting because when I think of Dungeon Meshi, the action is not what comes to mind first. In episode 8, there's this one fight that I really like. Marcel, a mage and one of the primary characters of the story, pours boiling water into the wrong lake. It turns out it's the residence of a powerful water-based magical creature named an Undine. This scene is really well paced and takes full advantage of the threat this monster poses. Marcel finds herself without her staff. Without a catalyst to focus her magic, she loses accuracy and capability. It's almost like another character finding themselves in the middle of a fight without their sword. Now this scene starts with Marcel dodging this creature's attacks. This piercing high-pressure water that almost feels like a bullet firing from a gun. This is a really cool way of writing a magical creature because it's very intuitive, because we have real-world examples of high-pressured water being dangerous, like water jets, machines capable of cutting through metal. Now in dodging these attacks, she falls into the water and casts a water walking spell on herself. This creates really clear limitations. She doesn't have her staff, and her allies can't join them. They can't walk on the water themselves unless a spell is cast on them, and swimming against a monster like this would be a death sentence. So they have to contribute from an outside perspective looking in. Someone actually highlighted this in a comment in one of my videos recently, and I strongly agree. Sometimes when people talk about good fight scenes, they just focus on the animation and choreography. But the setup and how it builds tension, whether or not it ties into the story and characters, these are all equally important. And this situation is really well crafted. The fight turns dire. She's shot through the leg and shoulder, struggling to keep track of where the Undine is in the water. The shots are just gorgeous, her stuck out on the water by herself, fighting a creature made from the very thing she's standing on. All of this matched with beautiful animation that I never expected from a show like this. Part of what makes these fight scenes in Dungeon Meshi and Frieren feel so different to me is the way they capture this very specific type of realism. If you've ever found yourself in a really high stress situation, they tend to be very chaotic and over quickly. The story's built around action, showing the monotony that would come with being a dungeon crawler or adventurer would get in the way of, I think, the fun of the story. But that's why when a show's not built around action, but still does it at a really high standard, it gets to do that feels unique and consistent with the goal of the story. Like one of the most applicable skills I think would be really relevant for characters in both Dungeon Meshi and Frieren is the ability to handle stress well. Because if characters had familiarity with intense situations to the point of being able to respond effectively, that would be like so valuable. Which is really cool because it's kind of a major point in the story. There's this whole other character that's introduced who's so skilled but lacks practical experience. Juxtapose that to Laios, who fights in an incredibly unmajestic, practical way. I mean, major conflict in this setting would actually more often look like problem solving than it would a direct fair fight. The fact that it's so messy and unglamorous while still being animated beautifully, I just think it's the coolest thing. The second fight I want to talk about is from episode 6 of Frieren, where our primary character Stark, who's a warrior, fights a dragon. I'm not alone here when I point at this specific fight as a major wow moment in the series. Like a scene where you stop and really consider just how good it is. One that immediately in the moment showcases its significance. Frieren doesn't have a lot of action sequences, especially in the first half of the series, but you could point at almost every single one of them before the mage exam as being standout examples of remarkable action. However, this scene was really special because it kind of redefined my expectations of what this show was capable of offering. I mean, episode 3 kind of had something too, but I don't think it was at this level. And I've seen a lot of people sharing the same sentiment online. It stands out. Stark is a warrior estranged from his master, a dwarf named Eisen, one of Frieren's party members from 40 years ago when they saved the world, the setup to this story. Eisen and Stark had a pretty intense falling out, and stopped speaking to one another on pretty bad terms. Venturing out on his own, Stark eventually found himself in a city being attacked by a dragon, and despite being overwhelmed by fear, he stood between those people and the monster, and was lauded as a hero. But when the dragon retreated, Stark couldn't understand why, and he felt stuck in the city, unable to face his fear of taking on the dragon, but afraid that if he were to leave, the dragon might attack. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, Frieren shows up and offers him a solution. If he can briefly keep the dragon occupied, she'll be able to finish it off with a powerful spell. Stark is a character that's introduced as that classic coward archetype. It's actually the topic of my most popular video. But the shorthand is that he's terrified for good reason. He lacks practical experience, he's done nothing but train, he has no point of reference. But with Frieren offering help, Stark faces his fear. Fighting the constant urge to run away, with shaking hands, Stark approaches the dragon. And you get all these beautiful little details, like this little sequence where he slides beneath the dragon's tail and drags his axe behind him to influence his momentum. Or when they're setting up the fight and they contextualize just how small he is compared to this monster. Frieren's doing this great little monologue talking about the similarities between Eisen and Stark, both of which were afraid before battle. The directing, sound design, music, it all works so well in conjunction, and you get these fantastically animated scenes. And after 30 seconds past the agreed upon time, he anxiously screams at Frieren to take the shot that she's been setting up, only to realize in retrospect that he, in this fight against the dragon on his own, killed it. Where Dungeon Meshi consistently impressed me with its beautiful animation, this sequence is one of the best I've ever seen. I've talked about it in multiple videos before. There are just so many little moments and details that add so much. And it's not just the animation. The music, sound design, directing, and pacing are just some of many pieces that work cohesively to make something special. But it also kind of is just the animation. For Dungeon Meshi and Frieren to come along and tell stories as well as they did, that's one thing, but to just dip into world-class action in a way that fits so perfectly with the story and characters, it's especially impressive. Huge impacts in just brief moments. Thank you for watching. I'll see y'all next week. Frieren Beyond Journey's End is a show that came in and told a very different story. There are tons of reasons why it's been so successful. I've made many videos talking about them, but if we were to oversimplify, I think the primary reason is its bold writing decisions. This show is very good, but also breaks tons of convention, making brave choices, like having a fantasy adventure story have conflict that's built around low stakes, having the story take place after the hero's journey, writing out characters, all of these things representing the focus of today's video. That Frieren has anything but a scarcity mindset. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about when writers don't have to hold on too tightly to good things. There's been a lot of discourse surrounding the final arc of Frieren's first season. While there are multiple layers to it, one consistent criticism or complaint I've seen is the choice to have one of the primary cast members be kind of written out of the arc. Making that decision to have an important beloved character kind of fall out of the spotlight for episodes on end is complex. It's very hard to pull off and can easily backfire. But this choice is what inspired this video. It's one of multiple examples from Frieren that demonstrates these strong writing decisions, the ability to break away from norm. Writing great characters is hard, and it's natural to want to fully utilize them, but the ability to let go of them at the right time can take a great show and make it a masterpiece. And while Frieren is far from the only show that's pulled this off, I think it is a major component of what makes it special. A recurring theme in writing education, especially in the West, is how essential conflict is to story's progression. Writers often craft worlds and characters that help the audience connect and deeply empathize with them. Often for a story to progress, things have to go wrong for characters. There need to be challenges, roadblocks, and struggle. Writers kind of play both sides, creating conflict and struggle that works in direct opposition to that empathy that they just established. That contrast between the two is like a secret formula for storytelling. Like a roller coaster builds tension before the drop to exaggerate that experience. And there's kind of this unspoken contract between consumers and creators, a trade of time, energy, and resources like money for the possibility of a satisfying, emotionally resonant, engaging experience. Which is why good writing is sometimes making decisions that audiences don't immediately value. Consumers understand stories intuitively, whereas writing often requires a lot of deliberate decisions, trying to craft something meticulously. So let's take a second to look at a couple of those examples. Soft spoiler warning for season 1 of Frieren. While Frieren is the namesake of the story, there are 3 major characters. Outside of Frieren, there is her apprentice, another mage named Fern, who was a ward of Frieren's previous party member Hyder. Stark also follows suit, a warrior who studied under Eisen, who was part of that hero's party that saved the world before the story even began. Now, something important to mention is amongst his fan base, the characters in this story are beloved. For a while now, I've been taking polls on my community tab, and whenever I ask people about their favorite characters, the comments are always filled with people advocating for the quality of all of them. And this is especially true of those primary 3, which leads to this video's first example of ambitious writing choices. The final arc of Frieren's first season is a mage exam, which means Stark can't participate, and he more than just falls to the wayside, he plays a very small role for a huge sum of episodes. Sometimes writers find themselves in the position where they have too many good things, where to properly flesh out every well-written character and story arc becomes too complex. To navigate this, I think often characters have to step into and out of the spotlight. The more intricate the ensemble cast, the more important this becomes. I think Frieren's tournament arc set out to do a couple really important things for this story. It deep dives into magic, an incredibly important part of both Frieren and Fern's character arcs. It widens the plot scope significantly. It introduces a lot of characters. It separates Frieren and Fern, forcing them to work with other teammates. And I believe the show was able to balance and more properly explore these new intricate concepts because they kind of pulled Stark out of the spotlight, creating space where they desperately needed it. Shows sometimes try to fit everything that's working into every episode, but that very quickly becomes formulaic and predictable. Their ability to step away from Stark is part of the reason people loved him in the first place, because they were unafraid to dedicate time, energy, and attention to his plotline, his background, his experience. This isn't the only time Frieren's been unafraid to let go of particularly great characters. In the middle of the first season, there's the late addition to the main trio, a priest named Zine, and it's surprising how cleanly he fits into the group. Pulling off late additions to a primary cast is really hard, especially doing it well. He worked so well within the group. His personality was engaging, his arc was interesting, and he had clear motives. He's a middle-aged adult who felt like he had missed his opportunity to go on adventures. His entire arc was built around this guilt of not venturing out when he had the chance with one of his best friends. It's why he takes that leap of faith to adventure with this new party, which is why it makes so much sense when he leaves. A while back, I made a whole video talking about why this character, Zine, is so great. But the shorthand is that his character is a fantastic exploration of a specific theme, and the motives they create for that theme are then respected deeply. Zine has deep regret in not joining his childhood best friend when he sets off to go on an adventure, and every year that passes he feels more and more stuck, like he missed his opportunity. But when Frieren's party shows up and pushes him to pursue this lost chance, he responds. But part of what makes his character so good is that after 4 fantastic episodes of him fitting neatly into this dynamic trio, they then respect his motives and he leaves the party. The trail they have on Zine's best friend diverges from the path that Frieren, Stark, and Fern are on. What I expected, and we so often get from this specific scenario, is Zine to compromise, realizing that the adventure he dreamed of as a kid he was actively pursuing and participating in, hoping that he will stumble upon his friend in the future if he just continues this adventure with Frieren and the party. But instead, he gets treated like he's the protagonist of his own story, separating and going on his own, pursuing that motivation that made him so compelling in the first place. The first time I was watching the show, I was completely shocked by this decision. Letting go is so hard, especially when something's working, but it allows so much room in a story to progress and change and evolve. Holding on too tightly to things that work will eventually lead to them no longer working. Cutting out characters like this helps prevent them from overstaying their welcome. It encourages a cycle that will help a lot with a story's progression, but it also requires the confidence to be able to consistently introduce new and interesting characters that fit well into the story and enhance it. The reason people don't do this more is because writing one good character is very hard. Doing it multiple times consistently in a row is even harder. And if you really think about it, this philosophy in the writing is kind of present from the very beginning. The main inciting incident for Frieren to make adjustments to the way she's living her life is when the leader of the previous hero's party grows old and passes. It's the emotional crux of the first episode, and it hits really well. And in episode 2, there's another entire plotline built around loss. The priest of the hero's party, Hyder, has taken an award, but it's coming up on the end of his life. It's this fantastic story that's explored in 9 minutes, and it all runs in conjunction beautifully with the central themes of Frieren's character arc, outliving those around her. I love Frieren's writing. So in the beginning of the story being crafted around the loss of 2 fantastic characters, or when Zine chose to leave the party acting in line with his strongest motivations, it made for a better story. And that's why the choice to have Stark be less prevalent in the final arc I see as a good sign, because I have no doubt that he's going to get plenty of fantastic moments in the future where he's really allowed to shine because they created space for him in the exact same way he did for the tournament arc. Because sometimes the best way to write a character you love is to let him go. Frieren Beyond Journey's End is a show that generally undermines stakes. Kind of like One Punch Man, when you have a protagonist that's overpowered, it's hard to create conflict that really threatens character safety. But something I often find myself coming back to when talking about this show is how it plays with expectations, finding depth in established tropes that I never expected. Welcome to a running series called Exploring Frieren. My name is Pei, and today we're talking about how Frieren's most terrifying antagonist is Frieren. Tropes evolve from storytelling norms that get used so often they become established in the medium. And when writers overengage in them, they become cliché. But something that's become more apparent recently across multiple pieces of media I really find myself loving is how a skilled writer can use tropes to tell a significantly better story, playing with audiences' expectations and proving that there's new ways to engage with old tricks. Frieren was originally meant to play as satire, and it shows in the setup of the story, following the hero's party after they've saved the world, choosing an archetype for the main character that often falls into the periphery, the cold, disconnected, everlasting elf. But this show has demonstrated that above everything, it's sincere, touching on many different emotions and components of the human experience through subtle but beautifully crafted storytelling. One really cool example of this, the focus of today's video, comes with spoilers. So if you haven't seen this show yet, spoiler warning for season 1 of Frieren Beyond Journey's End. A major component of this story is how Frieren kind of fills that overpowered protagonist archetype, which leads to a question of how do you fit a character like that cleanly into a story? There are a couple really strong examples of how this is done in recent anime. Characters like Saitama from One Punch Man, Mob from Mob Psycho, and Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen not only make it work, but actually flourish within that structure. The main ways I've seen writers successfully implement an overpowered protagonist is number 1, through satire and humor, and number 2, creating limitations outside of that realm of power. One Punch Man primarily falls into that first category, juxtaposing Saitama's overwhelming capability and power with his kind of boring presentation and apathetic demeanor. His personality and demeanor are kind of perfect inversions of tons of classic tropes involving anime protagonists. And the conflict in One Punch Man is kind of representative of what I think is delved into much deeper in Jujutsu Kaisen and Mob Psycho, with overpowered protagonists that don't have access to the thing that they care about most. If you create problems with characters that can't be solved with their power, it undermines it. It creates room for there to be super compelling internal conflict. While Mob is an incredibly strong psychic, he has no desire to fully exert that power. It's something he's over-relied on, is afraid of, and that has separated him from others, because ultimately Mob wants to be accepted, to be well-rounded, and to fit in with those that surround him, taking those overpowered abilities and making them a roadblock for what the protagonist cares about most: connection. Frieren is another really interesting exploration of this trope, using both satire and limitations as ways of making her overpowered nature interesting. But then there are tons of little moments that I think expertly utilize her character's strength to make the story better. I've actually made videos talking about a lot of these specifics, like how when Stark and Fern are facing off against Lugner and Linny, Frieren being set up as an overpowered safety net adds to the stakes of their fights when she's no longer around to potentially help them. And the primary conflict in this show is interpersonal and internal, and the way they're explored is kind of reminiscent of slice of life anime. Small conflicts and miscommunication between two members of the party, people being pulled in different directions, or not valuing the way that they've used their time. The whole pilot is built around Frieren realizing her regrets and wanting to make adjustments. Or on the opposite end of the story, in the final arc, when Frieren and Zaria are juxtaposed to one another as these two everlasting elves that are trying to find purpose in what they do. Seeing Zaria's somewhat empty pursuit of power, control, and capability, specifically in her obsession with magic, contrasted with Frieren's relationship with magic and trinkets. Frieren and Zaria are both overpowered, but to what ends? It doesn't bring them fulfillment. So they supplement that with having something to pursue and dedicate themselves to. But ultimately, they're both striving for some form of connection, fighting against that innate apathy that comes with living forever and maybe their natural temperaments. But one of my favorite uses of Frieren being an overpowered protagonist is actually much simpler than all of these. Creating a roadblock in the mage exam of a shadow self, a 1-to-1 clone, and then making it really cool. One trope that's been around for a long time, especially in video games, is the shadow self, a 1-to-1 copy of a character with every capability that they have to offer. It's a very fun idea of the mirror matchup, facing and having to overcome an opponent that is just as capable as you are. So something I pretty consistently in these videos won't shut up about is how Frieren takes old things that I think I understand and finds new ways to explore them. It's like spending your entire life eating unseasoned chicken breast every single day, and then for the first time ever having fried chicken, or one of the many other remarkable chicken dishes that can be crafted. By implementing new ingredients, you can get something so different from the same base. And that's incredibly true of Frieren's use of tropes. It is a very classical fantasy setting. And by mixing something like the OP protagonist with a magical 1-to-1 clone, you get a really interesting conflict between two completely overpowered, equally matched giants. But Frieren doesn't stop there, adding extra ingredients and components like good writing and excellent animation to make it a staple moment in an already outstanding first season of a show. Not only is it incredibly fun, but it's also super important for Fern's arc as a character. But we'll get into that in a second. Throughout the entire first season of the show, Frieren's being set up as one of the most powerful mages in existence. That really showcases itself in the first class mage exam, when world-class mages from all over have to face off against her. From her fight with Dinkin to breaking the barrier, there are multiple moments that really capture just how skilled she is. It's a kind of payoff for a season's worth of setup. So how do they make the next part of the challenge harder? Well, you make her one of the obstacles. The animation for this fight scene is just breathtaking. Something Frieren consistently does is drop into these fantastic action sequences out of nowhere, which is made even more significant because Frieren is mostly seen throughout the series using basic magic. She's even quoted telling Fern that it's enough to beat most mages of the modern era. For combat, Fern only really uses the fundamentals. So to see a no-holds-barred fight between her and herself, with lightning bolts and explosions, giant rock golems as they face off against one another, is just so cool, and made even better by the way Fern fits into all of it. No one wants to find themselves in the middle of two world-class mages fighting, especially when they're evenly matched. But who of the many qualified mages is really capable of killing Frieren? Well, Fern says she just might be able to. It starts with her pointing out one of Frieren's crucial weaknesses, something that for most mages would be considered elementary, the ability to detect magic while casting. But Frieren is an old dog that struggles with new tricks, where Fern was born into the modern era of magic and has since embodied instant natural responses. Frieren has to take milliseconds to make decisions. Zoltrok is a relatively new skill. All of this tracks beautifully, so they hatch a plan where Fern will get lost in the chaos. She'll find an opening and she'll take a shot. Part of the reason this is so cool is because it ties into Fern's arc, like I mentioned earlier. Frieren and Zaria had a conversation about the era of humans approaching quickly. Elves and demons' domination over magic soon will shift, and it seems like Fern will be the harbinger. This fight represents Zaria and Frieren's conflict, Fern's arc, and it's all expressed through this show's beautiful capability for brief, breathtaking action sequences. But of all those fantastic writing decisions, the single individual moment that stuck with me the most was when Fern takes her shot and it lands. Frieren's clone, with an arm missing on the verge of death, stares at Fern, and we see her as Frieren the Slayer, a terrifying force of nature, as she sends Fern flying back into a wall with nothing but raw mana. This scene is so cool, and it sticks with you. The rare opportunity to see an OP protagonist that's used for humor, satire, and limitations through the lens of an enemy. It's so good because all those stakes that were undermined up until this point set up this terrifying moment. Because so far across the first season of Frieren, the scariest antagonist they've created was Frieren. Like I said, finding more depth in things that I thought were explored. Thank you for watching Season 1 of Exploring Frieren. I'll see y'all in January for Season 2.